Huh? Make sure. Did the bot work? Let's go. What is this? Hmm. Wow, I look exactly the same as I did yesterday. I just realized. What the fuck was that noise? Oh, it sounded like it was coming from upstairs. What's up, Dark Side? My Valentine's was uneventful. We're gonna celebrate on the weekend. I'm so excited but yet nervous for this debate. It'll be in 30 minutes, but I want to do something in between that. Live in Morocco? What the fuck? My other best friend? What is this? What the fuck? I can't even watch this. Morocco, get better internet. Okay, so I'm not gonna look at the chat when we start doing the debate because I think it's gonna be distracting. But I think that goes without saying. Wait, is he just at Disneyland? Or Disney World? Yeah, he's definitely at Disney World.
But you have to address certain questions, alright? And we're gonna go to Morocco to figure out.
Epcot? I thought I heard that the Fez has some weird, like, cultural signifier that's, like, bad. Fez. I don't know why. I thought that. Origins of the hat are obscure. Okay, I shouldn't be learning new things. I gotta get all my feminism knowledge stuck here before I forget it. Arming cap. I just heard myself. Holy shit. What have an attack? So we're gonna show up 10 minutes early. I have a habit of losing track of time, so let's set an alarm.
Yes, I mean, not that far, but.
Do 6:55. I feel like I gotta roll just right into it. We'll do 6:53. Fuck it.
We're heading into the walls of the Casbah.
I thought you weren't supposed to stream at Disneyland. Or World, I mean.
Nadia, zoom into that. Zoom into the sign.
Good idea. All right, I'm over to that. Pause. Okay, I don't care anymore. Bro. Oh my god, what is in the dryer? The poo psychology test. Wait, my thoughts have a tendency. Wait, what? Oh, my thoughts have a tendency to run in strange loops and dwell on weird themes, and I wish I could get rid of it. Sure? I frequently lose things forgetting where I put them. No, I don't frequently. I would say neutral on that one. When I feel overwhelmed by my senses, I have to isolate. Oh, 100%. Talk more and think faster than others. No. I definitely don't talk more. People sometimes tell me I give unrelated answers to their questions. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me. I seem to have so much energy that I can. No. I take care to spend my money wisely so that I can handle an unforeseen situation. I mean, kinda. I am undersensitive to social cues and the prospect of danger. I mean, is it social cues of danger, or are these two different things? I'm bad with social cues, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I take things too literally so that I often miss the intention behind what people are trying to say. I would say actually that's neutral. Look at my mic is working. Yeah, okay, cool. I have to think that interactions with others are just more trouble than they're worth. Oh, definitely. Strongly agree on that one. The thought of having no one in my corner to look out for me makes me seriously afraid. Not really. I'd say neutral on this one. If a good thing comes my way, I don't feel happy about it. I don't feel I deserve to be happy. I kind of feel like that sometimes. I am uncomfortable around strangers and sometimes fantasize that they will hurt me. I mean, yeah. I frequently have problems staying with tasks at hand. Oh, definitely. I am quick to act on a whim, thinking a little about the negative consequences of my actions. It's not really. It's a bit neutral on that one. I'm always worried about one thing or another. Yeah, definitely. I am constantly daydreaming. Let's say kind of. Sarcasm and tone of voice are often lost on me. No, I mean, sometimes. When things get too boring, I feel compelled to start adding a little color to the situation to get the party started. Neutral. I feel better about making big decisions if I get others to suggest a course of action and then follow that. About making big decisions, I guess. I've been sad most of my life. Yeah. My thoughts jump from topic to topic with little consistency or control. Yeah. People think I say strange things in my mind. I am sure they talk about me behind my back, picking apart everything. Oh, definitely. Even when things are going fine for me, I'm anxious that it won't last. Oh, definitely. I finish my work and chores before tending to hobbies and fun. No. Sometimes people smile at me in the street and I don't really know why. I don't actually know if that's happened. Sometimes think that I have power that other people would not be able to understand. Powers? I definitely don't think that. What? Stop. I can't disagree that much. What the fuck? I always make sure that my work is well planned and well structured. Oh, I definitely don't do that. I'm often told that I am a very correct and respected person. No. I am alone. When I am alone, I sometimes feel as if there is something or someone watching me. Kinda. I'm almost never happy. I can't, well, that's because Ben's always watching me. I'm almost never happy. I can't really think of anything that would make me happy. Yeah. I don't feel that things are under control unless I am in charge. I mean, kinda. When I start feeling down, it's as if I sink until I hit rock bottom. No, I wouldn't say I do that. So I have anxiety, ADHD, schizophrenia. What? Depressive. Odd. I'm just all of it. I'm a mess. You never know these days. We love that for them. Apparently, people are questioning if I'm a trans woman in the debate on their channel. That's so funny. I love that. Alright, we're getting political. Stop! Quality education is a right of all people. Oh, definitely. Hierarchical state is best. No. The fuck is this? Same-sex marriage should be legal? Absolutely. It is important that we further my group's goals above all others. Not above all others, no. Or wait, hold on, let's go back. We'll say no. I don't know. I guess we'll say neutral on that one. If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate to our culture. I mean, not really. We'll stay neutral on that one. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. Oh, definitely not. Fucking authoritarian government. No cultures are superior to others. Yes. Reason is more important than maintaining our culture. Yes. From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Yes. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. Absolutely. Children should be educated in religion or... Oh, fuck no. Fuck that shit. They should know what it is so that you don't get, like, caught up in, like, the, you're in, like, a slump or something, and then they're like, oh, that sounds like it's a good idea. So we're gonna go ahead and disagree on that one. We should open up our borders to immigrants, definitely. Unless they're white. Oh, wait, did I just accidentally agree to two things? No, I didn't. Okay. Stronger the leadership, the better. I mean, kind of. Oh, Cheetah, by the way, if you're watching the VOD, I know you're busy today, but if you're watching your VOD, I hope your mom's thing is going well. Or went well, in the past. Does Nat get in here? It is important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. Absolutely. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. With like capitalism, yeah, I would say that's, well, I don't know. We'll go like a mild because depends. Should belong to the workers who, okay, well, this is a little on the nose. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. Yes. Abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases. Absolutely not. Those with a greater ability to pay should receive better health care. No. I feel like everyone should have good health care. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for citizens. Fuck no. What the fuck? No problem at all. Okay, cool. Pog. Government should be accountable to the international community. I mean, yeah. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. I don't really have a strong opinion about that. Society was better many years ago than it is now. Definitely not. Sex outside of marriage is immoral. No. I support regional unions such as European Union. Yeah, sure. Victimless crimes such as drug use should not be crimes at all. Yeah. Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. I'm going to say yes because, you know what, fuck you, church. But I don't know, is that like anti, because it's kind of like a service, right? I mean, I just like kind of hate religion, so that's why I want to go agree. But actually, I think on my moral consistency, I would be neutral on this, or I would disagree that I think more things should be tax exempt if they're like services for the community. But I do think that church is bad for the community. But it's a hard one. The same way the other institutions are taxed. I think that the other institutions, it depends what we're talking about, maybe shouldn't be taxed. We'll just say neutral. I'm gonna cop out. Cope answer. Hating religion, stop. Maintaining family values is essential. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, not really. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. Yes. The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from the acts of terrorism. Yeah, probably. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. Well, science and technology, yeah, duh. Governments should be as concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens. It's a weird way to word that. As concerned about like the well-being of them. I would say, yeah, they should care about foreigners. We'll say yes. It is important to retain peaceful relationships than to further our strength. Well, I mean, I guess. Traditions of the past? No, definitely not. Fuck tradition. Regardless of political opinion, it's important to side with your country. No. Absolutely not. It's very important to maintain law and order. I mean, yeah. It's science and technology as well. That is true. I guess I was thinking also like like cyberpunk. But I think in general it's gotten better. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. Absolutely. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. What? What? What the big wars do not need to be justified to other countries? Disagree. It would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. No, definitely not. Prostitution should be illegal. No. I support single-payer universal health care. Yes. Research should be conducted on an international scale. Oh, definitely. All authority should be questioned. Yes. Military spending is a waste of money. It's not a complete waste of money, but I think we do spend too much. We're gonna disagree on that one. But I don't think it's a waste. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. I mean, no. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life. Yes. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. Yeah, I'd say yeah. sex slavery to be legal. No, I want prostitution to be legal, like by willing consenting adults. I feel like my forehead looks really greasy right now. I'm very shiny. Did I do something that sound or you're making a joke? Never mind. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. I'm kind of neutral on that one. Unusually milfy today. What? Do I look old? What happened? What do you mean by MILF? I am a dog mom, so kinda. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equal. Yes. Religion should play a role in government. Absolutely not. I'm not old, just like hot yoga mom. I'm wearing yoga pants. I was thinking about the strategic way to dress today for our debate. I'm nervous but excited about. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. No, I mean, what is a valid reason? Like, for fun? Like, I would disagree. You can have a gun if you're like just want a gun. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. That's more of a technical question than an opinion. I don't really know what the stats are on that. I don't know if you guys do. MILF is a good thing nowadays. Yeah, that's why feminism is and sex work is important for feminism. Because now MILF is a compliment. Are important to encourage local I don't know. I'm just gonna be neutral on that one. It is important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. Yeah, duh. Meninism debate when? It'll be at 7. You're the only mod I think today, Virgil, so I'm gonna have the chat closed during the stream because I get distracted. It'll be at 7 CST or 8 Eastern or whatever. I have an alarm set where I'm gonna go in to test our mics and stuff. Our national values should be spread as much as possible. I mean, it depends what we're considering though. In 13 minutes, yeah, it's pretty soon. I wanted to start a little early. Is chat under in the debate? Well, I'm not gonna be reading it, but we'll be able to see it. If you wanna, they're doing call-ins at some point. I don't really know how you do it. I assume they're gonna explain. But if you go into the Crucible thing, I wanted Virgil, can you make a fuck? So it'll be on. Oh, God damn it! I closed it. People are already in the thing. They think I'm a trans woman. It looks like in the chat, which is interesting and it's very funny. If you can see the chat here. I hope Nina is a real woman. I appreciate them spelling my name right though. She looks like a girl to me. You never know these days. I don't know. I want to assume that they're joking. They're probably just joking. But yeah, it'll be on the channel called The Crucible. Follow them for debates. Hopefully I'll not fuck it up and I'll get invited back. But they do moderated debates. Like that's all like their content is basically is that it's all debate content. So I hide my Adam's apple. It's true. I do have a deep voice, which I can't do anything about. But yeah, let's finish this really quick, and then we're gonna have to jump into that. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. Yeah, I'm kind of neutral on that. I don't really know what that means. I mean, democracy, yes, but Republican stuff, no. Feminism is a myth. Oh, well, that's weird. They asked, just don't tell them if you're trans or not. Just be vague about it. I was kind of thinking of how I would respond to that. I'd be like, why does it matter? What do you consider a woman? Oh my god. Everything always comes down to trans people. Everything. Why is everyone so obsessed with trans people? They're just people. Chill. It's so funny to me. I do have a gigantic dick though. Is legitimate form of wealth. Inheritance? Yeah, of course it's a legitimate form of wealth. Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. Yes, absolutely. Traditions are of no value on their own. Definitely. The general populace makes poor decision. No. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. I mean, it can be. I assume this is America, like an America brain quiz. No what? Sorry. Answer any question with another question. Yeah. Well, I'm really curious why you would be anti-feminist, like as a woman. So I'm legitimately am interested in asking a bunch of questions.
The chat saying that she's gonna make you cry.
I don't think that's possible.
I know.
Apparently, they think that they're gonna make me cry. Oh, but she's just like mean. Like I love that.
Yeah, you can be mean.
I don't want to be mean though. I guess the idea would be that I wouldn't be mean, so then she'd look whatever. But I mean, like her husband owns the channel, dude. I'm just gonna like Mega Man. United Nations should be abolished. No. Why? Why would I want that? I don't like these. I still wonder how Germans voted for an Austrian dude. Well, it was more complicated than that. They didn't you didn't vote for the person. You voted for the party. And they were part of the Socialist Party that then got couped and taken over by Hitler. And they like literally like killed everybody. Like we didn't like know enough stuff back then, like quickly. Like you didn't know that these people like were literally like killing them. Or they had like propaganda being like, "Oh, well, I guess why are you staring at me? Should I look into the camera when I'm talking? I mean, I don't know. I think going out of my way to do that is kind of like unnecessary. As a person at the party, are you sure? Like, what are you talking about? Within the party, they did. The Germans. What's the Kanye thing? Love about. I gotta join the thing in a few minutes. International aid is a waste of money. No, definitely not. Is this? I got like an anarchist brain with that. Due to this day, I think it's like basically illegal to do that in Germany. Is necessary for governments to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Absolutely, that's like proven. It's the freer the market, the freer the people. No. Environmental regulations are essential. Yes. A united world government should be beneficial to mankind. Yes. Should I just like wait? My religious values should be spread as much as possible. No, fuck you. It is important to maintain our national sovereignty. I mean, whatever. It's important that the government follows the majority opinion, even if it's wrong. Neutral on that one. I'm leaning towards more agree, but whatever. My nation is great. It's pretty mid. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized. Absolutely. For equality, world. I feel like I'm playing fucking Civ with this shit. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that. And join the thing. Let me get my notes open. Tabs. Right, Discord. Gotta click this. Wait, I don't want it to show up on that screen. What is this? Wear headphones if you're experiencing audio issue. No camera thing. Allow mic and camera access. Yes, allow. Hopefully it's not using the wrong one. It's using the wrong one. Camera. I want to use the OBS virtual. Here we go. Audio. is the... Oh my god, why do I have so many options here? I don't want the cam link. I don't even think this camera does audio. I mean, it probably does, but... This one? Sorry. That's probably going to be annoying. Default digital audio interface? Wait, what? Oh! The H6. Fucking idiot. So I gotta definitely be sure that I don't say retard, because I don't think you're supposed to say that on YouTube. So hopefully. I don't know why I said it. I feel like I fucked myself by saying it. Now I'm gonna think about it. No. Holy shit, that scared me. I've never used this app, so I don't know what I'm doing. I guess we're just gonna full screen this, or what up? Can I pop this out? Oh my god, can I mute this? When the host can see you, the host may add you to the backstage cast at any time. Be ready. Okay. Just think about what responses you are going to give before you say it. Take your time in a debate. You don't need to rush yourself. Yeah, I know. I'm like really bad at like just communication in general. This is why I wanted to pressure myself almost like to do this. But I kind of want to start this more of a conversation, but we'll see how it goes. I do enjoy crying, so maybe we'll get it. Like, you ever get like a kind of like a high from crying? Like you just like kind of feel better. I thought they were doing this on Discord, but I guess we're using this thing. I don't like that it's like this though. Because I don't think there's a way to pop it out. But yeah, I get ahead of myself a lot of times when talking, and then I forget what the fuck I'm saying. What does this button do? It's just a button that looks like a TV with a plus. I'm really scared of what it's gonna do. Oh, to present. That yeah, that would have been bad. So I don't want to give the link, right? Because that seems bad. So how do I show this? Maybe we just won't show it? Maybe we'll just show the strip. No, but then there'll be a delay. I don't know how to pop this out. I could full screen it, but I'm just really worried because you'll see the URL, and I don't know. Like, I didn't have to sign in, so. What the fuck is that link? You want to try it again, Rachel? Does it work? Oh, it does work. Why does it look like that? 1932 with the runoff. April, okay, independent. Won a second 7 term against Adolf Hitler. Yeah, get fucked, Adolf. I don't know why, but this made me laugh, just these pictures. Oh, I have the tab muted, sorry. Were you talking to me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I had the tab muted.
I was like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so we're still waiting on Rachel, but we're going to start here soon.
Okay, no worries. Is there a way to pop out the thing so I don't have the risk of showing the...
Say that again?
Is there a way to pop out, like, the so I can put on my stream that what I'm looking at without the risk of having the URL up there, or we just gonna make video?
You can click the full screen thing at the bottom.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
Bottom right. But honestly, if people join, like I can remove them or not let them up. Like, so it doesn't, not the end of the world if people see that, but if you click the full screen thing at the bottom, you can do that.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll just do that then.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to do it. Still waiting on Rachel, but well, she knows how this works. But I'll explain it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'm gonna start the stream and do quick introductions and all that. There'll be like a music intermission. We'll bring everybody out. you'll get a chance to introduce yourself, tell everybody where they can find you, all that kind of stuff. And then you'll each get 7-minute openers and roughly like an hour to an hour and a half of open dialogue, and then we'll go to 7-minute closing statements, and then we have callers and super chat Q&A. And usually we try to keep it under 3 hours, but it really just depends on how things go. So just so you're fully aware of how we structure it. So
sounds good.
Don't know what Rachel's doing.
Woman things, I assume.
Apparently.
Well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while we're waiting.
Yep, no problem. There she is. Okay. All right. We're all here. What's up, Rachel?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. You're a little bit quiet. Let me try to turn you up.
I'll move the
Actually,
mic.
I think.
Ooh,
Yeah, I have a lot of
feedback.
Yeah, it's like
Really?
I don't know, just a low buzzing, like static-ish.
I know what it is. It's the wood stove. Hold on one sec. Is it okay for me to unplug the wood stove now?
How long did it shut off?
Much better.
All right. Oh, she's muted right now, so we'll see.
Oh.
Okay, is that better?
I mean, no, but
Really?
but
Sounds like a fan or something.
yeah, it's not bad.
The only
If you
other
ju-
thing, they can just hear your fan.
It's not that bad. It's not that big a deal. So
Or just,
I
I don't know
You
if.
need to stop pointing the microphone at the fan.
Well,
Here,
is that any better,
I'll
guys?
help you. Hang on.
give me a test one too. No, you're muted. Okay, you there? Good?
Yeah. Is that better?
I mean, it's not a big deal. It sounds just like Andrew does when he's.
It sounds like Andy does? Okay.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little, but it's not like, I think if you just try to mute when you're not talking as much as you can, and I mean,
Okay.
I get that you can't do it all the time, but yeah. Okay, so you know how it works, Rachel. Do either
I've
of you
never
have,
been here before.
Yeah. Do either of you have a preference for who goes first?
I do not have a preference. Mine's gonna be a little shorter. I've never done a formal debate, so I don't know if that matters.
Okay, well, so since you're arguing in the affirmative,
Mhm.
do you want to go? So you're saying that feminism is good, Nina. So you want to go
Yeah.
first, and then Rachel go second, and then Nina, you'll get the last word for closing to make it kind of fair that way.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop us all back. We're gonna go live, and I'll bring you guys out after I do the intros. Cool.
Okay.
And actually, let me turn Rachel up a little bit. I forgot. Well, actually, no, you're. I'll just figure it out when we're live. I'll
Do you want me to just do like a testing, 1, 2, 3, Zen Shapiro? How's your baby?
Yeah.
How's everything going? Okay.
It's all good. It's all good. But no, I'll figure it out. I'll ask the audience, and they'll tell me who's too loud, who's too quiet. So, all right,
Okay.
we're gonna get started.
Politically incorrect. It's showing, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Crucible. I am your host, Zen Shapiro. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Great debate lined up for you. It's going to be a good one. To the Crucible, we've got Rachel Wilson, who is the wife of Andrew Wilson, the host of the Crucible. She's going to be taking on a newcomer here at the Crucible. Her name is Nina, and they are going to be debating feminism. Is feminism good for society? I'm very excited. Both debaters seem to be very passionate on this subject. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you're all as excited as I am. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you guys, please do all the YouTube shit. Like, share, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. Leave comments, participate in the live chat, all the fun stuff that helps us in the algorithm, helps us here at the Crucible spread our message far and wide because, it's the best debate platform on the internet. Hands down, inarguably. And I know you all agree. If you don't, you're banned. And if you want to support us, you can do so via super chats, either on YouTube or the Dono chat link, which is pinned at the top of the live chat. Send in those super chats if you got questions or comments. They all will be read at the end of the debate. We appreciate everybody's support. The best way to support us actually is to become a channel member. So the same way that you would send a super chat on YouTube, hit that $sign and hit the join tab, which, speaking of, we did get a new channel member earlier today. Isabel, thank you for joining the Crucible crew, or a Crucible Inquirer, whichever one you are. Initiate yourself by hurling tomato soup cans at the screen, as many as you possibly can. Initiate yourself if you're in the chat. It's a lot of fun, guys. If you're not a member, hurling the tomato soup cans is a lot more fun than it looks. I must say, I can vouch. So if you're not a member, join today. If you're already a member, consider giving the gift of a channel membership to those that are less fortunate so we can all participate in the tomato soup can throwing fun. See, we got everybody already doing it. I know it doesn't embed on StreamYard, but it's still a lot. It's a lot of fun. If you're doing it live, it's a lot of fun. Last thing, if you're on your mobile device, apparently it's really clunky. So if you can't figure out the membership stuff, try it on a PC. Shilling is out of the way. We'll be right back with our debaters.
Getting a little scared here. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I assume they can't hear me. I've never used this program. I didn't do the autism one. It's really loud. Holy shit. Holy fuck, that is really loud. I'm just gonna take one of these out so I can't hear anything. I didn't do the autism test thing. We'll do it after the debate. Yeah, right, super quality. It's their strategy. They're 5-heading me right now. They're 5-heading me with I'm not gonna be able to hear anything. You can't argue back if you can't hear anything. Well, I guess I'm writing, but
And we're back. We've got Nina on the left, Rachel on the right. Thank you guys for being here. Nina, take a second, shout yourself out, tell everybody where they can find you.
To steal a joke, I'm Nina from Nina. Twitch.tv/Nina, Neeina. I just do a casual stream. I'm really passionate about debates, and my friends are really bored of me trying to talk to them about politics because they don't care. So I figured.
Right, well, thank you for being here. You can find both of our debaters' links down in the description below in this video. Rachel, take a second, shout yourself out, tell everybody where they can find you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel, also known as the Crucible's wife, apparently now. Thanks, not so erudite. I am the wife of Andrew, as everyone knows. I'm also a mother of 5 and an author and researcher, and I have been on a few shows. And I also have my own YouTube channel now that I just started. So you just search Rachel Wilson and it should come right up. And everybody go subscribe to me.
All right. Yeah. Like I said, thank you guys for being here. Thank you, everybody in the audience, for tuning in. Before we get into it, I kind of want to break down how this is going to work. For those of you that aren't familiar, we're going to do roughly 7-minute opening statements, followed by an hour to an hour and a half of open dialogue, and then 7 minutes of closing statements, at which point we will get to call-ins. And if you want to call in and ask a question directly, you can do so by joining the Discord, which is in the description of the video, or the mods are going to be putting it in the live chat periodically. Get in the Discord and get a stream link from one of our mods. You can call in and ask a question directly to the show. Anybody is welcome. So people in Nina's audience, Nina's chat, you guys are welcome to come on and ask your questions. It's a lot of fun. So we encourage people to call in if you want to ask your questions, and then we'll get to super chats at the end. So send in those super chats either on YouTube or Dono Chat. We did discuss backstage that Nina will be going first. So whenever you're ready, you've got 7 minutes on the clock for your opening statement.
Okay, so this is my first time doing a formal debate, so I'm kind of nervous, but I'm excited. Just a little quick housekeeping thing. I have very needy dogs, so I might be playing doorman a little bit, but I'll always be able to hear you because the cord reaches enough. So don't worry about that. Okay, so I think that feminism can be cringe. Definitely. That's not necessarily even a thing that we have to debate, with like the girl boss memes of trying to like mask capitalism as empowerment and stuff like that. I personally am somebody who doesn't find gender that important to me in terms of its like social utility. I think that feminism itself is meant to empower basically all people, and I know the name kind of makes it a little bit more seeming like it's only women, right? But like I do think that generally it is productive and positive for both men and women and non-binary and everything in between. I don't actually really think that there's anything directly that it does negatively outside of like TERF and like SWERF, like TERF being a trans exclusionary radical feminist ideology, which I think is bad, and SWERF, which is sex worker exclusionary radical feminism, which I think is also bad. That's the only things that I could think of when I was trying to write what I was thinking was bad about feminism. But I think generally feminism represents like the libertarian ideals of, like autonomy, political freedom, minimizing states' rights on the individual, expression of freedom, all of those type of things. In my experience, I don't want to say anything directly to you, but most anti-feminists seem to come off to me as kind of grifting a little bit, and I don't know you well enough to just ever or at all say that is what you were doing, but I think there is a great irony of the fact that we're even having this conversation, because it seems to me that anti-feminists would probably not want like the ability to have the independence of having this debate in itself. I'm going to phrase this in a way where like feminism has campaigned for the right to vote, to be able to run for office, to be able to work, to have equal pay, to receive education, to enter into contracts, to have body autonomy, like to even have like credit cards, stuff like that. And I think on your end, to convince me that being an anti-feminist is good, or really has any value at all, you kind of have to convince me that all the things that I listed are inherently bad. So I'm going to go ahead and then yield back to you now.
All right. Thank you for that. Rachel, whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock for your opening statement.
All right. So first, I would agree that feminist or anti-feminism and feminism both can be quite cringe. And I do agree that most of the people in the online space who say they're against feminism are grifters. Like, not just like kind of insincere, but like shameless grifters like Isabella Riley. And I fight with them all the time because they're generally just trying to get contracts with TPUSA and shit like that. So I agree with that. However, I think there's a lot of things that people don't think about or realize when they think about feminism because of the fact that we are 100 years into feminism being the dominant mindset in the culture. And we don't realize this, right? We don't realize it because just like fish don't know they're swimming in water, if you've been born prior or post 1970, it's what you grew up with. It's the culture you were immersed in from the time you were born. So you don't realize what things were like beforehand and how much things have changed. The truth is that feminism has been the most radical, most all-encompassing and extreme social revolution in all of human history. So much so that I wrote a book about it to try to explain this to people. So we've had 100 years of women's liberation, and we may get into liberation from what, like you listed some positive rights there and some things that you think are good and that you said I would probably have to convince you they're bad. Well, it's not necessarily that I have to convince you that the concept itself is bad, but we do have 100 years now that we can look at the results and we can see what the impact of women's liberation has been on our society. So we have, I got my stats here. I know most of them by now, but things like in 1960, only 5% of births in the United States were out of wedlock. By 2010, that number went up to 41%. 41% of kids are now born out of wedlock. You might think, that's no big deal. Marriage is a social contract, it's just a piece of paper. Who needs it anyway? But we have other things we can look at, like the fact that in 1940, kids under 6 who were in daycare full time, only 6%. Now, in 2013, that number went up to 58%. So more than half, the majority of children are now being raised in daycares, or they're there full time, which means 35 hours or more per week. And the result of this, the result of taking moms out of the home and encouraging them to go work for corporations, which I'm pretty sure that you would probably not be for enriching corporations and government at the expense of, children or women or family. But that's exactly what happened. The primary motivation for women's liberation was not that women looked around and saw they were super oppressed and didn't have any rights and they were just mad about it. Oh, no. 4% of women wanted the vote prior to 1920. That means 96% of them weren't interested for various reasons that they were very good at articulating at the time. One was they foresaw that it would break down the family and marriage and pit men and women against each other. So what has happened is we have seen the family kind of dissolve. And the result of that has been far sweeping for everyone. So now we've got kids with no dads in the home. What's the result of that? Well, according to the CDC, 90% of kids who are homeless don't have their biological father around. 85% of kids with behavioral disorders, no dad around. 70% of kids who are in juvie, no dad. 71% of adolescent substance treatment patients who are in facilities have no dad around. Welfare spending has gone up exactly in lockstep with the breakdown of the family and with out of wedlock births. So in 1950, and this is adjusted for inflation, and these are government numbers, $50 billion in welfare spending in 1950. By 2010, that went up to $700 billion. So 50 billion to 700 billion, because kids are being raised in single parent homes, which puts them at high risk for everything from crime to substance abuse to poverty to poor education outcomes. And 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman. Of those 70% of women who file for divorce, the top 2 reasons given, according to like a giant survey that a bunch of law firms got together and did, was that the women felt they were being held back by the marriage in life, or that it was conflicting with their career choices. So I think that all the things feminism was supposed to do, which is give women more choices, give women more freedom, protect women from the bad, evil patriarchy, protect children from abusive men and things like that, didn't do any of that. It actually increased those things. Now we see higher rates of child abuse when there's other parents or other adults in the home who are not biological parents. we see all kinds of bad outcomes, just like I listed, because of this societal breakdown and pushing women into the workforce and into the workplace rather than having them concentrate on motherhood, at least when their children are young. So I think I can make a pretty good case that we have 100 years of data to show that feminism has been pretty disastrous for everyone, especially women who I would argue were the primary benefactors of the patriarchy. And that's my opening.
All right, thank you for that. Before we get into it, I do want to remind you guys, please do all the YouTube shit, like, share, subscribe, send in those super chats either on YouTube or Dono Chat if you want to ask your questions. And another reminder, we are going to be taking callers at the end. So if you want to come on the stream and ask a question directly, get in the Discord where the link is in the video description or in the live chat. Get in there, get the stream link from the mods, and you can call in directly and ask your question to either debater. That being said, we're going to do about an hour to an hour and a half of open dialogue. The floor is open. We'll go to Nina first since Rachel just had a long opening. Floor is open.
First, it's very nice to meet you, of course, Rachel.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, hopefully we can have a conversation. But I thought it was really interesting that you really focused a lot of that on like kids, and I'm kind of interested as to why that was kind of like the main point. Like, do you think that is maybe just because of your, like, I don't have kids, so it's not necessarily something I can relate to in a lot of ways. So I guess, like, is that like why you hate feminism mostly, is just because it, like, you think that maybe like it's like a parenting based thing, or where are you coming from with that, I guess?
Well, that's part of it, but children grow up to be adults, right? So if things are bad for children, they're bad for everybody, right? So, I mean, I was born in 1980, so sure. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, which was very like girl empowerment. Women were expected to have careers and get college degrees, right? So that was me. I was in like the top fancy pants percentile of smarty pants kids, and they always put me in all the advanced.
Right, but you do not think that it was for everybody to do that, though?
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off necessarily, but like,
sure. No,
but it wasn't like everybody like expected to do that. I don't think it's just women, you know.
No, but I mean, there was no space like when I was growing up, and certainly now, if the teacher said, raise your hand and tell us what you want to be when you grow up. If you were to say, well, I want to be a mom, everyone would say, no, that's not a choice. That's not an option. That's not a career. It's not a legitimate thing to do with your life. That's something you do if you can't hack it in the career world and you don't have a degree and you're not educated and you haven't made something of yourself, which I think is like really backwards. So,
yeah, no, I mean, I would agree that I think that's really stupid because, like, you know, being a parent, like, on either end it's a full-time job. I think that we both would agree with that. Yeah. So
yeah, it should be, but nowadays it's become a nights and weekends thing. It's something you do. Your career is the focus. It's expected that your career is the focus. And then if you have time after work and on the weekends, or if you have vacation time or sick time, then you can focus on parenting. But you need, we tell women, you need to have your own money. You can't be depending on a man for income.
Why is that a bad thing to be independent, is what I want to ask you, I guess.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be independent, but first of all, I think that the concept of someone being independent is kind of a flawed concept because nobody's completely independent, right?
Of course.
So if I were to leave my husband tomorrow and take the kids and half his stuff, like his illusion of being independent from me would be shattered, right? And it's the same for women. So this idea that
you mean because of like family ties?
Well, because I mean you're a left kind of socialist type, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say I'm like a democratic or libertarian socialist.
Okay, yeah. So from that perspective, there's never the idea of just the individual being an island unto themselves. There's never this idea that you're just completely independent. And it's the same thing within families.
Gotcha.
You're not going to be independent. So
yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to cut you off there. Did you finish your other point, or because
I was kind of just saying that the default now is that women are expected to have careers. I certainly was. And when I had my first daughter at 20 and decided to stay home, it was met with disappointment and confusion and like, oh my gosh, how
like you were disappointed, or like people around you?
Me. Yeah, parents, friends, relatives. Yeah.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because I was always on this path that I was supposed to go to college and have a career. And when I had a child, those things didn't seem as important. And I didn't want to outsource my job as a mom to someone else and pay a good portion of my
Right.
income
Yeah.
to have someone else do that. And I was fear-mongered to death about all the bad things that could happen if I didn't have my own money and if I depended on a man and if I stayed home with my children, it was going to make me vulnerable and but nobody ever fear-mongers women about what can go wrong with career. Right?
Well, I think a lot of feminism does do that because, like, isn't that like what they're fighting against? Like the whole Me Too movement was that exact thing of like the sexual harassment and stuff like that. Like the going against that was a huge part of feminism. So would you not agree that is?
That wasn't a movement against career. That was the idea that everywhere
women but it's entering the workforce.
They're sexually harassed, right? Right, but it wasn't to say that career is the problem. It was to say that men who are going to assault you at every turn, around every corner, there's a man waiting to assault you is the problem, right? That was very pro-career. It was like, you should be able to work, and we deserve the right to work, and we deserve a harassment-free environment, which isn't really the focus of this debate for us. So what I'm trying to get across is that we see women who stay home with children as like less than. As like there's something wrong or like they're losers kind of.
Well, I mean, I would disagree of that because I mean, as we agreed, I guess already earlier, so I don't want to necessarily repeat it myself. But I mean, I think that being a stay-at-home parent is a very noble and a really important job, which is why I'm supportive of like socialist policies of like, you know, like maybe like UBI or stuff like that, where you're still basically getting income to be able to be that full-time mom. Because I know that is, I mean, you're a mom of 5, right? So I mean, you know, like what's probably, so there's a gnat in my room. You know, like that it's like very, very hard and like I guess what I would say with a lot of the other things that you were talking about is more like a system of like capitalism as an issue instead of like expecting women to work. Like, I don't know who can be a stay-at-home mom nowadays. I mean, like, I assume you guys like are, I mean, I don't know if this is considered work or are you working now or?
Only if you consider my part-time work to be work, but
right, but you're still
from home and around the kids. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think like you would agree with me though. It's like really, really challenging nowadays for like people to be able to have one parent, you know, regardless, to just stay home. Like, because like, like the wages have not stayed in a way that, that we can have like one parent, house or, one working parent, like household.
Yeah. Like single income families.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting that you brought that up because there's no way you could possibly blame that on capitalism. And here's why. And I'm not like an ardent capitalist either. I think there's plenty of flaws in both systems, but both capitalism and communism. But
I'm a socialist.
Yeah, socialism, like both the left and the right economic systems have a lot of holes and problems and issues within both, especially crony capitalism. I think it's more a problem of the banking system and things like that. But the problem is that, as I said, back in the 60s, right, for instance, you could have a single income family, and we were more capitalist in 1960 than we are now. We have swung further toward a mixture, like a hybrid of capitalism and communism now versus 1960 when, well, because we have a much larger welfare state, much bigger social programs, way more funding for those things. Everything is much more centralized and federalized than it was in 1960. In 1960, we were more free market. I would say we haven't truly been since 1913, but in 1960, we were certainly more capitalist than we are now.
If you just mean regulations, then you're definitely right about that. But I mean, even like in the 1960s, there was a lot of like poor people still had to like work, you know, like poor women were still working in like the 1960s. So I don't really get what you're trying to say with that. Maybe I'm just not understanding.
Well, what I'm saying is that so here's what happened in 1970. We saw from 1970 to 1980, about a decade. We saw about, you know, and we're talking about women who are mothers. We're not talking like nobody has a problem with women working prior to or after raising children full time. But women age 18 to 55, very few worked. It was like 6 to 10% in the 50s and 60s.
Of poor women. You're telling me poor women didn't work?
A lot of them did not. No, because in 1960, as I said, only 6% of women who had school-age children worked full-time in 1960. And that's according to CDC numbers. So you could raise a family on a janitor's income back in 1960. You could make,
We missed
you know,
that, right?
the equivalent of, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true. You can check all the numbers. In my book, in the final chapter, I go over all these numbers and explain them. And these are things that are like adjusted for inflation and stuff like that. But yes, 1960, we only had 6% of women who had kids under 6 working full time. Now that number is 58%. And the reason is in 1970, when feminism became the dominant force in the culture and we encouraged all the women to go to work, we saw almost a 100% increase. So we went from very few women working to most women working within a span of 10 years. And what does that do? It drives down wages. You almost doubled the labor force in a decade. That's what drives down the wages and makes it to where you have this surplus of labor and not much demand, so you don't get paid very much. That's why we have not seen wages rise with inflation over the last 40 years.
Because of women? Like, what? That's silly.
Because
I mean, that's what people try and do
entering the
about
workforce en masse.
immigrants. Like, immigrants, like, enrich this country and do not generally drive down wages besides, really, basically immigrants, for example, like, they only really impact other immigrants. So I don't understand the relation what you're trying to make with...
When you're talking about immigrants, you're talking about even at the height of illegal
Well, I'm just using that
immigration.
as an example. I'm just, like, obviously we're talking about women, so I don't want to get too off base.
I'm comparing them and letting you know why that's
Sure.
not an apt comparison, and that's because when we're talking
Well,
about
that wasn't the...
immigration as a whole, it's a very small number. It's maybe less than 500,000 people. We're talking about 150
Sure.
million women entering the worst.
Well, I mean, it's not like they're all doing it at the same time. Like, that's very silly to think that, like, everybody's, like, joining the, like, okay, feminism exists. We all gotta get jobs. Like, I don't think there was a direct connection between those two things, because I think it's very odd.
Those
like,
are-
it's... Yeah, I don't doubt your statistics. I'm not going to deny your statistics. That's fine. But I'm saying what the cause of this, I don't think is directly related to, like, feminism. Like, that seems very silly. It seems more like a corporations just being, like, hyper-capitalist, being like, oh, well, there's now more workers or whatever. Like, I mean, like, that's what I was trying to relate to it when it came to, like, you can have that argument where, like, oh, more workers, because that kind of seems like your argument. Maybe I should make sure I know what your argument is, basically, when it comes to, like, women being in the workplace, because I don't see the relation between necessarily that, like, they're women versus, like, being different of, like, just more workers. And
No,
is that
it's
your
not
argument,
women.
that more workers is the reason why the wages are being driven down?
Yes, it doesn't matter what the gender was. I'm saying we doubled the workforce. I'm saying suddenly there was this giant labor pool we'd never had before. And this was intentional. That if you don't like capitalism, I'm with you on this one, because the people who funded the feminist movement were the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the giant monopoly capitalists of the
Yeah, of
Gilded
course.
Age.
I mean, everything was funded by capitalism. They're the ones that had money.
And the point of that was to double the workforce, make labor much cheaper, and double the tax base. So who benefited? The government and the corporations. That's who benefited from pushing most women into the workforce. And now the workforce is actually slightly more women than men. It's like 51% women to men.
More stay-at-home dads. I support that.
Well, okay.
Is that an
We
issue?
could argue about that, but
I'm sorry. I really hope you can't hear my dogs. They're freaking out.
I can hear them, but they're quiet. It's not a problem.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just saying if your objection is that, what's wrong with women working? I'm saying if you want people to be able to afford families, then doubling the workforce is the thing that made it not affordable.
So why don't we just get rid of that? Why don't we just have all guys work, only women working?
Well,
wouldn't that fix the problem then that you're saying?
Well, for one thing, we can't, because as much as women like to say that they want equality, I do not see them lining up to be roofers or lay concrete or work at sewage treatment plants or oil rigs. I don't see them climbing cell phone towers. I don't see them doing.
You don't think that's like a social, like the fact that you're even using those as an example? Could you, like, do you want to do those things? I mean, I wouldn't mind doing those things. I don't care.
But yeah, you would. You would care.
What is that supposed to be?
You wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean, I work.
You wouldn't.
At a video game company, that's generally a guy thing. Like, what do you mean?
You work on computers, right?
Okay, what do you just like lift big thing?
So when you get up in the morning and you turn on your lights to get ready for work, that electrical grid is maintained by men.
I
who go
don't
out
care.
in snowstorms. Well, you should care.
Well, I mean,
Because the
I would
men
go
are the
out to
ones
do
who
it if it
build
was a
and
problem.
maintain it. This whole modern world that made feminism possible
Uh-huh.
was built and is maintained by men. When we have
Women had no
hurricanes-
position in that.
when we have hurricanes,
Mhm.
snowstorms, blizzards, the people who go out and get the power lines back up are not women. The people who fix the roads that fall in and cave in because of terrible weather and flooding, not women.
Do you think you're
It's all men.
biologically not able to do that or something? Like I could do
Yes,
that.
and I'll tell you why.
What?
I think, aren't you into fitness? You're a fitness girl, right?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I was a power lifter for years. I still
Nice.
lift weights. I'm very strong for a girl. However, my 250-pound deadlift is nothing next to a man my size. And I don't want to go out in a blizzard and try to put the power lines back up in 50-mile-an-hour winds and sub-zero.
Well, I mean, I think that you would.
Neither do any other women.
Well,
but men will do it.
Well,
Men will do it.
I mean, I think that you would agree if you needed to, like, for your, I don't know, if for some reason you were the only person that you would do it, right? Like to help
Right, so-
out other people. Like I don't see how this has anything to do with like your gender or sex. Like I don't see the
explain it
relation.
because I understand that you think people are interchangeable widgets that just have
Absolutely,
varying
they are.
parts, right? They're actually not at all. It's not
Mm-hmm.
even close. And only people who've never touched grass and lived life think that. So if you think
I
that you
garden
could
all the
actually
time.
go
Are you really
out-
gonna come at me about that?
I'm really going to come at you about that because it's completely delusional. I'm trying
okay.
to shatter your false presuppositions
Okay.
that you can do
Go
anything a
ahead.
man can do. You can't do anything a man can do, and furthermore, and more importantly, you don't want to.
Well, maybe
don't
you
want-
can't, but
You don't want to get into sewers and repair sewer lines. You don't want to lay asphalt in 100-degree weather in Texas. You don't want to climb cell towers and possibly fall to your death. The most
I
dangerous
love climbing
occupations-
cell towers.
The most dangerous occupations are still held by men, not women. So I don't believe women when they say they want equality. They don't want equality. They want privilege and they want access to things they like.
Privilege.
Yes.
Access to things they like. Okay, there's a lot there.
Yes.
So I don't understand. You said like okay, so you brought up the fact that you could like you deadlifted, but you can't deadlift the same amount as like a dude or whatever. That's fine. But like, you think that these guys are just going out there by themselves? Like you're working together with people. Like I don't understand like the physical aspect of it being that important. Like you're using
Okay.
machines. Like a lot of these people are doing like construction. Like they're not just like literally like hammering in every single part of it. They're using tools to do it. I don't see why there's any reason why it like any gender or sex like couldn't do that. I feel like it's very silly to like limit the like what do you think if I touch like farming equipment or something like it'll just blow up or something? I don't get what the
okay.
difference is. Then.
Fair point. Let's just say you can do everything that my 200-pound engineer husband can do. Let's just say you can.
What are you trying to brag?
Why? No, I'm just saying he's like a big engineer-brained man, right? And
Cool.
I'm not. But let's just say you could.
Okay.
Why in the last 100 years, when women have had the choice to do anything they want, why have they not chosen these things? Why
Well-
don't they want to build society? Why don't they want to
Well,
build
I think society
infrastructure?
has been built with women involved, or we probably wouldn't have lasted. Let's be real here. That's very silly to say it that way. I
Well,
think
but
that
what
there's
role
plenty
were they
of social. There's a lot of social condition. Like I mean, you're from the '80s. I bet. What toys did you get when you were playing when you were a kid?
Actually, I was a tomboy. I was like a hardcore tomboy, and I grew up in a neighborhood with all boys.
Okay, no, but
So
you
I
didn't
had-
answer my question. Like
I had
what?
Tonka trucks. I had He-Mans.
Sure.
I had GI Joes. I had.
Well, maybe that's why you're
Crucible.
interested in deadlifting and stuff like that because it's a more typically
Yeah.
masculine
Yeah,
thing.
and I'm
So
a firearms instructor, and I love shooting guns.
So-
I have a bunch of
right, so
male
maybe that is
personalities.
why you have those interests is because you were raised in a more, I guess, masculine, we'll say, social situation. So
Yeah.
the fact that you are into like more masculine stuff because you were raised with more more guys around. I'm kind of the same way. I'm a big video gamer. I'm a sweaty nerd too. Like I like doing like guy stuff. Like I like to go out and burn wood if we're burning cardboard. That's like kind of like my like job that I enjoy doing. Like whatever. Like it's like why are you kind of denying the fact that like maybe that you enjoy it because it's something that you were socially kind of used to being more
Right.
in a masculine role? So would that not track with the idea of
Well, it
people
would if
tending
I
wait
had-
hold on sorry people tending
ahead.
towards one particular group of, or value of like physical work, for example, like what you're saying, like which you seem like you've also trended towards. Like, would that not seem like that is more of a socially conditioned aspect than just something that is inherent?
Well, you would have a point there had I grown up to be an engineer or anything like that, but I didn't. I grew up to be a mom, and
Well, you chose to do that though. I mean,
Right.
you think that you couldn't have been an engineer?
Exactly. And what I'm saying is
Well-
all women choose predominantly female things. Like I said,
Oh yeah, because
if
you're socially
women
conditioned
wanted-
to.
No, if women, no, you just told me I wasn't socially conditioned for
What?
that. I was socially conditioned to do more masculine things.
Well, I
and
think being a
did.
parent is not. You weren't socially. I wasn't trying to say that you weren't socially conditioned to be a parent. I think that that is something that both sides, are socially conditioned to do just in general. But I was saying that you were.
So why wouldn't I have grown up to be like a construction worker?
Well, because you said that you
or-
chose to be a parent instead, so you left college. Like, what were you going to college for?
I actually didn't go, but I had
okay.
a full ride. I had a full ride art scholarship for fine arts.
Nice.
I was a painter and drawer and stuff, and I played the oboe, and I was really good at that. So I was like a music art nerd.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have both sides to me, but
Mhm.
once I became a mom, it was like the maternal instinct kicked in, and that was what I cared about most. And that happens to most women. That's why we tend to leave the workforce more often for maternity leave and things like that. There's bonding that happens with mothers and babies that isn't the same for dads. Dads are super important. They're totally vital, but it's different. When you nurse an infant for 2 years straight, I mean, there's bonding there that you can't describe to somebody who hasn't experienced it. And I'm just going back to the point that if women wanted to do these things, they would be doing these things by now. They've had 100
they
years
are.
to get into this stuff. They're not, though. you
You're
looked at-
really gonna tell me there's no woman that works in construction?
Okay, there are some women that work
So
in
they
some
are.
aspects of construction. No, let me help you
Okay,
out. So we've had
please.
100 years, right? So the top 20 careers held by women in 1920 are almost exactly the same as the top 20 occupations held by women right now. The only
Cool.
thing that changed actually was that in 1920 more of them were doing farm labor, and now they have basically swapped that out for HR work. The rest of the top 20 careers occupied by women are secretary, nurse, cook, teacher, daycare worker, bookkeeper, receptionist. All the stereotype things that women would do 100 years ago is exactly what they're choosing now. And they can do anything. Like you said, they can choose whatever they want. So why aren't they choosing to lay asphalt in the hot sun? Why aren't they choosing to go up and fix the power lines when they come down? Why aren't they choosing these things?
Well, I don't know, because you're kind of the way you're describing them seems like they kind of suck. So maybe they're just
Well,
not
but
wanting
you're
to do
You're a
it.
strong, independent woman. How come
Sure.
you're not out there, fixing the
Because I
power
never really
lines when
thought
there's
about
storm?
it. I guess maybe I my job's being a piece of shit where it's making me go into the office now. So maybe I'll consider that. I am.
I'm pretty sure that if you had to do that kind of work, you would be like, I'll be a stay-at-home mom. Please let me be a
Well, I
stay-at-home
think that
mom."
there's a lot of arguments that on both ends, a lot of people would be like, I mean, that's like the argument that a lot of like men say, like, why can't I be a stay-at-home dad? And it's like, well, you should be able to. So it kind of seems like you're kind of
Well,
being
they
a little
are
toxic
able to,
about
but
it, about being
most
saying
of
that.
them don't want to. It's not. Look, I know that
Well,
you're
yeah,
trying
not-
to deny biology and say we're the same. but we're
Deny
not the same.
biology.
And we have proof that we're not the same.
Yes, we
So
are not
in-
literally the same. You are correct.
in Nordic countries where they've been the most egalitarian for the longest.
Okay.
We're talking Viking society. We're talking the socialist utopia that all of the leftist Americans love, right?
Okay, that's
Iceland,
not
Sweden,
true, but
Norway,
okay.
Finland. Yes, they love because it's so
Yeah, they're-
egalitarian. In those countries, we actually see a wider gap in what women choose to do for a career if they have
What do
a
you mean
career at all.
gap?
So the more egalitarian the society is, the more women will choose traditionally feminine things, which women are more people oriented, right? They go into psychology, sociology.
Dude, I fucking hate
teaching.
people.
Well, okay. That's nice, but I'm just saying that women, okay, so maybe you are not a people person, but I bet you like to, drink your wine. You're not over there drinking beer and whiskey.
I do
you
from time to
you have a
time.
pink background. You have a pinky purpley background. It's very cute. You got lots of stuffed animals. Clearly, you have a very strong feminine side to you.
Well, it's because it reminds me. I
Right.
mean, I like stuffed animals because I got a lot when I was a kid. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I also have a
Yeah, but
bow. How do you think about that?
You're not over here with Zen Shapiro with like the buzz cut. You're clearly present as a very feminine person, and maybe you have
just
a
call this a
masculine side.
buzz cut, Rachel?
Okay.
This
It's
is
not
a buzz
really
cut?
loud.
It's a very beautiful haircut. I love your hair. I wasn't throwing any
Much
shade.
better. Much better. Continue.
Yeah, he had to step in there.
I'm just saying, like, okay, you and I might have some really masculine traits. You might be a gamer chick who likes to swear and talk shit and all that kind of
I
stuff.
do
And
love
I'm
that.
a girl who likes to work out in the gym with my bro friends and like bench press and stuff,
Cool.
right? But we are still women and we still want to do women stuff. I still love
Eh.
glitter. I still love babies. We like doggies and kitty cats, and we like
What, men can't love
and
doggies
fluffy
and kitty cats?
But no, we got to get back to the point, which is, has feminism been good for society? And by all the metrics I just stated, I don't think it is. Do you have
Of
any
cats?
metrics that prove it's good?
Well,
Like,
I mean, I
what
think
has
the
happened
ability,
that's
like,
good?
we didn't get the right to have a credit card until like the 60s, my dude. Like, I don't see
Actually,
why having an
People
inequality of
cite
like
a
that.
lot.
Like, if you're really going to say about the workforce being like significantly higher, than that alone seems like a benefit to have more workers. I mean, the wages were depressed not because of feminism. There's a lot more to that where it's an economic issue, but let's stay focused. You're right. We were getting a little off track there. Where I don't see why that is a bad thing to have more people in, like, because we were specifically talking about this country, I guess, like having more people like being present, having more representation, like diversity, like is very obviously more our strength, yes, and our that goes for also corporations as well. Like, I think having like a lot of different voices within a space is always going to be good to a to that degree if we're gonna like look at it like a economic type of thing. But I don't see why having more freedom would be a bad thing. Like, this is fucking America, dude. Like, I love the idea that we have freedom here. We have freedom of choices. If we want to choose to do those things, like, stay at home mom, or like you were complaining about the fact that like you wanted to be a stay at home mom, right? And like people were like shitting on you for that. Like, feminism like is the exact like opposite of like somebody wanting to shit on you for that. Like, that it was your choice. That's what feminism is. It is your choice to be able to be a mom, like to stay at home with your kids. That is a supportive choice where you shouldn't have to be held to some sort of societal standard where you have to work, or you have to stay home, or you have to do anything. The idea is that it's just the freedom to be able to make your own choices of what you want to do in your own life. And I don't know why you would want to constrain yourself when it comes to being anti-feminist with the idea of like rigid gender roles and not having the freedom of choice, like you clearly did choose, to become a mom. And I feel like it would be really shitty, like if somebody was like, you have to work, like outside of like the financial values. I'm so sorry, they are just really annoying. I'm so sorry. But with like, I'm so sorry, I forgot what I was saying exactly. But
That's okay.
the idea
Actually,
is
if
that
you
just
don't mind, I want to address a
Oh, of
couple of
course.
things that you said. So the first one would be, is it a privilege for moms to work, or is it like a detriment to them?
well, I mean, I'm not a mom, so why don't you tell me?
Well, you said you think it would be bad if somebody told me I had to work. But
Yeah.
when I tell most people I'm a stay-at-home mom, they say, "Well, not all of us are as lucky as you. Not everyone is."
Well,
as
I assume
privileged.
they're
Most
joking.
Moms work because. Do you think most moms work because they have to work financially?
Yes.
Right. So how did they get more freedom? Where's all the freedom of choice? If the moms have to work because it's an economic necessity, where's all the freedom of choice?
Well, that's the irony of it, right? I mean, obviously, the entirety of like human existence, you have to work in one way or the other. I mean, like a lot of people like would even like be like, okay, I can make money by basically being a mom by like babysitting other people's kids. Like, that's like an economic issue. That has nothing to do with feminism. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm a little worried because I feel like a lot of your argument is just completely based off of the fact that you think that women just kind of ruin the economy, basically, which is funny as a concept. But
here's what my argument is.
Okay.
All the things feminism promised women, it did not deliver. Not only that, but
well, I mean, I read off a bunch of shit that it
no,
promised.
you don't. But that's not the case. So I can prove that that's not the case. So do you know that 65? Can I talk now? Okay, 65% of college debt is held by women. The average woman goes into her adult life with $35,000 in debt on average. What does her choice to choose motherhood look like after that? After we tell all women they have to go to college because they have to have a career or else they ain't shit, and they get $35,000 in debt, the average payment is about the same as a car payment. Where is the choice left to them to choose motherhood?
Well, I assume they chose to go to school. It's not like you hit that age and you just get the debt. Like you chose to work.
You think that social conditioning works to make girls feminine and make them like pink and like dresses, but you don't think social conditioning works to make women go to college. You don't think girls go to college because they're told from the time they're born that if they don't go to college, they're basically a loser and they're never going to make it in life?
Again, this seems like it's coming from a very personal thing, but I think that everyone is told to do that. I don't really see any differential between like my whole like idea of what I believe feminism is a complete like utter disappearance of the idea that we're different, because I don't see why that's different for like I don't think women are being pressured more to go to college than men are. I know women typically do to college more often, but
who births the babies?
Is that the end of your argument? What do you mean?
The only people who can give birth are biological females.
How does this have anything to do with student debt?
Pay attention. If you force all the biological females into a system where they're debt slaves because they went
they're not forced into it, but okay.
You socially condition them that this is what successful women do. This is what boss bitches do. This is what smart girls do. This is what good girls do. Okay. They go to college and they earn a degree, right? Do you think it's good to earn a degree?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
Do you have a degree?
I do not.
You don't have a degree?
No.
Okay.
I went to college for a few years, but no, I was lucky enough to have a generally wealthy family, so.
Okay, gotcha. So most women go to college, get into debt, and then we expect them to suddenly stop working.
Okay, but how is that different than men? Like, I don't understand. Like, your whole argument is that, like, you
support the women. This is what I'm trying to explain.
Why?
Because you can't have babies and have a career
but those are
time.
What? There's plenty of women that have babies and...
You just said, in your opening, you said women... that motherhood is a full-time job, that parenting is a full-time job, motherhood's a full-time job.
Yeah, you can have a stay-at-home dad. I mean, as soon as the kid's out of you, like, who gives a shit? Like, who's staying home? It doesn't really matter that much.
Okay, so then you're still stuck in a one-parent income trap, right?
What? No, that's not at all what we were saying.
If the dad stays home and the mom works, you're still stuck on one income. And you said,
you mean like that?
Make it on one income. Yeah.
I think it's very rare to be able to do that. Yes, I agree with that. But that has nothing to do with...
The vast majority of households, both parents have to work now.
Correct. Sure.
Right. And I just explained why that happened.
Okay.
So if you could please tell me just one actual, like, not just it's my opinion that it's nice that I think women have more choices. Do you have any concrete anything? I've sat here and rattled off a ton of stats. Do you have any concrete numbers, anything concrete we can look at? Doesn't even have to be numbers, but something.
Well, we're women, so we can't see concrete, obviously.
Well, we have to know if feminism has been good for society. That's what the debate is.
Well, I mean, would you say that the right to vote is a bad thing? As I said in my beginning, my whole statement of why I listed off those things, like I also listed off things. I can also make a list. The right to vote. Good, bad? Bad, good? What are your opinion on that one?
I don't think that having the right to vote has made life better for women.
I think it has. You have more of your representation. Why do you think that we fucking rebelled against England, dude? Like, what do you mean?
Why what metric? By what?
Because you have a representation that you obviously, like, who do you choose to vote for? Why don't I just ask, like, what are you not getting about this? Okay, who do you choose to vote for? Somebody that represents your values, correct?
Okay, but what?
So being able to vote for people who will legislate for your values is always a positive.
Do Do you believe that the American government represents your values?
What? Stay
you think
focused
that
here. What do you mean? I'm talking about like the idea of being able to vote.
Right. And I'm asking you if that has actually happened. So you vote,
Yes,
right?
I'm from California, bro.
So do you believe that the current government that's supposed to represent
an entirety of
you?
the government?
Yeah. Do you feel represented?
I think there's elements and people that have been elected that I voted for in the government that do represent my ideals. Yes. There's a lot of people in this country. Like, obviously, we have a lot of... Okay, who cares? Who cares? Why are you saying that? That's completely pointless.
The reason I'm saying that is because you don't like the current system. So if you think the current system is shit, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't seem to be working for you.
Okay.
So how does you being able to vote make your life better? You can laugh, but that's not an argument.
Because I'm fighting for the things that I do give a shit about, and I do have representatives that I feel like do represent my values. Like, I don't understand why having less of a say in something is a good thing. Like, that's kind of what you're arguing. Like, oh, because the thing that I'm arguing, the thing that I'm arguing isn't exactly, like, the way I want it to be, but, like, so that means I shouldn't have a say in it. Like, that's exactly what you're saying.
Well, I'll tell you what women in 1919 said. There were
anti-suffrage.
Yes, you should care because you're here to advocate for women and feminism. So you should care, right? I'm always told I should care.
Well, apparently you don't want me to care about your opinion because you're a woman. So here we are.
Well, here I live in the current time, and so I have to come on here and dispel all the nonsense. Yeah,
you have to. You're also forced to do that too.
Yeah, I have to educate people like you who don't know
what
I'm talking about. So in 1919, there was much higher representation in anti-suffrage groups than suffrage groups. There were more women who were active members of anti-suffrage groups than there were women who were in suffrage groups. And a group in Kansas put out a pamphlet that's in my book where they said, we don't want to do this because they could foresee they may have to be conscripted into the military. They could see that it was going to... I know you are. And that we would have to, except you wouldn't. If you
no, I don't think the draft should be a thing. I don't think the draft should be a thing at all. But, I mean, as long as it is, fuck it. Equality. Both of us need to get drafted. I don't see any problem with that.
Then I think if you want equality, we should make it mandatory that 50% of oil drillers have to be women, 50% of asphalt layers have to... Because equality, if you're going to draft women...
Well, that's a choice to work there. It's not like you're required by the state. Like, I know you think I'm a communist, but I'm not. I don't think that those should be, like, state-run.
Like, should mandate people die in wars, but you don't think...
No, I literally just said the draft I don't think should be mandated at all. Like, I don't know if you just, like, have, like, your scripted things you're supposed to say, but, like, I'm literally saying I don't think that the draft should be a thing at all, but if it is, women should have to be part of it, too. Fuck it.
Yeah, and
I don't see a problem with that.
If that's what you think, then you are being inconsistent. If you don't,
seems very consistent.
It's not if you don't agree that women shouldn't have to be equally represented in dangerous and yucky and gross.
Fuck it, sure, whatever.
Okay, so if Nina wants to go ahead and put her money where her mouth is and go outside and start laying some asphalt and putting up some power. All right,
you know what? If you know a guy, if they're paying enough, I'll fucking do it. I hate my job right now, so I'm down.
Yeah, you would cry.
Are you just going to say that I'm going to say that even though I'm literally agreeing to do it? Like, what is your point?
My point is
would you cry?
Yes, I don't want to go put out power lines in a blizzard. I don't want to lay concrete. I'm not made.
Well, and that is your choice. That's fine. I mean, they're not like, what do you think? There's like a genetic gene for like laying concrete that dudes.
Yes, there is.
There's a genetic.
Do you think there's no biological genetic difference between males and females?
About laying concrete? No, I don't think that. That's very silly for you to say.
Are you a gender abolitionist?
Yes, I said that.
You are. Okay, right.
Yes, I am.
So you think,
I said that at the beginning.
Keep laughing.
Again, it is funny. We're having fun.
Well, okay. No, you would not be outlaying concrete. Your body physically couldn't take it. Have you ever seen what happens to a man who has to
Have you seen concrete laid? It's just machines, dude. You're not physically like picking up. Concrete's a liquid when you like what? What do you mean? Like it's just a machine that's doing it and you just have to supervise it.
City? Okay, farm labor. How about farm labor? Do you think that that's all automated?
Oh, so now you have to like change it? Like I mean, a lot of it is automated. Yes, a lot of it is automated.
You urban socialist city people think everything's automated, and it's not.
A lot of farm work is not automated.
Born and raised in farm country where manual labor still reigns. And yes, if you've ever watched a road being built, if you've ever watched sewer tunnels being put in under a road, it is not all automated. Some of it is, but a lot of it is backbreaking.
What do you think? They're literally doing it with their hands? Like, what do you mean?
Yes, they're literally with shovels and tools moving the concrete in 90
so we're using tools.
Weather and yeah, we're using tools.
Yeah, so
my husband works in mechanical engineering on giant machinery where he has to be dropped into like a 40-foot hole where there's no oxygen. He has to wear masks. It's super dangerous and scary and shit like that. You're not going to do that. You would cry.
Why? I said I would do it.
Because you have stuffed animals behind you.
And what? Because I have stuffed animals?
You really think, does anyone in the audience believe we're going to drop Nina into a hole and she's gonna fix the problem, right? With whatever is going on.
Well, I'm sure I wouldn't know what I was doing.
We could put Nina on a crab fishing boat where she's got like sub-zero temperatures,
I do love boats.
Winds, and have you ever watched any of those shows?
Oh yeah, no, they look like scary, but I love the ocean, so I'm down for that too.
Okay.
Why? You think I don't love you? I know you like to fill in, like you need to copy paste into like saying like whatever about me because you don't like I don't know who I am. But like, why would you say that I like water as like a joke? You think I'm lying that I like water?
Hang on. You're both talking at the same time. Nina, go ahead and Rachel, please let her finish before you interject.
Well, I just thought it was funny that you were laughing about that I like water. Like, you can go ahead.
No, I'm saying there's a reason why you have a desk job and not a hard.
Okay, well, my boyfriend has a desk job too, so.
Yeah, sure. There are men who have frou-frou desk jobs now because we live in a technological. Yeah, it's soft hands, you know, all that stuff. I'm not even trying to hate on everybody who has tech jobs or whatever.
It kind of sounds like you are doing that.
I'm saying that the people who build the infrastructure that keeps your fucking computer on are men, big, burly, tough men who are willing to break their bodies over the course of years and years, keeping the fucking lights on. Do you think that's not a thing?
Do I think that there are not people who have jobs that are to make like power lines? Is that what your question is? Or that there are men? Like, yeah, they're probably overwhelmingly.
Infrastructure is like an easy thing, or do you think there are still really dangerous hard labor jobs that are occupied almost exclusively by men?
Okay, so why don't we fix that then? Fuck it. Only women in infrastructure jobs.
And do you think that the power grid would stay up?
Yeah. Because it's not like they're not doing the same job. It's just maybe they're not as strong. So I don't know. What do you think? So what do you think? What do you think is the difference? Like what do you think? Like what? Like you're constantly lifting stuff. Like you're bench pressing things. Like to make the. Yes. That's how you pour concrete is by bench lifting.
Mining, being up in a bucket truck, having to lift. Yes, there are jobs. If you had ever been outside of your little computer room there, you would know there are jobs where yes, the requirements are you have to be able to repeatedly lift 60, 80 pounds over your head all day long. You have to be able to do certain things, right? That women can't do. The average woman is 5'3", 155 pounds. Those women can't do those jobs. We're fat these days. You know, that's how it is in America because we all sit at a desk all day. But I'm saying,
well, that's what I'm saying. All women in these jobs. Maybe we'll lose weight, dude. I mean, you were a power lifter. How are you gonna say that you can't figure out how much would you lift?
So my max bench press is 155 pounds for one rep. If you put me out in a hard job where for 12 hours a day out in a field, I had to do that repeatedly, I would literally break. My body couldn't do it. It's
okay, you think that men's bodies don't break too?
Are you aware of the difference in bone density, bone structure?
Okay, but the point is, it doesn't matter. It still fucks up their body too.
It absolutely matters.
That's not my point. I'm saying that like I don't think it really matters in terms of like getting the work done as much. Why don't we just focus more automation and so you don't have to pick up heavy shit?
I think because I know that people who live online terminally don't understand.
I know you keep trying to use it as an insult. I don't care.
Not everything can be automated. There are tons of things that will never be automated. Like I told you.
Like picking up things can't be automated? Like if you ever have a forklift?
Everything. My husband is a robotics engineer.
Yes, I know you love talking about your husband.
Robots. He has to fix the robots, right? Somebody has to be dropped down into a hole
Mhm.
or put way up in the sky or
Mhm.
in a dangerous situation
Mhm.
that women can't do. And if women wanted to, they'd be in those jobs, and they're not. I think I've won this point, so I'm super
Okay,
comfortable
that's
just
what you're
like
gonna say?
moving on from it.
Sure,
If
I don't
you
mind moving
wanna
on.
say that 5'3" women are gonna keep the entire infrastructure of the first world running,
Well, I don't think every woman's
okay,
five foot
let's go with
three,
it.
but I don't think that it's
If you
impossible
think
for them to figure
women
out what
are
is to.
women are not going to keep the infrastructure of the first world
Okay,
running.
does
If
it
we
not
put
seem like an
women
insult? You have no
50%,
capacity to be able to. So you are kind of admitting that you can't do it,
I'm saying
even though you
no
can lift.
women can do it. No, women can't do that.
No, but you're still
Nina.
talking about you. It doesn't really matter
If
which
you
one you're talking
put-
about.
If you made 50% of infrastructure workers, the
Mhm.
people who keep the first world running, women,
Sure.
we would have a catastrophic failure of the power grid, infrastructure failure that would cost millions of lives. It would be literally an extinction level event if you made 50% of infrastructure workers women. Yes, that's what I'm telling
Let's
you.
do it. Fuck it.
100%. Okay.
I don't
let's
think
move
that's a
on
big
to the next
problem.
point.
I don't really think
Let's
that's a big
move
of a
on to the
problem.
next point.
Well,
Okay,
thought we were
are
talking
you
about
aware
voting,
of the
but
fact
okay.
that we are well below replacement levels on the birth rate in every single?
That's why immigration is really important. I don't think that's a
But
problem
are
with
you aware
feminism,
that-
though.
Yeah, and here's why.
I think people just
We're running out of people to import. So the
Import?
only places, yes,
Like
the
the
only
PDF?
places in the world that do not have a birth rate well below replacement are a couple of places in India and a few places in East Africa. That's it. The rest of the world, including South America, Mexico, Central America, are all well below replacement, and they are in a population decline as well. We cannot continue to import people from all over the world because the whole world is facing a birth rate crisis.
let's do more globalism.
Why do you think that is?
What do you mean? What do I think that is?
So we have begun to suffer a birth decline.
Who cares?
A population decline. Who cares?
What does this have to do with feminism? What does this have to do with feminism? Is that like your entire point is that it has to do with feminism?
I'm telling you that when we put women on birth control and put them all in the workforce.
So you think that you should just be a broodmare? Like what? Because you have... Oh.
Rachel, you there? I think she cut out.
Oh no, she figured she had to go have more
sorry.
kids.
Am I back?
Okay.
Oh, we're back.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. So hang on. Before we continue, so Nina does. I think it is a fair question, Rachel. What does the immigration and birth rate crisis that you're appealing to? What does that have to do with feminism?
Yeah. What it has to do with feminism is that feminism is the direct reason why the entire world is now in population decline, and we are facing imminent population collapse.
There's plenty of countries that are staunchly anti-feminist, so I don't even feel like that makes any sense with you saying that the entire world is because of feminism. But what about the countries? You just said that every country basically is seeing birth rate decline. So there's a lot of anti-feminist countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, and among, oh my God, so many others. But like, how could you say that it's because of feminism if there's other countries that you have admitted or said directly that are also doing population decline? Would you not consider that it's other factors?
No, because Western entities like the Gates Foundation, the Ford Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation, listen, I'll explain. Philanthropic entities, the Bill Gates Foundation,
Saudi Arabia,
the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Ford Foundation are in every country, including Saudi Arabia, Africa, China, South America. They're all over the globe opening abortion clinics and family planning clinics where they
there's a lot of abortions happening in Saudi Arabia.
There's a lot of birth control happening there now. Yes, Saudi Arabia is below. Yeah. Why? Okay. Why do you think they're in population decline if it's not because women aren't having babies?
What? You just gonna blame feminism on that? What are you talking about?
Okay, then explain. Why are women not having babies?
You're the one who brought it up. I don't know. I feel like you should be the one to explain it. Or is that your only answer? Oh,
I did. I
feminism.
said it's because who were the people who advocated for abortion and birth control? Feminists. Margaret Sanger, right?
Yeah, bodily autonomy. I think that's a very great freedom that we have.
Yes, and you
why'd you bring up
Margaret?
Actually, okay, who cares?
You actually listed that as one of your reasons why feminism is so great.
Yeah, bodily autonomy.
That might be the case, but we are in population decline in almost every country on Earth. Do you know what the effects of population decline are?
It's not really that important.
It's very important because it could be a catastrophic human life-ending event. So you have, I know, keep laughing. We have a rise in the dependency ratio, which means there are too many old people, not enough young people to take care of them. So they are now in Canada and
Sure.
Japan proposing euthanizing the elderly.
Well, Japan's racist as shit, so that's on them.
We have no funding for the welfare programs you love. There will be no money.
Do I love
There will
them?
be no workers. There will be no. I'm trying to tell you this. We are in permanent recession in most countries in the world because of population decline. There aren't enough workers to support the people you want to put on welfare. You want UBI? If you want UBI, you
Wait, there's not
care
enough
about
workers? I thought there were
population
too many workers because women joined the workforce. How are you going to say that that's the same thing?
I'm saying that's what happened then. And then all those women, once they got into the workforce, stopped having children. So now all the women go into the workforce and stop.
Well, by
having
your
babies.
logic, though, that means that that's a good thing because then workers are going to get more money for their labor because there's going to be less people in the worker pool.
Not
correct?
when it happens. When it happens as fast as it has. I'm trying to explain. So if Zen, if you wouldn't mind having her shut the fuck up so I can explain.
I'm not talking.
What happened? You are. You interrupt me every 5 seconds.
Well, there is. Hang on. So there is a lot of interjections going on.
Yes.
It's
Just let
a
me
debate.
make
I
my
get it.
argument, and then I'll be happy to let her respond.
It's fine. But Nina, I would implore you to when you say something like.
Am I just really loud or something? I feel like I'm not talking that loud.
No, it's fine. But like if you say something like like Rachel's saying there's a depopulation problem. If you're saying that like that doesn't matter or whatever, like try explaining why it doesn't matter instead of kind of it's almost like you're kind of just cutting in just to cut in without necessarily making an argument. So I would just implore you maybe just be a little more charitable. But also, I mean, it can go both ways. I think you're both being, it's fine. But
I'm
Rachel,
trying to make this is a serious problem. Elon Musk has addressed it. I'm not even an Elon Musk fan. I don't like him. Okay, I don't think he's a good dude. Okay, and I don't think he has good intentions. But I'm saying that even he admits that population collapse is what we're facing. All the people who thought it was overpopulation were full of shit, and they were wrong. We are facing imminent population collapse. All the first world countries and most of the countries in the world are in decline. What that means is there will be no one to fund your UBI. There will be nobody to fund your welfare. We don't make enough people. And so the infrastructure will crumble. We're already seeing now a labor shortage. We're seeing supply line collapses where you can't, like your grocery store's out of half the shit. You can't get eggs. Gas goes up periodically because we can't get gas. So there's been massive interruptions in supply chains, labor shortages, and this is due to a decline in birth rates. The decline in birth rates is due to the fact that we have pushed all of the women into the workforce and put them on birth control and given them abortion. So if you look at the rate of live births to abortions right now, it's pretty bad, right? So we're not having enough babies. So I want to know how you would address this and stop the entire world from basically imploding. And again, if you care about infrastructure, if you think you want UBI and electricity and the internet and all these lovely first world luxuries, you're not going to have them if there aren't any people to keep it going.
Rachel, you got to give her a chance to respond. Yep. And also to be charitable here, Nino, you don't have to necessarily answer the way Rachel's asking, because if you think that it's not a problem at all, you can also go that route. But I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, I mean, the supply chain thing was because of... I assume you're talking about... I don't know. Are you in America?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the supply chain thing was a very complicated issue based off of COVID. So I don't see that at all as being related to birth rates because I don't really see how that tracks in any way. And we know it was a lot of COVID stuff that caused the supply chain issue. So I guess... What?
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to tell you.
What was the exact question you asked? I do want to address the question that you specifically asked.
So my question is, even if you think that the current issue was caused by COVID, I'm telling you that will be the new normal within the next 10 years. By the year 2030, more than 50% of women of childbearing age will be single and unmarried and working. And our birth rate right now is at 1.34. Well below replacement. We are facing imminent population collapse.
Okay, so...
And I want to know what you're going to do about that and keep your feminism at the same time.
Well, I think that, again, feminism is just choice, but you're worried that we're gonna run out of like people. Like I don't think that is a problem. That's a new one. I wasn't ready for that one. Like I don't think that's a problem that we're actually facing. I don't see any evidence of that at all. Like I think that if you're gonna
like some, I have some.
What?
If you want evidence of population decline, I have.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like I don't think it's like as much an issue. Like the populations fluctuate all the time. Like I feel like it's very silly to consider one or like that. It's like every problem is possibly caused by feminism and not having enough babies. But my point was that if you want more people at home, like having more children, like children are expensive. You have 5 kids. You know this. They're fucking expensive. I don't have.
You're wrong about that.
That kids are expensive?
I heard you do a whole rant about how nobody can afford kids.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I mean, do they just like not have like even if you're thinking about like buying them like a phone,
BMW and have an $800,000 house and have all these things. If you're willing to live a more simple life.
Well, my family owns it. I don't own this house. Like I know you listened to my one string yesterday, but like I don't own this house. I rent from my family, and I'm even lucky enough to be able to do that. Like I can't imagine like how like you were able to afford having 5 kids because you like homeschool, right? So I don't know how you're able to afford that. Like do you think the average family can afford that?
If they're willing to not be materialists, yes. If you're willing to drive a used car, if you're willing to be frugal and shop at Goodwill for your clothes instead of get Louis Vuitton handbags and shit like that. Yeah, it's totally affordable. If you're willing to move out of areas like San Francisco or Miami where the average housing is like sky high, yes, it's absolutely totally affordable. And there are many people who do it. It's just that we're in the minority now. And most people are choosing a materialist lifestyle over family because that's what we have conditioned everyone to do now.
I don't think that's necessarily objectively true. I'm sure there is elements of that where you could like save up whatever, but like you're saying that like what, you don't like own a phone? Like what do you mean that like all of a sudden like you really could like save so much money by just not having like your little goodies? Like what am I buying too much plushies? Therefore I can't afford to have kids. Like I mean, you I assume went to a hospital to give birth to your children, correct?
Yeah.
How much were your medical bills?
We had health insurance, so it wasn't too bad.
Well, how much was it with, still? Like, it's not like it covers all of it.
We had good health insurance, so it was only a few $100. But if I had it to do over again, I would do home births.
Well, you had 5 chances. Why didn't you do it then? Like, you had so many chances. What do you mean?
I just didn't know about it. So I just did the thing everybody does where they just go to your gynecologist and the gynecologist says, well, you're going to go to this hospital and we're going to have the baby, right? But if I had it to do over, I'd do home birth. How do you think people gave birth for that?
Well, a lot of them died. So, I mean, that was like a big risk that used to happen. I don't think that you would want to risk your life, Like,
it was riskier, but it wasn't as risky as you think. And a lot of the things a lot of the things that you suppose about the plight of women before feminism are not true. Women were allowed to own property and have businesses and do all kinds of things. It was just that once you got married, some of those things would change.
That's not true. Like literally, if you couldn't even do inheritance like back in the day, bro. Like
that's not true either. It depended on if you were married or not. There were women who did inherit property in the Byzantine Empire, in the Roman Empire, in England.
Sure, there's a lot of people who did things. Yes.
Yeah. So women were not like this idea that women were chained to a stove and forced to give birth until they died prior to 1920 is bullshit. And that's why I wrote a book, because it takes a lot longer to explain than we have time in the debate.
Course.
But what I'm saying is, we're facing imminent population collapse. It's a serious thing. If you don't believe.
So what do you think? Like people just like aren't gonna like we're not fucking enough that like it's just at some point we're gonna stop existing.
But everybody gets abortions and uses birth control to prevent having kids because they prioritize material things.
Oh, because they got other things going on in their life, bro. Like I mean, you don't think that you should be able to have like how are you able to do this?
How was I able to do this? A lot of sacrifice. My husband working 60-hour weeks, us moving to a cheaper area, us gardening and raising half our food, having chickens, things like that.
That's not, kind of seems like a choice that you made. Like you don't have to do those things.
We could go back in 1960, you could have a family on a single income. There's no reason that couldn't happen again if women decided to leave the workforce en masse and say, you know what?
Wait, but
I don't don't think I want to live
So
and
then
die
the
for a
population-
corporation
the
and
pop-
for handbags.
But the population
don't
going
think I
down, then that seems like it's fixing the problem. If your concern is that we're getting less populated, then why wouldn't you like see the population going down in terms of like the working population, obviously, as a good thing? Then I'm
Because
not
as
understanding your point.
Because I'm trying to explain it.
Sure.
When it happens this fast, when you suddenly have 2 decades of below birth rates and
Okay.
population decline that happens in that short of a time. This is
Mhm.
why I opened by saying
Mm-hmm.
feminism was the greatest social revolution of all time. It massively changed the social order. It inverted the social order in less than a century.
Yeah, well, that happened
We
very
can't
quickly.
keep up. Yeah, we can't keep up with that. So what I'm telling you is that the consequence of changing things that much, that fast, is that now we are in population decline and things are going to get really bad really quickly if people don't start having babies again.
Well, but less workers is good because you're saying that more workers.
Not if it's so few workers that you can't keep the infrastructure up and the lights go out.
Well, sure, whatever, but that's not
So it's a
what's
matter
happening.
of scale
but
and time. It's a matter of scale and time. If you have
Yes.
population collapse means the birth rate drops really fast in a short amount of time and stays there. That's what it means.
Okay, but you're blaming feminism for having an influx of women working.
Yes, and I'm blaming feminism for telling women to go on birth control and telling women
I don't
to
think
have
it.
abortions.
I don't think
and
it's telling
not have
people to do that.
babies. Feminism, yes. Gloria Steinem shouting her abortion.
Well, I don't
and
give a shit what Gloria Steinem says. Who gives a shit?
propaganda works.
She's a writer.
Propaganda work. There's a reason you're 30 and you don't have any kids, and it's because you.
I'm not on birth control. I don't know what you're talking about.
You fear you. Why don't you have kids then? You have a boyfriend,
Because
right?
condoms, unless you're counting that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Any
okay.
method of preventing pregnancy, like I can still have sex and live with my boyfriend, but not have kids. Yes, that's what.
Yeah,
most
because I had
women
the
are doing,
choice to
and it's a
not
problem.
want it. Because I didn't want to have kids. Like when I was like 20. What do you mean? I mean that was your choice, because you did want to. So that was your choice. So that feminism obviously not led.
So
but
you're a socialist. You should care about the collective welfare. You should care about the future. What's more important, what Nina wants, or people existing into the future?
No, what is more important is freedom to be able to choose how to live your own fucking life. Like, I don't know if you want to like have all women be broodmares or some shit, but I don't really understand what your entire
point. Women return to motherhood, yeah, and motherhood. Used
well,
to
you,
be
I mean, like, there's.
You think I'm a broodmare?
No, I'm not saying that. Obviously,
Okay,
you chose to do.
so
It was your choice to
women
have.
To do what they naturally. This is what women naturally want to do. It's what they always did. It's what they still want to do. But
I didn't want to have kids,
we use
so I don't.
propaganda and social conditioning to tell women that they must be career women. They must have. Oh, you don't want to depend on a man. That's risky and scary, and men are bad, and the patriarchy, and you should get on birth control, and you should have money, and you want a nice handbag, don't you? Don't you want the $500 handbag? So women are choosing careerism and materialism over family, and now we are facing population collapse. I don't know what you're not understanding.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying about like people. So you're saying that people are buying handbags instead of having kids?
I'm saying, yeah, women.
Is that why your mic sounds like shit? I don't understand like what you're trying to say with that. Like that I'm just like buying like material property like instead of like being able to save up and like scrimp. Well, I mean, as a socialist, I don't think that you should have to scrimp and save. The government should support a family. Like, and you're trying to like throw that back in my face. What do you mean?
Nobody to work,
if you're saying that
no people to work, where does the money come from to
pay
for
then there
UBI and pay for your welfare system?
How does anything get done? How do roads get built? You're so concerned about roads and infrastructure. How do you think it gets funded? Exactly, that's fine. So if you want people to have more families, why don't you support more of a socialist agenda of being able to like have enough money with UBI to be able to have kids? Do you have any like counter to that, or do you agree with that?
Well, again, I didn't say I'm some staunch capitalist.
It doesn't matter.
I said feminism. Yeah, so you can't now in the situation we're in, there aren't enough people to support a UBI. There's not enough workers. We have a labor shortage, Nina.
Did you not get your check from Trump that he really, really was adamant about signing?
Where do you think that money came from?
Are you serious?
Where do you think money comes from?
Taxes, my dude. What do you mean?
And where do taxes come from?
Where do taxes come from?
People's wages.
No
right?
shit. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
So if there's not enough people to work and make wages, there won't be
Okay,
any tax
but you
money
just
to pay
said that
for
there's
your
not enough
UBI.
right now, and we literally did
There's
have a
not.
UBI during
Y'all
COVID.
did it in.
We
that
did it
was
in.
debt.
Oh, I
That
wasn't
was
intending.
debt. That wasn't money. That was the government spending us into debt
Mm.
slavery.
What?
That's not real money. I was.
It's not
against
real
that.
money. Oh, well, it was weird that it
No,
was
it's
able
not.
to go into my bank account. That's strange. But okay,
So
if
you
that's the way
think we could just do that forever? You think we could just do the Trump UBI forever?
the Trump UBI
indefinitely.
forever. I mean,
Yeah, we could just have
I don't know. I
UBI,
don't know
right?
the exact specific finances of that, but yeah, there is an idea. I mean, like other countries have done stuff like that. Like I don't understand why that's like such a like crazy idea to you that like
I'm telling you why. because
we've
there's
already
not
done
enough
it. We've
people
already
to
done it.
work.
People like what? Then we need
You
more
think there's
immigrants.
gonna be
Then we
UBI
need
when
more
the grid
immigrants.
goes
We need
down?
more legal immigrants. Like all the illegal immigrants in this country. You're right. We need more people. So we need more. All of the illegal immigrants. We want to make sure that we legalize them all so that they're paying their taxes, so we have more money for UBI. Okay, you're right. I agree with you
That
then.
wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket. That's
Of what? The entire world, or are we talking the country again? Because you
No,
kind of
so
seem a
in
little
the-
all over the
in the
place with
United-
this.
In the United States, we
Uh-huh.
estimate there's maybe between 10 and 20 illegals, 10 and 20 million illegals. That would not even be
Okay.
a drop in the bucket. Yeah.
So you think
Somewhere
that there's an
between
ability
10
to
and
like
20.
have like us all like have like how many kids do you think people have to, like do we all have to have 5 kids? Like I don't know how you like what are your kids doing right now? Like I feel like there's like a lot of like effort having to be like multiple like children. Like what is your problem? Like I don't understand why feminism means that feminism mean no kid? Like what are you trying to say? With like
Feminism means that the birth rate has gone from about 5 kids per woman in 1890 to
1890?
now.
1890.
Yeah. When do you think feminism started?
Do you think the population was higher in 1890?
Yes.
The
But
entire
proportionally,
population of the world was
the
higher in
birth rate,
1890.
It's about.
It doesn't
birth
matter.
rate
People
and
were fucking.
growth.
People were having that many kids because they were
How are
dying.
you a socialist?
How-
when you
because
don't
they were
understand
dying.
The most basic economics. How do you not?
We're not talking
understand
about
this?
that. We're talking about like you don't think that like people had a lot of kids back in the day because a lot of them died. You're gonna try and tell me right now that that wasn't the case?
The birth rate was 5 plus kids per woman. Now it's 1.
Yeah, because like half of them died.
It's the population doesn't matter. The birth rate matters because you need enough younger people. Yes. Oh my God. She doesn't understand math. See, this is why we can't have feminism because Nina wants to run things and doesn't understand basic
Yeah,
math.
I've definitely said that.
Well, you need enough younger people to support older people, and you need enough younger
Sure.
people being born to support growth, right? So if you are below replacement level is 2.1. Okay. So each woman needs to be having on average 2.1 children just to keep the population stable. When you drop below that for an extended period of time, you will have population collapse. Does that make sense?
I mean, you kind of like skipped a lot in terms of like the step between having kids and then population collapse. It seems like really catastrophic and a little hysterical of you to say it that way. I don't really understand the idea about of like why are you such like a doomer pill like here
It's
when it
not
comes to
doomer
like
pill,
it's 100%
just
doomer
math.
pill. It's just
So-
math. What do
Yes,
you mean
it's
it's
just
just math? Like
It's just math. Okay,
like no
Nina.
immigration okay, so Japan has like a really big issue with being incredibly xenophobic. You know, they're racist as shit, right? Like I'm half Japanese. I went to Japan. They didn't like that. It doesn't matter. Anyways, the fact is like they have something similar to what I think you're kind of trying to describe when
Yeah,
it comes to
they have the
population club,
lowest-
but
they
that's
have the
because they're
lowest birth rate.
xenophobic. They're xenophobic.
No.
They don't want immigrants from
Because
other
they have
countries.
Nina, they have the lowest birth rate in the entire first
Correct.
world. And even if they open their borders to all the immigrants tomorrow, Mexico, Central
Well,
America,
then why
South
isn't-
America, Africa are all below replacement. You're gonna run out of immigrants within the next decade.
I'm gonna
next
run out of
fucking-
immigrants.
Yes, you will. And what happens? Okay, let's say we just start importing people from Nigeria. What happens to Nigeria? It collapses. There's
No.
yes, you have to have population stability. If you are below replacement levels all around the world for an extended period of time, that's population collapse. That means the infrastructure will go down. And you will
Are the
have
is
mass
infrastructure made out of is infrastructure made out of people? Like, what do you mean that
Yes,
infrastructure?
it is.
They're literally made out of
Yeah.
like physical people. Like, that's why you're describing it to me. That it's like literally, oh, if you don't have enough people, like that were like literally like Atlas style holding up the bridges here or something. Like, that's very silly. Like, obviously, immigration makes up for first world population or birth rate decline, because that is very common in a lot of third world countries. They do have what you're talking about. They are having a lot of children or whatever because they don't have access to certain things. Sure, whatever. Like, so
No,
why
that's
don't we
not
just
true,
like
no.
encourage
There's only
more
two
immigration?
countries. There's like 2 countries, 2 regions in the whole world that are not below replacement. You can't continually draw on the third. You can't just keep importing Guatemalans and Africans. They don't have enough people either. Is what I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I assume they choose to come here. It's not like we're picking them up from the airport or something like that. Like kidnapping
But I'm
them to
saying
come to
even
our
if we
country.
did,
Like,
even if we paid them to come
well, there's a
here,
bunch.
they're
Well, there's a
not.
shit ton of people on our border that want to come here for asylum, and I don't feel like you would support that. But
It's not
I mean,
what
I'm
I
making
do.
assumptions
I
about you because I
would.
feel like you're making
I
assumptions about
actually
me.
would. I tell.
Oh,
I'm
let's
not-
go
look,
then.
You're making all.
Pog.
You're making all kinds of assumptions that
Yes, I'm doing the same thing that you're doing. Yes.
I only know what I know
Jump
about
scare.
you because I watched one of your streams and heard what you had to say. That's
Yeah,
all
especially
I'm
about my job
receiving.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, and fair enough. But
Okay, so,
what I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's not enough people. You can't just continually import the third world because the third world is now below replacement, except for like 2 areas. So I'm telling you that this is a projection from who was it that did the
wage
projection?
go up?
No, wage not go up, because here's what happens. It would if it was that simple, but it's not that simple. It's not a
Not enough
completely
people.
closed system. So within the next 7 years, by 2030, we're not going to have enough people to keep infrastructure up. We're not going to have enough people to import from anywhere. And you won't see just infrastructure failure here. You'll see it in all of Europe. You'll see it in Mexico. You'll see it in parts of Africa, because there's just not enough people being born to keep things up. So when you said you think infrastructure is people, yes, infrastructure is people. It takes people to maintain the power grid, the airports, the, you know, all of the things we enjoy, sewer systems, nuclear power.
I'm not trying to debate
plants.
against that.
Right. So that takes people. And if you don't have enough people, innovation comes from the younger generation. So when you suffer population collapse, there's no more innovation. There's nobody to keep things going. That's what I'm telling you. So this is something, if you just Google population decline and look at the Wikipedia article, it will tell you a list of the negative effects. Okay. Deflation, mental health decline due to permanent recession. It will cause permanent recession, labor shortage, decline in innovation, no funding for welfare and safety nets, because that all comes from the younger generation. So if you're somebody who wants socialism,
how does this have to do with feminism? That you're not forced to give birth anymore? Is that like
no? It's
I feel like we've been on this for a really long time.
Propaganda is very, so you've been propagandized. You are a very
everyone
good
has,
example of, yes, everyone has. You're right. So that's why I'm trying to break the propaganda, because this is a serious problem. We've convinced women that what matters to them is having nice wine and having a fancy handbag and having a certain standard of living and posting pictures of their vacation for the gram, right? And those sort of things. And that you can't have those things. Chelsea Handler just had a video where she's talking about how awesome it is to not have kids because she can do whatever she wants, right? That kind of thing.
Sure, that's cringe, whatever.
Women are having like maybe 1 child, maybe 2 if they're really crazy.
Yeah, because you know it's a lot of work.
Yes, but the future belongs to those who show up for it. So if you want UBI,
up for it?
Yeah. If you want UBI and socialism, you cannot have that if there's no younger generation to support it. And feminism is the reason why the birth rate is so low, because women are prioritizing work, because women are in college debt, because they are on birth control and they are getting abortions. If you have evidence that the birth rate has declined for another reason, I would love to hear it.
I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, over time, like, birth rates ebb and flow all the time. It has a lot to do with the economic situation of the country they're in, especially like if we're talking about like wartime back in the day, like obviously birth rates would go down because like there's less people like alive, literally. Like, I don't understand why you think that, like, basically, like, having children is, like, maybe it's just because you felt that way strongly, and then, like, you have to, like, lean into it. I assumed you had 5 kids because you wanted to, not because you felt the need to. Am I right?
That's true. But
Okay,
that's
so then
because-
I don't understand why you would, that was your choice to do that, right? And feminism supports you. That was your choice. You wanted to be a mom.
No,
I know you.
feminism does
Yes,
not
there's a bunch
support
of cringe feminists that don't. I'm not going to deny that that's not the case, okay? I get it. Like, there's a lot of fucking assholes who think that, like, oh, if you're a feminist, you have to be, like, having, like doing the cringe grind set thing or whatever, you know? Like, I understand that there is a lot of pressure where you get shit on for being a stay-at-home mom. I'm sure that happens. I don't disbelieve it, because my mom used to do the same fucking shit, and that really fucked up my idea of some point of having, like, kids at all. And I understand that. I understand what you're saying when it comes to that. I get that. But I think the idea of feminism is that it was your choice to do that. You chose. You were not made to do that, right? Like, you admitted that. So, like, I don't understand why somebody cannot choose the same way that you chose to have 5 kids to not have any. Like, it seems like you're kind of putting the same pressure on people to have more kids that you had against having kids to begin with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that
Well, do you not feel like you're doing that, though?
What? That I'm putting pressure on women?
Yeah, you're trying to say that every kid should have,
No,
or every woman should have, like, 2.5 or whatever you said. Sorry.
Yeah, I do, and here's why.
Okay.
Right? So you are under the assumption that women don't want to have kids,
No.
right? Okay.
I think there's, I mean, why? I literally just said that you obviously wanted to have kids, so, like, what's the problem?
So why do you think that the birth rate's so low? Why do you think women aren't having babies?
Well, because they're expensive.
Because they're expensive?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be more interested in having children if it was, like, more affordable. I don't think that's, like, a hot take. I mean, are you gonna tell me, like, you have kids, you know they're expensive. Like, you have to take them to the doctor and shit, and, like, that bill's probably a lot. You have to buy them, like, phones or whatever. Like, you gotta buy them, like, just clothes. Like, you know that shit's expensive.
Okay. Keep going. So things are expensive, and you think that's why women aren't having babies. But,
Well, I think that's why families aren't having babies.
How do you explain the fact that the highest birth rates are among the poorest people, and that the richer and more wealthy people are having the least babies?
Okay, because they probably are less educated about sex ed and stuff like that.
So you don't think it's you think it's the uneducated, they're just ignorant, and that's why they're having babies, because they don't know how babies are made?
What? No, I mean, you know what I mean when I say uneducated, or are you really going to be that obtuse about it?
So you're saying they don't know how babies are made?
No, that is not at all what I'm saying.
And that's why they're getting pregnant? They're getting pregnant because they don't know how to prevent pregnancy?
Well, I think, for one, there's obviously an aspect of that you were kind of saying earlier, where, like, abortions are not necessarily cheap, right? But I think there's a lot of, like, traditional pressure. That's $500 is cheap. Most average fucking families can't even afford a $400 emergency. Are you serious?
A lot of people can find
$500 is a lot of money. We're not talking about drugs. That's a lot. You're gonna tell me that $500 is not a big deal?
I'll concede that point. I was just making a joke. I'll concede.
All right. Sorry.
Go ahead.
My bad. But no, it's a lot, and a lot of people can't necessarily afford it, and it is not, like, easy to get, like, especially when, like, states are going to obviously ban abortion, and, like, Texas or whatever, and, like, the rich people are still going to get the abortions, and they're going to go to other places, and the poor people don't really have a choice. And also, like, I don't know if you, like, don't think, like, the R word, we're on YouTube, I'm not sure the what we can say here, but, like, doesn't happen, and, like, a lot of social pressures that comes along with, like, with immigrant families, of, like, having to keep who typically are, because they're immigrants, obviously on the lower rung, like what is that, like, not make sense to you?
So you're saying that people who are educated and have means choose not to have children, and that
they have the choice to, yes.
Right. And that's what I'm saying the problem is. I'm saying the problem is that if you're saying, you said your argument was that the birth rate is low because people can't afford babies. And I'm saying the people who can afford babies are the ones choosing not to have them. So that can't logically be the cause, right?
Okay. Well, I think the obviously the choice of partners and
Yeah,
stuff like
but
that.
obviously the rich are not choosing to not have babies because they can't afford it. They have the lowest birth rates. The higher income you are, up to a certain point, I think it's like once you're past like $1 million, maybe the birth rate goes up a little bit. But it's the people
Well, I
who
mean,
are
Elon
between
Musk
like,
feels like he has to repopulate the world. So,
well, he believes that this is a problem, and he want, that's a whole separate
do you
thing.
support
Why he
that?
wants it.
We don't have to get distracted. Sorry.
No, I don't support him having 10 babies by like 9 women. No, not at all.
Yeah, it feels like
But
he's not in any of their lives. So,
no, I'm not. I'm a nuclear family person. But
gotcha.
I'm just saying that logically, your argument falls flat when we see that the people with the most means to have children are the ones having the least
No,
children.
but it doesn't matter though. You're talking about a greater, like, the greater population. Like it doesn't really matter which element of like the upper class versus the lower class is having kids at the point when we're talking about like a global population. Like I don't really see like how you would like it doesn't really matter the class of the people. Like obviously they are more expensive. It doesn't mean that the rich people are necessarily like able to like like uh like what, like have like 45 kids. Like why would they want to do that? I you're really into that Dr. Pepper, huh? Sorry.
We are Dr. Pepper Zero stands.
Oh, you're in Zero stands? I'm not a Dr. Pepper person.
The official sponsor of the stream.
Really?
And I think this is a good place to end it because I was trying to let you guys finish that point, but we do have to get to.
Sorry, my
closers.
ADHD took over there.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, the official stream sponsor, Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar.
All right.
Full
Hashtag
master
ad.
stream today here at the Crucible. But yeah, we're gonna get to closing statements. Like I said, you're each gonna get 7 minutes. We agreed backstage that since Nina went first for the opener, she'll go last for closers. Rachel, whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes on the clock for your closing statement.
Sure. So I think I made a pretty good case as to the problems with feminism. We have declining birth rates. We didn't even get to a whole bunch of stuff that I would have gotten to. But we can see that like rates of abuse in homes without both biological parents present are much higher. That's due to no-fault divorce, which was something feminists lobbied for. It's something that wouldn't have existed prior to feminism. We can see that outcomes across the board for children, for women, are worse. I didn't even get a chance to reference the fact that disordered alcohol use among women has more than doubled in the last 20 years because many women are struggling with having to be, juggle careerism and wanting a family, but feeling like they can't. And all of the other statistics of children who are being raised in daycares, children who don't have biological fathers present in the home, the declining birth rate and the population collapse and all the massive problems that will cause, including making every socialist safety net that anybody on the left would want completely impossible to have or maintain. And then we also have, welfare spending going up without a population to support the welfare spending. And just the fact that like, I'll just get personal at the end because I feel like I've done a lot of stats and I've done a lot of, my studies and all that. But
come at me.
Since I've written this book and since I have started doing this kind of work and talking about these things, I've gotten hundreds of emails, DMs, and even letters in the mail, which I didn't know were still a thing, from women who watch my content, read my book, hear my debates, and then write me to say, I'm in med school, or I'm supposed to be starting a dental practice up, or I'm supposed to be, in engineering school. And all I want to do is get married and have kids. But I feel like I cannot do that. My parents wouldn't understand. They'd be disappointed. My friends would think I was crazy. I would face so much like social pushback from people I care about if I chose to be a stay-at-home mom that I just don't feel like I can do it. I don't feel like I would have the support. And I'm scared, and this is what I really want, but I don't know how to do it. And they can't even talk to anyone in their life about it except for me. So I know for a fact that most women do have a biological drive to have children, to be mothers. And to the extent that all of us, as like Nina and I both have kind of tomboy backgrounds, right? And I totally identify with that. When I was young, I did not think I wanted kids. If you would have ever told me I'd have 5, I would have thought you were insane, and I would have laughed at you, and I'd have been like, no way. But when I had my first daughter, it changed everything. Changed my whole worldview, changed what I thought, and I realized that all this stuff was bullshit, and it was a lie, and that the way we do things now is so nonsensical. Outsourcing the raising of our children to low-wage daycare workers, putting kids somewhere, anywhere for 8 or 9 hours a day so that we can go work, thinking that that's the highest value we have, is an inherently, like, if you want to talk about exploitative capitalism, that it would be that. However, my second book I'm working on is about communism and the Bolsheviks and how they pushed feminism on women in a completely different way. They kind of used separate tactics to push it on women there. But I just think that every metric of well-being that you look at for society at large, including and especially women, has gotten worse over the last 100 years. And feminism just hasn't done for women any of the things that it promised to do.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And Nina, whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock.
All right. So I was very scared about doing the beginning statement, so I didn't actually do a prepared one. But I'll just, obviously we've been having a conversation, so I just want to have final thoughts, I suppose. I think that, yeah, you're right. We didn't get into a lot of stuff that we should have talked about. I would love to talk to you again if you're at all interested in doing that. But I think that, like, there's certain points, so many points we didn't get into that I would love to talk to you about. But I think that a lot of, like, what you were basing a lot of, like, feminism is, like, birthright related, which I don't understand why that's particularly a woman or whichever side issue, because it seems like that is more of a choice between couples would be my guess. Like, I don't think it's necessarily women doing it, but I guess the idea is that you're trying to say that it's the indoctrination or whatever. But I don't see why feminism itself, like, you having more rights is a bad thing unless you kind of don't trust yourself with the rights or you don't trust other women with the rights. And I think it is fucked that you had to deal with people, like, not wanting you to have, like, to be a stay-at-home mom. And, like, you're getting all these letters of people who don't want, or that they want to be stay-at-home moms, or they want to be moms, and that they feel these social pressures to be, like, a breadwinner or whatever. And I understand that could be, like, an issue for them, and I don't think that is fair. I think that those people that are probably, like, getting shit from other people, like, those people that they're getting shit from are probably not feminists, because feminism is all about choices. Everything about feminism is about choices. I think feminism helps men, women, non-binary, everywhere in between, in terms of being able to make your own decision. I know you're, like, kind of catastrophizing about the idea of, like, the birth rates and stuff along those lines. But I don't really think that that's at all a thing that has anything to do with feminism outside of maybe just, like, what, like, we can't, like, rape everybody all the time. Like, oh my God, sorry. R-word everybody all the time. And like, then they're forced to give birth. Like, I don't think that that's, like, a big aspect of what feminism has done and why it's, like, bad, because, like, there's a less stigma, or Jesus Christ, I can't even say the right words. I got so distracted she moved. But I don't think that feminism has anything to do with the fact that, like, birth rates are declining. I think that is a collective decision between couples and, access to contraceptives, sure. But, like, it's choice. It's just freedom. This is America, bitch. Like, I believe in freedom, and I believe having the choice over your own decisions when it comes to if you want to have kids or not. You obviously wanted to have kids, so you did. And I don't think that everyone has to be set up to that same standard of, like, having to have kids, where, like, you were saying that you didn't want to have, or that you did want to have kids, and people are shitting on you for not wanting to work and wanting to have kids, stay at home mom. I think it's equally as fucked to say that people have to then not have the choice to be able to not have kids, and, like, to put it on other people to say that you have to have kids. Like, I personally find it incredibly annoying when people are like, oh, well, when are you gonna have kids? It's like, well, when I'm ready, bitch. Like, okay, like, I think that's equally fucked on both ends, saying if you have kids and you want to stay at home mom, you shouldn't have to feel the need to have to do that, and that's what feminism supports. If you do want to have kids and you do want to stay, or if you don't want to have kids, wait, I don't remember which one I said first, but if you don't want to have kids and you want to go to work, you shouldn't get shit on by people like you saying that like, oh, well, everyone should be having 2.5 kids or whatever. And I yield back on that one.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you both for the closing statements. Thank you for the spirited debate. I enjoyed it a lot. It was fun. For those of you that aren't aware, here at the Crucible, we do things a little bit differently. And once the closing statements have been completed, we consider the debate portion of the show to be over, at which point we're going to get to callers. There's going to be super chats. The moderator can interact here and there. So it's a little bit different than other platforms in that regard. But I do have a couple of brief questions. I'll be as brief as I can before we get to callers. There's a bunch in the back line. If you do want to call in, hurry up and get in line. Get in the Discord, get that link, because it's going to fill up quick. We might not get to everybody. So hurry up and get in there to increase your chances. Quickly, Nina. So question I have is, you said at some point early on in the debate that essentially you would be willing to take these like hard manual labor jobs, like concrete pouring or framing or whatever.
Sure.
You said as long as they paid enough, or like they paid well enough, like that they do, like these trade jobs on average pay a lot more, and there's a lot more overtime, and they're much more in demand than office jobs these days, right?
Yeah. I have a friend that works in construction. I did actually consider working for them, but it's a lot of a boys club thing that comes with a lot of those that I feel like is a little bit not welcoming to women. But I mean, that's a different story. But did you have more to that question, or?
I'm just wondering, like would you, like, are you being genuine when you say you would really go and join one of those jobs, like full time, being a construction worker or some sort of manual labor?
I've considered doing it a bunch of times because I really like real estate. So I would love to like build a house and stuff like that. Like not just like only build a house, but obviously contributing to like I'm
build a house yourself?
Myself, given enough time, probably. I know enough about construction. Like I'm really interested in like literally the literal construction of buildings. I think that people who work with their hands are so like, I don't know, cool is the right way, but like I think like construction's a really, really good job because you see what you've created. Like you are literally building it from the ground up, and I think that's an awesome thing for you to be able to witness, and I've always wanted to do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't want to badger you too much.
Oh, go ahead. Badger away. Badger away.
I don't want to take up too much time.
I just...
I know you just think I'm lying. It's fine.
No, like I had to bale hay for a couple of summers, and people think that stuff sounds cool because they watch movies. It's manual labor jobs when you have to do it for 8 or 10 hours a day. I'm in rough, and you would do it for a day, and you'd be like, "Fuck that shit."
Well, I think every guy would think the same thing too. They're probably like, "Fuck that shit," but we got to do it again. Like it's like you do it because you're supposed to do it.
Guys are built different.
Men
really are built different. They like because they have different capabilities. And I say this as somebody like, yeah, I'm really, really strong for a woman. I could kick most women's ass, but you put me next to Zen or my husband or any other man, and it's like I don't have much of a choice, which is why I teach women how to use guns.
Do you think you beat me up?
Yeah. not to be mean, but yeah.
Probably. Yeah. I don't really work out, so if you're benching like 150, you probably could.
Anyway, Rachel, another a question for you.
Okay, good.
I kind of just want to hear what your response would be to this. If you look at something like the wage gap argument that a lot of feminists will make, and how it's kind of debunked in a way when you account for education levels and location, things like that. You might find that women actually make more dollar for dollar when you account for all of the factors that go into the workforce. So wouldn't it and just answer this how you want, wouldn't it be better for a woman, given that women make more on average, to go and be the ones go be the breadwinner while the man stays home? Wouldn't that be ideal if we're looking at
if I had never had kids, I might say yes. Although when you take a look at the wage gap arguments, actually women
There's some
don't
text
make
in the lower
more
corner. I can't
you're right,
tell
they make more
what
as
it
far as
is.
time put in, but men are willing to do, like I said, my husband will do 60, 70-hour weeks. He will do 5 days in a row of work 12 or 13 or 14 hours, come home, sleep, and get back up and do it again. I don't want to do that. Most women don't want to do that. The toughest women I know, and I know some badass women, they don't really want to do that, right? But even all that aside, let's just say the women were making way more money. Again, when you give birth, when I had to separate myself from my infant child for 10 hours a day, it was painful for me and it was painful for her. It caused me some like postpartum depression. It caused me all kinds of heartache, guilt. I didn't like it. I didn't want it. She didn't like it. She didn't want it. And what I got from all the women around me was, oh, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. And I thought, that doesn't make any fucking sense. How does that make sense? I have to, so you're telling me that so that I can work and have a career, I got to go drop my baby off for 10 hours a day and be apart from her so I can go to a job that I don't really give a fuck about just for some kind of fucking vague illusion of now I'm independent and have my own money?
I thought you were a
That's
stay-at-home mom.
Well, when I wasn't always. So
Oh,
when I was young, I thought I had to do everything the way
Sure.
everybody else does.
Gotcha.
And I had a job when I got pregnant.
Mhm.
So when I was like, oh yeah, I'll just pop out this baby, and 2
I
weeks
see what you're
later,
saying.
I'll just go
Okay.
back to work, right? And then I realized, oh shit, it's not like that, right? And as you said in the beginning, having children, being a mom is a full-time job.
Yep.
And now my oldest daughter is 22. My youngest turns 11 on
Be a parent.
Saturday. She's amazing.
Oh,
They're all
congrats.
amazing. Yeah, they're amazing human beings.
Mhm.
And I have no regrets. And not only do I have no regrets, but women don't understand there are phases to life. You have your kids, you have your family when you're young and you're biologically fertile, and having babies is easier because let me tell you, having one at 20 and one at 32 is
Yeah.
a totally different ball game.
Yeah.
You know, you can do the sleepless nights and the pushing and the labor and all that stuff when you're 20. It's harder in your 30s. Still worth it, but harder. And then you get to where I'm at now, where I'm going to be 43 this year, and my youngest is 11, and I do have more time. Now there is time to think about other things. I will have a whole second half of my life, God willing, where I get to do other things or maybe be really involved with my grandkids and my church and my community. And I can, so there's phases of life, but we tell women, go to college and have a career first and then think about family. You're like 35 or 40 and the clock is running out. I just think that's terrible advice. I think we should tell them, have your family first. Focus on all the material stuff later because that will come. It comes with time. Like we make twice what we made, 10 years ago. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. We do need to get to callers, though. We got a whole lot in the back line. We're going to start with our first one, Andrew BPF, host of the Crucible. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Your mic
Okay,
also
great.
sounds like shit. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a big fan. Big Papa Fascist, right?
That would be me, Nina. Nina, do me a quick favor because people like to cheat all the time and get answers from their chat. Can you close your eyes for me real quick? Just close your eyes. There you
Wait,
go.
can I ask you? I think I know the
I
question.
feel like you're gonna punch me through the
no,
screen
you
or
can't.
something.
No, I'm doing it.
No.
Nina,
Let's all close our eyes. Let's all close our eyes.
can you fit a 10 millimeter socket on a 3/8 inch bolt?
I don't have either of those things, so I don't know how you would want me to do that.
Okay, that's not my question.
Oh, okay.
I have.
When do I close my eyes?
Hang on, right now, close
Okay.
your eyes. I have 3 really quick questions for you.
Okay.
The first is, when I was visiting with Zen Shapiro and became the godfather of his only daughter, what an honor that was.
Okay.
One of the things that he showed me was his woodworking shop, and it was very impressive. And he did a shelf recently. What grit sandpaper do you think he finished that shelf with?
I don't see why I need to be blind for this, but I would say at least like a 0.5.
A 0.5 grit?
Mm-hmm.
What's a 0.5 grit?
I don't know. I'm just saying
sandpaper?
some random shit. I don't know why my eyes are closed.
Okay. So then my next question, you had mentioned that concrete work when you're talking and discussing about concrete
Are you
work.
just trying to like mog me on like?
No. I'm not mogging you. I'm just asking you a very basic
Okay,
question.
okay.
So when you're talking about concrete work, you said that machinery takes care of most of that.
Yeah.
would agree that there's a machine component, like with the concrete mixer.
Right.
Would you say that the concrete mixer uses a hydraulic or a pneumatic system in order to spin it?
I think it's pneumatic, right?
No, it's electric. And then my
Wait, that
last
was a
question
fucking
that I had for you,
that was a trick question. That's not fair.
and this one's very important. You said that you climbed cell towers. You love to climb cell towers.
Mhm.
What is the official name of the rungs on a cell tower?
I actually did know this. Fuck. I've heard them referred to as hooks, but I don't think that's the official term.
Well, no,
So
the
I would-
official term,
Oh,
hang on. The
okay.
official term, I'll give it to you.
Sure.
They're called rungs. They're called rungs. That's the official
Well,
term.
you're just trick questioning
Anyway, thank
me.
you so much.
You're just
Thank
trick
you so much
questioning
for your
me.
time,
What
Nina.
the
Have
fuck?
a great night. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for the
What?
comment. You know,
What?
For the record, he and
That
I
was
think
so
the same.
mean.
It was mean. It was mean, but this is what you signed up for. This is what you
Did
signed
I
up
blow
for.
his wife out so hard that he had to come in here and gotcha? I'm just joking.
Well, to be fair, like when
We're
I
all
said
friends
earlier,
here.
I was like, I don't want to badger you. I was gonna do the same thing. I was gonna ask you like, what is the underside of the roof overhang called? And like,
Well, I assume nobody like inherently like it's not like a guy knows inherently what it is. It's like you just
right,
go to school.
No, I think a fair way to conclude that would be like, what do you think that the average man is more likely to know the answers to those kind of questions, or the average woman?
Well, I don't think that you at any level of your biology would make you know what something is called. That seems very silly to me.
The point would be that men are generally more experienced in manual labor and
Yeah, because they're.
like,
What do you mean? Because they've done it.
but a woman would be able to tell you like what's the difference between like gel and acrylic nail paint or something. Which I would have no idea.
I don't know what the difference between gel and acrylic
But
nail
the
paint
average
is.
woman might be more likely.
Well, I literally do these myself, and I don't know what the difference is really. So.
Okay.
I think that it really just has to do if you're interested in the topic. I don't think education or a particular subject has anything to do with your gender or sex. I feel like that's silly to say that. Go ahead.
We're gonna get moving here in the next callers. If there are any females that want to call in, you will take priority. I'm making that executive decision. We'll start with Samaria Anna. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I get to see her in person. You are beautiful.
Oh,
I
thank
see
you.
her. I see her in the chat all the time, but I've never seen her in person.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice
You
to
are?
meet you.
Anna?
Am I in the chat a lot? Hi.
Do you like Anna or do you want the full name?
Either way, either.
Okay. Okay. What's up?
Go
Yeah,
ahead
I
whenever you're
saw
ready.
an all woman panel,
Mhm.
so I thought it gave me the courage.
Oh,
to
women.
call in.
All right, Zen. I didn't know.
We're very inclusive here at the
Oh,
Crucible.
yes, we
He's
do.
a
love that.
moderator. He doesn't count.
I just have a couple of questions. My first one's for Rachel.
Okay.
Do you see a way in which feminism could be granted to women, or shall I say, where women could be given the choice to work and to use birth control and things like this without all the negative outcomes that you listed off today? Like, for example, like if it was a cultural thing where there was a strong culture of very pro family, pro women, like pro motherhood, pro like giving birth, having lots of children.
Yeah, like a pronatalist society.
Yeah, would you say that would that negate any negative aspects of feminism that were mentioned today?
Yeah, I think it would. And actually, that's kind of what we had prior to feminism, prior to, really to first wave even. So we used to have Mary, the Virgin Mary, the Theotokos, as kind of like our prototypical example to look to of what womanhood is, right? And when we kind of tossed her out, and in America specifically, and also parts of Europe, became very Protestant and kind of threw her out the window and said she's not important, she doesn't matter. I don't think it's like a coincidence that we saw a lot of Protestant women at the forefront of feminism, because they felt like once they did that, there was no room for women in Christianity anymore. So I think having her as, the Queen of Heaven, the Mother of God, the archetypal woman, and having her be the chief among saints, right, was like a very pro-female in the correct way. It was like very pro-woman in the right way, saying like, all of the feminine virtues were worthwhile and good, and we should emulate those things. I think that might have been different, but that's not what happened. We instead encouraged women to like emulate men and try to be like men. And like in the 80s, you saw shoulder pads and stuff, right? Like women were even trying to physically look more male. And sometimes now we do that. So I think that that might have been a possibility. Especially if we had encouraged birth control to only be for situations like maybe you have physical reasons why, you know, like my great grandmother had 4 children, and after her 4th, the doctor said, you shouldn't have any more. It's too risky. It's too difficult. But my great grandparents knew what caused that, and they knew, you know, what to do about that. And that's what they did, even without birth control back then. So I think that there could have been room for that, but unfortunately that's not what happened. So
okay, so would you say that it could be, for example, like in Saudi, like you were mentioning earlier, women weren't able to drive by themselves, they weren't able to leave the house by themselves, they couldn't travel, they needed to have a guardian, a male guardian, but they could still work. Women in Saudi are like half of the workforce. And they can use birth control. Both of these things are okay within Islamic law.
Yes.
So it's not really anything got to do with feminism. It's like enshrined in Islamic law.
Mm-hmm.
And you can say they're very anti-feminist there. Although I think that's changing now because the Arab world is getting more westernized.
Yes.
But it is like there's no feminism, like Western feminism, I would say, prevalent there at the moment. Well, not as much. So. But they do have a very strong cultural family values, like family ties. They're very pro-marriage, pro-having kids. So I think because of that, the negative aspects of women working and women being on birth control have been negated. So would there be instances, I guess I'm asking, where feminism wouldn't be the issue it is in the West?
That could be the case, but when we're talking about feminism, we're generally talking about how feminism came about in the West. Although, like I said, my next book is about feminism in Russia and the Eastern Bloc, which was a communist socialist version of feminism. It was Marxist feminism. So
Russia was never socialist.
No, they were Marxist. The Bolsheviks were Marxists. So they pushed feminism for a different reason, because they wanted women to work for the state. They thought that women working for their husband was bad, silly, a waste of time and energy, and that all of that should go to the state instead, and that children should be raised communally and be property of the state and things of that nature. So that's what they pushed in the Eastern Bloc and also in parts of Israel, funnily enough. But you're right as far as like, okay, so women having the choice to do certain things, I'm not against. It's not like there's a problem with that. And in the first couple chapters of my book, I take a lot of time to go over all the things women actually were allowed to do that a lot of people don't know about. You know, even in England and Europe.
Oh,
Yeah,
where
but we
else?
lost Rachel.
Where else?
Okay, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, it's when we're talking about feminism here, we have to deal with what we're dealing with. But yeah, I mean, in the Byzantine Empire, there was a lot of liberation for women to a point. Women could own businesses and have property and inherit things and take out loans and stuff like that. But it was never under this antinatalist, depopulationist agenda, which the elites in the West funded feminism here, and that's why we're in the situation we're in.
Yeah.
So
I do agree there. I think it's being used nefariously. I don't think it's an issue in and of itself. If it is what Nina said earlier, it's just choice. Although you can't argue like where the limits there and stuff.
Right. And that's the thing is like the idea that there was no choice prior to feminism isn't exactly correct. And that's why I talk about that a lot. Women felt prior to getting the vote in 1920 in America, women felt they were actually privileged. One of the reasons they stated for not wanting the vote is because they said, if we are expected to fully participate in civil life, we will no longer enjoy the protection and privilege. That was their words. Protection and privilege that we now enjoy, where, we're not expected to fight wars, defend the nation, do civil service, show up for jury duty, keep track of all the different political candidates. Politics was very looked down upon then, and it kind of still is now for good reason, right? So women didn't want to be involved in that. They said, we have more important things. We have the community, we have family, and this is a big overlooked thing aside from the natalist thing, is women used to take care of the elderly, the sick, the poor. They used to participate in the church life and make the community. And we no longer have community in the West. It's a big issue that people talk about all the time. Why don't we have community? Why don't we have community? Well, that's because all the women are in cubicles working for corporations. And who creates community culture? It's women. So that was their reason.
I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry.
Community equals women.
We do have to move on. So thank you for the call. We appreciate it. It was just sorry. We can't drag on the individuals too much, but thank you.
Cool.
I'm sorry. We can't. I don't mean to be mean, but we got to move on. We got a bunch of callers.
She's a woman. Just tell her.
Always welcome back. Thank you for the call in. Next one we're going to get to here. Resident sleeper. The resident Albanian.
Hello.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I just had.
You are very loud. Can we?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, leave it how you are. Leave it how you are.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
I just had a very quick question because you seem to be very confident that you can build a house.
Why so you're talking to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you tell me how to solder plumbing to make sure that it gets to every single room with the correct temperature of water, and how to install a water heater?
That's what a plumber does. You think that the construction people that are just building it do?
Wait,
no
so
way.
What am I doing? Am I building the entire house and having to do the infrastructure and having to run the electrical?
I'm
You
sorry,
don't hire one guy to do it.
Plumbing didn't go in building a house. I didn't understand.
Well, no, you
I
hire.
didn't.
Okay, have you ever actually
No,
done the effort into building a house?
Question. Are you
Well,
able to
you want to answer my question?
HVAC? You haven't
Yeah, there's
answered
another guy
mine.
that does that too. Do you just hire one service to build a house and put the plumbing in?
Nina, no, I'm not going to talk about it.
You know what I'm saying. Stop.
I do all the plumbing and electrical work for all my own buildings. I'll have you know.
Okay,
But
cool.
that's
Did you
okay.
build them?
That's okay. Yes.
Oh, do you want to fix my
Yeah.
window? Because it's fucked, so.
Absolutely not. Oh, I thought you were able to do that.
Well, I don't know
considering you
anything
said
about
you could
glass.
build
I'm
a
not
house.
assuming I can do absolutely everything with no
so-
education related to it.
Oh.
Do you think a
Oh, but I
baby
thought I
man
heard
can
you
do
say
it?
earlier that education wasn't important for this stuff.
I literally
that
never
doesn't
said
make
that.
sense. You said that not even 5 minutes ago.
I literally never said that education on this subject was not important. That's
Oh,
fucking stupid as
sure.
shit. Like, why would
For
I say
building a
that?
house?
Yes, I think education is really important when it comes to knowing what you're doing. Why would I think that the opposite?
Okay, very interesting.
I think that
That's all.
important,
That's all I
obviously.
wanted to ask. I was just
Thank you.
curious.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
Thank you for the call. We appreciate it, resident
Thank
sleeper. To kind of this kind of reminds me, Nina, when you mentioned the automation aspect, where we could fix the need for big, strong men working on
Well, I wasn't.
these jobs if we can just automate everything. You understand that the automation is run by big giant machines that have to be built and maintained
Yeah,
by
sure.
big strong men.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's a level of we can say of AI just building robot build robot type of thing. I don't think that's a hot take. That seems like that just tracks.
You're
I
always
wasn't
gonna
trying to.
need
Mhm.
a strong pair of hands to maintain the machines, to be able to. crank
Well,
the
not
wrenches.
necessarily.
Yeah, but why don't women want to? Why don't they
Because
want
people
to?
like you, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you. We've gone over socialization.
Could it-
Why
wait,
do
could it
why do
be-
most
could
women
it
not want to
be that
deadlift?
girls
Why do
just
most
don't
women
like
not want to
that?
deadlift? I don't want to deadlift because I don't know why I would do it. But you like doing it.
Right. Could it be?
No, but
that
you like
women
doing
are
it.
Women are just more interested in people and stuff like that. Could it be just that men and women have different interests and different things? They
Yes,
enjoy
individuals have
and
interests. I think your gender or sex have absolutely nothing to do with what you're into. I'm a
It
fucking
does,
sweaty
though.
nerd that got Diamond 1 in
That-
League, dude. I don't
that
give a
is
shit.
such a
It's just whatever
shit
you're
take.
into.
Yeah, but
How's that shit
you're
take?
You're terminally online. You're talking about
Yes,
online
most
shit where
guys are
it's
terminally
so-
online. Yes, I am.
Yeah, Yeah, you're just pushing buttons. I don't give a shit
Yes,
about
like most
pushing
men
buttons.
online
I'm
doing the
talking
same
about
thing.
the real world where, like, this is why I kept.
But I'm talking
rating
about, okay,
everyone.
so like maybe are online people the same then? Like, would you give me that? I guess. I don't know.
No, you think
Seems
that
like you like
because
hate
you-
yourself or whatever, and you think you can't do these things. That like that's
Oh
not
my
my problem.
Okay, hating myself is the least of
I
my
was being
problems.
kind of mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I get it all the time. You're not the first.
No,
and
I
you won't
don't.
be
I
my
didn't think so.
last, okay, like I'm just taking feminist
this like a
heads on a regular basis. Is
Kink
what
thing
I
for
do
you or
now,
what?
You know? No, it's just that like I am capable. For a woman, I am very capable.
Uh-huh.
You would not beat me on a shooting range with firearms.
I've
You would
never
not
shot a
beat
gun,
me in
so
the weight
sure.
room
I could probably beat you with my
You would
bow.
not- You wouldn't probably intellectually be able to match me either. There's probably
Well, I
not a
am
whole
very
lot you
confused by
could
the things that
outdo
you
me on.
say. Yes. Okay, sure.
No,
Who
there's
cares?
A lot you couldn't, and even I know.
So every
that
like fucking
probably
dumbass man is still smarter than you in your opinion? The dumbest
I'm
man.
not saying they're smarter. I'm saying they are better at different.
Is it like an age group thing or like what does that have to do with anything?
No, it's a male and female biological.
Okay, so they're better than you. So at what point do they become better at you?
Oh no! This is what you're not understanding.
I
They're
don't
not
understand your
better.
opinion. Yes, please explain it to me.
So what do you think that birthing 5 children and nursing 5 children and raising 5 children from age 0 to age 18 is for the weak?
What? That's not at all what I'm saying. We're talking
Right,
about
so
doing stuff.
What I'm telling
you don't
you
really.
It's different.
What?
It's just different.
Correct. Those are two different things. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not saying men are superior. I'm saying they're made and designed by our creator.
Because they can't like give birth. It seems like that's kind of like an L.
I'm guessing you must be atheist, right?
What?
I'm guessing you must be atheist.
Yes, I went to a Christian school for 12 years, so definitely.
Okay. So I'm not atheist, and I believe that we were created with different intentions. We were designed differently.
Yeah, I don't care what your biblical argument is. I don't care about your biblical argument.
But I'm a woman.
So do you have to go in like a different tent? Do you have to go in a different tent when you're on your period or some shit?
No, I'm breaking it up. I'm breaking up the cat fight.
Can I say one thing really quick?
No, because I'm being fair.
Okay. All right.
No, go ahead, let her. I've already won.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want it to get dragged out longer than it needs to. We got a bunch of callers.
That's fair.
We do have another female in the backline that's going to take priority. Nada the Riveter. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Oh,
yeah.
Of course. So you're just gonna start out by making fun of me? That's like obvious. Like whatever.
What? No, they're
yes.
But anyway, she's like making fun right away. Like I didn't even like say anything. I didn't even say like hello. I didn't even say anything against.
Are you talking to the chat?
I was just like saying. No, I'm talking to you guys because like
we didn't say anything.
Rachel girl, like lady, she was saying like, oh, not the Riveter. She's making fun of my name. It's like you don't have to do that, okay? Because like maybe
seem pretty excited
I want to. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. Anyway, I just wanted to say that like it was really interesting to watch, and I learned some things and stuff like that. But I was like, what's the whole point? Like, and I'm thinking like, Nina, right? Nina,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Nina, it's usually spelled like the Nina, but I spelled funny.
Okay, Nina. Okay, Nina. Okay, good. I have a cousin named Nina, so I'm like, oh, is
that? Oh, yeah, it's the same name.
That's cool. It's cool. I like it though.
Oh, thank you.
But it sounds the same, like Nina. So
yeah,
like, kind of just like, okay, yeah. I got it though. But I was just like, okay. So I was like watching this, and I'm thinking like, this was really good, and I thought that you guys were gonna like, I thought maybe like Nina made some good points, and maybe Rachel, like she was starting to get it, and like you like to do tough things, and you like to do things that are generally like, I guess you would say attributed to cis males, I guess, that they like to do, but like you like to do things that are more considered masculine. So what if like a woman just wants to be able to like, I don't know, choose what she wants to do, or like, what's the big problem? Like equality is bad. I mean, I just don't get it. It's just like what, like, oh, it's equal, so that's not good. I don't understand. Like, I'm like not even getting what she's talking about. It's like,
I'm equally as confused.
Question for you, Rachel. Put simply, what's your problem?
What the hell is my problem?
Like that.
Well, yeah, I guess my problem is that feminism is not about equality whatsoever. And
well, she's asking about you though, right?
Yeah. That's what I meant. I was talking about you because I was like, okay, so it's like you weren't saying feminism, but like, and I don't even know if, and then I was totally getting attacked in the chat by people. There's this like Joni who was like, oh, you're not
It's
this,
fine.
and you're not, just because I was saying congratulations are good, you did well. In fact, I didn't even say one thing, not even one thing about Rachel. I didn't even say one thing negative, nothing, just positive. I
All
was
right,
just being
fuck you,
totally
Zoni.
positive. I know. No, Joni. I think Joni. I think it's Joni. I don't know.
All right.
But I was just like, hey, I'm just being like positive. Like she did a good job. Or I would literally just write something like they try to say, oh, feminists are like this and they're gonna attack you. But like, what about the other side? Because I was just saying, good point. That's a good point. And then I got attacked for saying good point to some good points that
How dare they?
Nina made. That
Yeah.
was really, it was kind of
Wait,
I was
wait.
like, what
What were
am
the
I
good
the Twilight
points?
Zone?
What were the good points that Nina made?
Well, I'm the newcomer, so they're always gonna get mad at that. I mean, it's not necessarily
I
that much of a surprise, but I appreciate that you agreed with me.
I did, like, not in everything, because like there is one thing, like I happen to be, I'm like a narco socio-capitalist,
Mhm.
so we have like differ a little bit there.
Yeah.
But also, and then one more other little thing is like how like I do believe that like I'm not like I do definitely am down. I'm not down with the whole like billion genders and that kind of thing. Like that's not my thing. So I'm not like
Well, yeah,
down with
I
all
mean-
that, you know. But other than that, I think we're pretty much, you know.
Do you
eye to
want
eye,
to
but,
call
like,
Rachel a bad word or something?
no, I don't even want to do that. I just want to know, like, what's the problem? What's the deal? What's wrong if Nina is like, okay, cool, you go do you, I'll do me. Like, why is this such a big problem?
Well, the
I don't get
problem is mainly that I hate myself and I hate all women.
I didn't even say that. I didn't even say. You see,
Well,
I
Rachel
didn't even
did.
say
Rachel
that you
just
hate
did.
all women.
Rachel
I
just
didn't even
did
say
that.
that. Yeah, it's like, but she's trying. I think she's being, was that like
Facetious.
how, yeah, that's right. That's the word. I can't. I mean, I'm not like a debater like you, Nina, or like Rachel. Like I don't do this. So I don't know. But I'm just like thinking like this could be so much simpler. Like,
It's because her husband told her not to say anything, so she didn't want to say anything.
is that what?
Well,
no, really?
you see, my husband is you know, I will face
No, we love
dire
Andrew.
repercussions if I say anything out of turn or if I overcook
Yeah,
the roast.
yeah. If he
I
comes
will
home and
be
if we get off the stream and you are not cooking a 5-course dinner,
I will be
there's gonna be hell to
changed
pay.
from-
Yeah, but
All right.
yeah,
all right.
but
I'm sorry,
wait, just
Nada.
one more
We
thing.
do. Okay.
One more
okay.
thing. Wait.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
she
one more
says
thing.
that, but it wasn't like we're talking about. Like she acts like it's a billion years ago that that would have been the case for some women.
Mhm.
Like that would have happened. You know?
Yeah, that's like not that long ago. You know?
Yeah. Like what are you
Alright.
talking about? You know? Like
All right. We
open your
gotta get
eyes.
moving. We
All
gotta get
right,
moving
thank you,
now.
Nada. That I appreciate you agree with me, and tell everyone in the chat that it's just their husband telling them to say it. They'll get really offended by it.
Their biggest thing is go make a sandwich. It's like I don't. What?
Yeah.
Make a
All right.
oh, thanks, great, you got me. I'm dying.
Thank
I'll
you,
do a
Nada.
sandwich.
We
All right,
appreciate
thank you.
all the insight.
All right.
Appreciate it very
I
much.
appreciate the passion too. The passion, we love
All right,
that.
next one we're gonna get to here, Machine Lies. Regular caller. It looks like he fell asleep while he was waiting.
Oh my god, we're gonna get like this looks like a snuff film. What is happening here?
Hey, what's going on? I'm sorry, I just didn't understand
loud.
the fucking comedy routine or whatever the fuck was going on
It
there.
wasn't a copy. Go ahead with your question. Stop trolling.
Okay.
Go.
All right.
Okay. Well, my question would be to Rachel. First of all, it's nice to meet you, Miss Wilson.
Hi.
Yes, yes, it's very good to meet you. I've spoken to your husband many times, and
He's finally let her out of the house, or digitally.
No, I'm in the house.
What digitally?
I can't leave. I can only
Yeah,
leave.
I can't see your
Tucker
ankle.
Carlson. That was the only time that I was allowed to leave, was to be on Tucker Carlson's show.
All right, go ahead, Machine.
Not a joke, by the way.
No, I saw your thing. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. What's up, Machine Lies?
So Miss Wilson, my question was gonna be, well, you said that feminism, because I was listening closely to hear about the origins of feminism, you know, and it seems like you said it started in the 1890, and I was wondering, where was the you know, kind of like the catapulting event, or you know, what was kind of the initial starter, or who would you say were the key figures I would place it a little earlier in the 1600s with maybe John Locke or something like that. Or maybe with Martin Luther, or so would it be in the 1500s with Martin Luther? Would it be in the 1600s with John Locke, or would it be in the 1890, where I don't even know where it starts in the 1890, which would be my question.
I will tell you, because my book actually starts in the earliest civilizations in ancient Sumeria, where they had goddess worship, right? So I start the book with goddess worship cults and ancient societies. And
sorry, you just seem
know,
really.
I don't know
What's so
you just
funny
seemed
about
you seemed really excited about it. I thought it was really cute. Like you're like,
Okay.
yes,
that I was excited about.
Yeah, it was cute. I thought it was fun.
Because
he's very cute.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm only gonna go talk.
I mean,
I'll be right back. Okay.
hermaphroditic cults.
All right. Hang on. Let's let Rachel answer it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's always been that's why the story of Genesis is, has an element of female rebellion in it. We have legends like Lilith, right? And Inanna and Ishtar, who were defiant and, opposed to the patriarchy from the beginning of society. I think there is a feminine rebellious spirit. I call it the spirit of Eve or the spirit of Lilith, that makes women want to rebel against men's protection over us, right? It's kind of like how children will rebel against their parents when they're teenagers and they want to find their autonomy and all that kind of thing. But there's like a proper time and place for women to do that. It's just not against men. Women can have a lot of agency, a lot of leadership. We're extremely important, but it has to be framed correctly. So we have a ton of influence over society, community, church, children. We just are not supposed to have authority over men and over clergy, and we're not supposed to be in the government and all that kind of thing, is how I would phrase it. So I would say it started from the time that humanity started, that feminism's always been here.
That's very intriguing. Well, I had a question for Nina about women, race, and class. The book by Angela Davis. Have you ever heard of that book?
I have not read it. If you're gonna be hyper specific about it, I'm not gonna be able to inform that knowledge. But I've heard of the book.
Well, I just wanted to ask about the paradoxical relationship she presents in that book. About
are you talking about intersectionality, or what are you getting at here? I didn't read the book, so
I'm talking about a book, a fundamental book within a feminist theory by Angela Davis called Women, Race, and Class. And it's surprising you've never read it, but one of the main aspects of this book is she points out a paradoxical relationship between how women are introduced into the workplace and how it actually takes away from them being introduced into society, reintroduced into society as men, and having to play both the roles of men going to work and of women, that their roles as female has not been eclipsed by the Industrial Revolution. She was a student of Herbert Marcuse.
You're kind of just saying something that you want. Like, what is your question exactly?
My question is, are you aware of the paradoxical relationship that
you just want me to read the book?
What's the paradox? What's the paradoxical relationship, Machine? Go ahead.
Is that women had to be introduced into society playing dual roles after the Industrial Revolution. They had to play both the role as worker and also the role in the home, and that this made that women going into the workplace, it made women's rights worse. She points that out in her book. So I was just wondering if you were aware of that. It looks like you're not aware of it.
Well, I didn't read this exact book that you're talking about, but I don't necessarily think that it has to be a paradoxical relationship. I think that it's really odd that we focus. Okay, well, why? So, what, I can answer your question, or it doesn't matter. Anyways, the point is, I don't think that it has to be a paradoxical relationship. Do you want me to respond to the concept, or do you just want me to read the book?
Well, it'd be hard for you to respond to the
Well,
question.
no, I
if you
no,
haven't read
I
a fundamental
no, the
book in
concept
feminist
that you're
theory
trying to
that
say.
justifies
No, I can respond to
that
that. I
you
can respond to
represent.
that. I can respond to the concept. Do you want me to respond to the concept, or do you just want me to read the book?
Yeah, go ahead,
You
Nina.
you can respond to the
No,
concept.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
go ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
think it
go
has
ahead.
to be a paradoxical relationship between like my mom was the breadwinner of my family, whatever. Like she was a little bit of a grind set person or whatever. Like I don't think it has to be that way where you have to choose between the two. I think having a good relationship with your partner, especially, is like one of the best values to have still be a mother or father, depending on who you are, and like have your family there and still have presence in your child's life while having a job. Like I don't think that it has to be necessarily one or the other. I understand like babysitters and stuff like that, like it kind of creates a little bit of more of a divide, which I think is probably like what you're talking about, where you have to kind of choose between one or the other. Again, I didn't read the book, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like I don't think that is necessarily a feat. It's like I think that stay-at-home dads should be more of a social accepted thing. So if that's kind of like what the argument is, that like, oh, women have to be the child rearers, like I don't agree with that, because I think that the idea that men are really important in the lives of their children, like I think we all agree on that, right? Like where I think that that's fine that maybe they take more of an alpha role when it comes to the child rearing. Is that at all the correct way to respond to the theory?
Yeah, we're gonna have to go with it because we're running out of time here. So, Machine Lies,
Thank
thank
you
you for the call in, but we got to get moving. Appreciate it. Next one here, we got Casimir. Go ahead.
What's up,
Whenever
Casimir?
you're ready.
I like your
Please
painting.
emphasize brevity. Please emphasize
Sure.
brevity, Casimir. We know how it is, but go ahead.
Excellent. I'll be brief. 60, 120, and then 240, probably in that order. But the question is to Rachel. I noticed a correlation that the more centralized, controlled, and authoritarian societies get, the more they promote some form of feminism. You mentioned Marxist feminism, and our society is fairly centralized, and it's pushing feminism in a centralized manner. And yet, when I look at examples of societies that are more anarchist, they tend to be more orthodox religious, whatever the religion is. The more orthodox branches of pietism are not feminist. The more orthodox branches of Eastern Orthodoxy, not feminist. Jews Orthodox, not feminist. And yet they have more anarchist societies. Can you explain this correlation between increased centralized control by government and the promotion of feminism?
Sure. So I'm not even what you would call like an anarchist or a libertarian necessarily. However, you are right about the fact that the more centralized and globalized and more elite the ruling class is, the more they push this. And the reasons for that is simple. It enables control, right? You can control populations very easily if you can get the woman out of the home and into the workforce, and then you can remove the biological father from the home. This is one of the reasons why we see life for children getting so much worse the more feminism is pushed, because the state, or what we have now, is like a crony capitalist system, right? Where it's a public-private partnership. Yes, it's always like the corporations and the government working together to do whatever, right? To do so, they always push it as something that's wonderful, but it's always nefarious. And what that does is it puts the women out of the home, and then it removes the father from the home, and then the children are easily indoctrinated by the state or whatever this corporate state entity is, and it removes any protection from the children. And this was a stated goal of both Western feminists and Eastern feminists. So whether they were Marxist or whether they were liberal democratic feminists, both had the same goal, which was we need to get the children into a centralized system where we can indoctrinate them with the same messaging and eliminate whatever the messaging was at home, whether it's a religious, thing or family values, whatever values they're being taught at home. We want to eliminate that, and we want to teach them what we want to teach them. That was Horace Mann and Elizabeth Peabody here in the West, in the United States and Canada, who invented the public schooling system. In the East, it was the Marxists. It was Alexander Kollontai in Russia and Vladimir Lenin. So it was the same desired result, just different ways of indoctrinating the public on either end to do that. So you're right about that.
I have a much simpler question for Nina, like a total softball.
Mhm.
I just want to know what's the meaning of life, and what's the minimum number of children to achieve that meaning?
Like eating? Like, what do you mean?
What's the meaning of life, and what's the minimum number of children required to achieve that meaning?
Probably 0, because I imagine that you can have a very fruitful life without children.
So, if that's a standard thing, 0, doesn't it mean that we die within one generation? Are we able to achieve the meaning of life within our own lifetime?
Well, I don't know why you have your entire worldview as being like, oh, the only thing that makes you valuable is the fact that you can make more of you. I think that's kind of a you problem. I mean, we can do therapy if you want, but
No,
I don't really feel like that's
I
really
like
what you're trying to
myself.
ask.
What's not to like? Why not?
Well, I
make
don't know.
more
What is
of
your
me?
meaning of life? Do you have children?
No, not yet. But
Okay, well then,
it's-
if you're gonna imply that my meaning of life is not having children, I feel like it's very silly. Like you,
yeah,
I mean, I bet
I'm
you're like,
against myself. I'm at minus 4 at least by my count.
well, you've been
So I have to,
murdering
like, catch
children.
up. No. It's
Like,
the
that kind of seems like
potential,
that's
right?
what you're saying.
No, it's not what I said.
Okay. Do you actually want
I'm
to
saying
a
in order
question?
to achieve like the minimum required, I would set the bar at 4. So I count it as like
okay.
a negative score that I haven't achieved that so far.
All right. Well, so maybe like and subscribe to the channel, but maybe you should go and try and find some bitches. You know what I mean?
Right, but I agree, but that's not the answer to my question. That's a
So
question.
empowering. We're gonna
Yeah,
call
because we can
women
make
bitches.
jokes. Stop being so
empowering.
sensitive. Jesus Christ, it's
Not
fine.
sensitive. I just
I'm
want
not
you.
Cheers,
I want
my
you to
girl.
engage with the question.
Mhm.
Do you see a meaning in life beyond yourself?
That's a really, really complicated question. I don't know why you would think that was a softball, because I mean, like, could you answer the question in your way? I guess is what I would say directly back to you, because I think every individual. No. Every individual, I think, is their meaning to life is all based off of your individual experiences. So I don't think I could answer that for everybody, because I feel like that'd be very. So I think like having freedom. You know what? My answer is freedom. I think freedom should be the meaning to life. Your ability to make your own choices. Make your own choices.
Yeah, freedom for what?
Freedom for what?
Turn down for what? What do you mean? Like,
we
freedom.
all agree on freedom, but freedom for what?
To make your literally the definition of freedom. That's what I think that the life should be. Your life meaning should be something that you make. I can't tell you what your life meaning should be. I think you should have your own life meaning. Like, I don't know if I'm the first person who's told you this, and like you've been like having like really shitty parents or something like that keep like telling that you have to do these certain things. I think that you should have your own voice and do anything that you want. Okay, well, I didn't. Okay, I'm happy for you that you have your parents.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
sure, we can talk about it later.
We'll bring it back. All right, thank you for the calling, Kaz. Appreciate that. Quick follow up, Nina. If everybody has freedom, are there any duties that go with that?
Well, I mean, obviously your freedom. I have like the libertarian view of freedom, where as long as it doesn't infringe on everyone else's freedom. So like obviously like assaulting somebody, you're not free to like assault somebody, because then that is infringing on their freedom, right? That's kind of like my freedom. Like it ends where if I'm going to fuck over your freedom. You know what I mean? Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah.
So I kind of want to sing a song, but I won't.
Oh, you want to karaoke? I'm down, dude. Let's do it. Let's drink together. I think it'd be good to be fun.
The "Freedom Isn't Free" song from Team America, World Police. It's my favorite thing when people start going off on the
another softball question to follow up on Kaz's. Can you tell me what a 4-center bit is used for, Nina?
Sorry?
What do you use a 4-center bit for in construction?
A 4-center bit.
A 4-center bit.
Are you saying 4-center?
It's spelled Forstiner. Forstiner bit. Forstiner bit.
I assume it's like a drill part of some
what
some
do
extent.
You do with it? What's the purpose?
Well, if it's a drill bit, then you use it to drill bit things.
Okay. Good try.
I mean, like, I understand the meme that's happening here, but yeah.
It's used to make large holes in studs.
Yeah.
So you can send wiring through the studs.
Gotcha.
Or if you just want to, like make like a half depth whole.
Why aren't you asking Rachel this? She's at least married to this guy.
Because Rachel kind of knows that women.
Well, does she? Does she actually know, or do you think that we are incapable of knowing that information?
I think women don't give a fuck about this.
Well, I
kind
think
of
people
shit.
who, I think guys that don't give a fuck about this.
Build stuff. Women don't want to lay concrete. They don't want to maintain infrastructure. They don't want to do that. They want to go shopping and they want to get handbags and they want to have shoes.
Is that what you want to do?
No, I don't at all.
So then why are you saying that for all women? Wait, actual women? What are you saying you're not?
We got to move on. We got to move on.
All right.
I do like glitter.
Next,
we all love glitter.
We'll go ahead whenever.
I'll agree on that. All women love glitter.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Will.
All right. So my question is to Rachel. This is actually like I actually disagree completely with Casimir's statement that like authoritarianism and feminism go hand in hand. I actually think that anti-feminism and authoritarianism go hand in hand, because if you look at like the most powerful authoritarian states today, right, Russia and China, they're both like explicitly anti-feminist, as in like they actively want to control like women, especially when it comes to natalism.
Nope.
No.
Disagree. Disagree right off the bat.
Just no.
No, can I
disagree right off the bat? But okay, continue.
Yeah. So like to cite like a policy from Russia, there's like this. I guess there's this encouragement in general of like women to have more children. Plus, there are like official government camps where you have like teenagers like going like together right off into the wilderness for like some
the fuck camps.
You have the basically the fuck camps.
Mm-hmm.
And in China, it's like slightly more explicit. You have like the one-child policy, which is like a explicitly anti-feminist, because like you're basically controlling women and say, hey, you can only have one child, right? And then you also have like now they have the like 3 children is great sort of policy, where now they want you to like have 3 children and 3 children only, right? To sort of like be in replacement plus a few more, right? And they're also like there's also this problem where in China abortions like favor women, as in like more women like when they're detected in like the womb are aborted than men, because of like family name, inheritance, stuff like that. It's complicated.
I get what you're saying, but it sounded like there's like a gun that's like detecting.
Yeah, why not just
women in the
give me your question there, Will?
Yeah, I'm saying like saying why do you think like these countries are authoritarian? They're like pro-natalist, but also their birth rates are low and falling.
Yes.
So despite all these efforts, like it doesn't work.
Right. So if you knew anything about history, you would know that Russia was the first country in the world to legalize abortion in 1920. That only lasted until 1936 because by 1936 they had 3 abortions for every 1 live birth. And with World War II looming, with a recent famine in World War I, Stalin knew that this was not they were going to be overtaken easily. So Stalin ended the abortion on demand laws in Russia in 1936. And then in China, same thing. They instituted the one-child policy after the Maoist revolution. That didn't last super long before they realized, oh shit, that's not going to work. And now both the current policy is just a reaction to decades of the other policy of being anti-natalist and pro-feminist. So my second book is completely about Russia and what happened in Russia with feminism. So it's what you see now. Yes, they're authoritarian, but they're just trying to quick make up time. They're trying to quick reverse the errors that they had previously that were feminist, that were pro-abortion, that were anti-natalist.
Well, abortion wasn't a feminist ideal.
Yes, it was.
I mean, like,
Where else
literally,
did it come from?
well, I mean, literally, we've had, like, teas for it, for, like, like, Benjamin Franklin wrote about, like, abortion teas.
Abortion?
I would not call him a
framed
feminist.
as women's
He did, like, sex
reproductive
workers, though.
rights. Is abortion not framed as women's reproductive rights?
Well, bodily autonomy, yeah, sure. But, like, that's not what we're talking about. Like, you're saying, like, the first time that anyone ever did, like, we had that shit since, like, the millennia,
There's always been abortion, but it be prior to abortion rights. So those are different things. So abortion was universally frowned upon, and it was something that was only performed in secret by, like, midwives.
That there's that in the Bible they talk about it, right?
Go on. What,
They
like,
they
I
talk
don't-
about abortions in the Bible, like quickening tea or something like that.
I don't know what your point is.
Well, my point is that it's been a thing for forever. I feel like it's very
Yes,
odd to
there's
relate it
always
to
been a-
directly.
Yes, there's always been abortion, but what I'm saying
No, like
is
supported.
Russia-
Like if you're gonna write it in the Bible, obviously the people who are writing the Bible are supporting it.
No, they weren't, and you're taking
Well, then
it
why
out
would
of
they write
context,
out
and
what
that's
they're talking
ridiculous,
about?
because it
Everything
didn't
is
say
out of
that. It
context
said
in the
you
Bible.
shouldn't. The Bible says
Well, then
you
why did they
shouldn't
teach you how to do
that.
it? I don't understand. No, there's literally like
the Bible says
ingredients.
you
Like
shouldn't
Benjamin
do it.
Franklin literally like wrote ways that you can make tea to make yourself. It's really unsafe.
Benjamin
Don't do it.
Franklin
Don't do
was-
it. Don't do it. But I'm saying like the way
Nina.
that they did it was for the idea of having an abortion.
Benjamin Franklin was a Freemason and an occultist, and he was into all kinds of
Oh,
stuff.
that's
that
what we
would
go
not
back to.
agree with.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I see where your
So
argument's gonna go.
anyway, back to Will's question. The reason that abortion was legalized in Russia and then the one-child policy was legalized in China was specifically because of the Marxists. This was like Mao was trained
Wow, the
by
Marxists.
Russian revolutionaries, yeah, and the CIA. So this was all depopulationist propaganda.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So,
Yeah, make
I'm
your
only
last
talking
point
about
there.
like modern day Russia, like post-Soviet Russia, because
Mhm.
I agree that like in the past in the Soviet Union there were like I think 5 million abortions every year, but like now it's roughly like 450,000. So
Let's get those
abortions
numbers
aren't-
up.
No, I have the stats right here, actually. So, like I said, in 1920, it was so bad. From 1920 to 1936, 3 abortions for every 1 live birth. The Russian population was facing imminent collapse. They had to get rid of that, right? Then they made it legal again in the 50s, I believe. And now the BBC reported in 2003 that there were 13 abortions in Russia for every 10 live births. No,
No, I'm
13
talking-
abortions for every 10 live births in
I'm
2003.
talking about stats in 2020. Wikipedia says it's 450,000
Per what?
every year.
Every
in
year.
2020.
Yeah, they're trying desperately to get their population numbers back up, and they're having a hard time because even barring abortions, you have birth control now. There are people that use abortion as
Can I
abortion as
give
birth
a really
control.
hot take?
Russia's population keeps falling. That's my point. Like,
Yes,
it's not
because
working.
of birth
You can't-
control.
And my
because
point
of
is that you
birth
can't
control.
Control people, right? People are going to fuck when they want to fuck, unless you've literally sent people.
Are you saying that propaganda doesn't work? Are you saying that marketing and propaganda
Yes,
doesn't work?
Propaganda only works up to a certain point.
That's not true. It's extremely powerful. The entire story of history is a war of propaganda.
Well, do you see like propaganda, like pro-natalist propaganda, working in a country,
There isn't
or even
much.
in a region?
There
isn't
is a
any
lot.
because the elites are depopulation.
Oh, please don't tell me you're talking about Jews. You're not talking about
It's
Jews,
little-
are you?
It's
No,
little.
no,
No,
no, no.
of course
Oh, thank
not.
God.
And don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, I wanted to make sure. I didn't want to mischaracterize you.
No,
Go ahead.
no. That's a total fallacy. People who think that it's just the J burgers are retarded because if you think the Jays are bad, meet the
J-burger?
British elite. Meet the British elite if you think they're bad. Okay, they're like the elite are warring criminal gangs. Just think
Of
them
course.
that way.
Yes.
But the elites are depopulationists and they are antinatalists and they want population numbers down because it's easier to control people. And once everything collapses, then they have total control. So that's what they want. So elements within Russia are trying to stoke the birth rate, but it's not working because they're just passing out birth control and condoms, and abortion is still legal there. It's still ubiquitous there. So it's very easy.
No, my point is, couldn't they not like just
Yeah.
grab all the condoms, all the birth control, and say
They could not, but
No,
they're
Russia.
not going to as
Russia
long
is
as the
authoritarian,
the
like,
dominant propaganda in Russia is still feminist and it's still anti
Russia?
Yes. Yes. You think that Russia is pro-natalist now?
Yeah, because they're fucking sending people to die in Ukraine, getting blown out because they are not trained to do anything. Like, what do you mean? You think?
I
What does
think
that have
this
to
is
do
a
with
totally
birth
different.
control?
This is a totally different point.
Yeah, it
sorry,
is.
Will,
Right, but
No,
I'm saying
Will
that
is
like we're talking about
completely wrong.
population. They're like getting.
Yeah.
It's too
Yeah,
little,
guys,
too
I'm
late.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Alright.
I'm sorry. We
All
gotta
right.
move on.
And,
Will, no, I'm
China
sorry.
is pronatalist.
We gotta keep moving.
I'm pretty familiar with
Sorry,
that.
Will.
They
Thank you
are
for the
now. They are as of yesterday.
Alright, thank you,
That's
Will.
not enough. It's too little, too late.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, we had to move on just because we're.
Wait, can I ask
really,
Rachel something really quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you think that maybe having like, you know how I said like I would be okay with the draft being on both sides? Do you think like in like a, because I feel like you're kind of an authoritarian, like the idea of like having the draft being on both sides, but one of them being able to get away with not having to go to combat if you got like pregnant, is that something you'd be like down with? Because I feel like it is.
No, it's not, because, well, when you ask me about politics, that gets tough because
No, I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you okay with the idea of the draft, with the idea being that basically you could avoid it by getting pregnant?
No.
Okay.
No, because it supersedes this, what we're talking about right now. I don't think that there should be a draft because I don't want people going to fight globalist wars.
Right, okay, but
that are based on lies.
I'm sorry. We can't keep. All
Okay,
this
that's
back.
fine. Yeah, let's keep moving. Sorry.
I got one last question, Nina. Can you tell me the dimensions of a 2x4?
A 2x4, I would assume. Unless you're making a reference to
Damn it, Zen Shapiro.
Good try, Nina. It is actually a trick question.
Unless you're talking about
a 2x4, a piece of wood, a 2x4 that you can get at the lumber store.
No, there's like a joke with I'm trying to remember the show where they technically make it a little bit like 11.9 or something like that.
No, the dimensions of a 2x4 are 1.5 by 3.
Right. There's like a joke of that. Wait.
Can you tell me the dimensions of a 2x8?
I assume 1 point whatever you said earlier by 8. Are you just Googling these things while we're talking?
No, I'll put my hands up. The dimensions of a 2x8.
Well, you already looked it up. Why do we?
Okay, the dimensions of a 2x12 are 1.5 by 11.25 because it's not the same as you scale up. It's kind of funny how that works. Anyway, OG Snoop, go ahead whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi, OG Snoop.
Nina.
I hate your picture, by the way. I hate your picture. It's making me like nauseous.
I appreciate that you hate it.
All right, what's up?
I probably have the most difficult question of the night for you here.
Okay.
Will you please be my boyfriend-free girlfriend?
My boyfriend-free girlfriend. What?
Are you available?
Well, why do you guys let this guy in?
Right.
With this picture?
No, why not? Hold up. No, this is important, Zen. Why not? Because you mentioned you had a boyfriend earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that why?
Well, I don't know you. I don't know why I would be interested in you.
Well, you mentioned it.
I mean, your picture alone is kind of a reason why I'm not really that interested to begin with.
That's fair enough.
I mean, you chose that. That I feel like that represents your personality.
Well, hey, hold up. What's the difference between us? I have a different standard than you. I'm more than willing.
You seem really.
You're
calm down. It's
Why?
fine.
Why do we have a different standard? Why do we have
on
a different
standard of what profile pictures?
No.
Would you date somebody with your profile picture?
I'd go out on a date with you right now, and you say "fuck you."
Well, no, I'm.
Standard here?
Well,
what's the difference?
Because why do you think I would say "fuck you"?
Could it be you're a female and I'm a male?
Well, no, it's because your profile
Is that
picture.
why
I don't
we have
know anything
different
about
standards?
you.
Is that why we have different standards?
I think it's kind of like a you problem right now, but I'm saying like your profile
No,
picture is a little weird.
That's not a you problem. That's no. It's because I'm a male and you're a female.
Okay, you can have that idea, but you're free to be wrong. I mean, I don't have a profile picture like that.
Okay. Dodge.
I mean, I don't. Like, how the hell is it a dodge?
Nina, second question. What's the grossest thing you've ever seen on the internet?
Oh, I've been provided with a 2x4. Hold on.
A 2x4? Okay.
I think that's what this is. What is the grossest thing I've ever seen on the
That
internet?
looks like a 1x4.
That looks like a 1x4.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Somebody gave me this.
Wait. Nina, can you tell me the dimensions of a 1x4?
Oh, 1x4.
Don't worry, everybody. When the next big storms hit, Nina's gonna keep the grid up.
Hey, we're the one who took down the trees. When the winter storm did hit, a lot of like the trees got fucked with like the ice, and we were able to do it.
Right out and fixed it. I bet
yes,
you
we
right
did.
Out. You were like,
yes.
I'm just gonna go.
Yes,
no,
we did.
No, none of this.
No. Yeah,
like,
I didn't realize you were stalking me or something. Like, what do you mean? I did go out and do it.
She was like, I will go out and take
Yes.
the ice off the tree branches.
No,
I will
why would
make
I?
everything
What?
right.
No, the branches fell. A lot of them were dangerous, so we went up into it, and I used a handsaw, and I handsawed the branches.
Who's we?
Me and my
You're
friends.
strong
What do you mean?
independent.
What? Because
You and your girlfriend?
feminism means no friends. Like, what the fuck are you trying to fucking say?
Was it you and your girlfriends?
What?
You and a bunch of women.
No,
So
me
you
and my
a bunch
partner.
of
I was the
chick
one doing
friends.
the actual effort. Like, who gives a shit? We were like trying to go in between.
Oh my god. Her and her girlfriends were
What, do you
like,
hate hanging out with your
girl,
husband that badly that you think it's like a joke that I was doing something with them? No, I'm not talking about doing it with my girlfriends. What are you talking about? I was doing it with my boyfriend. What is your point?
Because you were saying that the women could keep
Uh-huh.
the infrastructure going.
Yes,
Sure,
and I could climb up the tree, and he can't climb up the tree, so I was able to climb up the tree.
You and your chick friends go out, and you.
I'm not talking about my chick friends. No, I don't know why you keep writing. Like, I don't know if you're a writer. I mean, you are a writer. You write books, so I assume that's why you're making this narrative about me that is not. You're not even listening to the words I'm saying at this point. But anyways,
I'm just saying that.
yes,
said
you are
that
just
the women
saying
should
things.
do it.
Yes, because I did it.
You did what?
Okay.
I'll go up in the tree and saw down the branches. You got like triggered before you even fucking said what I was doing.
You went up in the tree and you sawed down branches?
Yeah, because they're like broken, so they're really dangerous by being them just like sitting there about to like fall on somebody. So I went up and sawed them down so we could like cut them up.
That sounds like bullshit. That sounds like bullshit. Sorry.
I mean, you can just be wrong. That's fine.
You went up in a tree and sawed down
I have pictures
frozen
of it.
branches, knowing that they were just gonna melt in like.
No,
a
they
day
weren't
because they're in
frozen. Are
Austin,
you
Texas.
retarded? Like literally, like it's the weight of it falls down. It like, do you know anything about Austin, Texas, and like the winter storms here?
I live in Michigan.
So no, so you can just say no. You can just say no. That's fine.
Summer storms.
I've experienced ice storms. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
but you understand that it's
storms.
completely different. It's for 2 days. I bet you don't have fucking ice storms for 2 days. The problem is that the rain comes
We
down,
have ice
it
storms
freezes
that last
on.
for weeks.
Exactly. That's not what happens here. We get it for like 2 days, which means that the weight of the trees are not the core of the trees. Oh my god, I can tell Zem's trying to get over this, but really quickly.
She's complaining
really
that it's gonna
quickly.
fucking rain and turn to ice. Wow, so spooky.
No,
Nice.
the idea is that it's completely different than
so
a
scared.
northern. Yeah, see, we can yell at each other too. Oh, is that what we're gonna try and do? Yell at each other? Like, what are you trying to do, dude? The idea is that it fucking the weight of the trees, like, because it doesn't snow, it rains, and then when it gets to later in the day, it turns to ice. And then it rains again, and then it makes it heavier. When you're talking about your winter storms, you're probably talking about weeks of like snowing, right? Like something like that.
No, we get it. We get ice storms.
I'm not talking to
Really
you,
don't.
OG Snoop. Jesus fuck. I know you want to go on a date with Rachel or some shit, but chill. So, what I'm
Does
talking
not,
about.
I can assure you. But
Oh,
I'm
do you
just
know her?
saying, everybody in Austin relax because when the next disaster hits,
Look
we will
up
see.
Austin tree snapping. Anyways, the point is, I did it in my front yard. I went up
So
and
when
saw
the next
down.
hurricane hits Houston, you will be in the flood.
I don't live in Houston, so no, I'm not going to be there.
But you could drive there and you could rescue
Why?
people.
Well, you could drive
Why
there and
not?
you could
Don't
rescue
you care?
people.
Don't you?
Don't
love
you
people?
care? Don't you love people?
I'm not a man.
Is that your cop out for not? It's like when like your husband asks you to do something, like hey,
I
can you make me a
rescue
coffee?
people from floodwaters because I'm not strong enough. Exactly.
So
The
this
men
makes me
rescue
believe that you don't
people.
actually believe the things that you say. Like you're just being like ironic about it.
I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm not big and strong enough to rescue.
Okay, then I don't think you should have an opinion
torrential
then.
floodwaters.
I am big and strong, and I can rescue
You
people from
think you're
torrential
big and
waters.
strong enough to rescue people from torrential rains and floodwaters? in
Yeah,
a
sure, why not?
hurricane?
All right.
I'm not self-cucking myself like you are.
Thank you, OG,
I'm
for the call.
cucking
Wait, didn't I get one
myself,
statement?
Yes.
or
Hey,
I'm
one
just
more,
realistic.
One more.
Make it quick.
Okay,
No.
Closer, just closer.
Okay.
Nina couldn't answer
Hey,
the
what's up?
question.
Well-
Grossest thing she saw on the internet because she's a woman. She couldn't handle being actually drafted.
Oh,
in
the grossest
military,
thing that you
walking
said
a
in-
mate she spent the last
Your
year
image,
with,
your
training with,
profile
getting
picture.
blown to pieces right
Your
next to
profile
the
picture.
smithereens,
Your profile
and
picture. I
she's
can
been
answer it. Your
morally
profile picture. That's the grossest thing I've ever seen on the internet.
for it. Cope and seethe, bitch.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, OG.
I do
for
love
that,
coping and seething, and I am a bitch, so accurate.
Last thing, Nina, this is not one of those like gotchas anymore.
Mhm.
Genuine question: if you were being like attacked or you were in some sort of
What type of
area-
what type of architecture do I need to look up to answer this question?
Nothing. It's a genuine
Oh, okay.
question. I'm not trying to trick you right now.
All right.
If you were being attacked or like in a dangerous situation, like in the street somewhere,
Mhm.
and you're in trouble by either multiple attackers or somebody that's bigger and stronger than you,
What am I, the
and
police?
somebody was coming to your aid, would
Mhm.
you feel better, all else equal? Somebody's coming to your aid unarmed.
Mhm.
If it's a woman or a man coming to your aid, which
Well,
one
I think
you
I would
feel
probably
more-
just want anybody.
But would you feel more comfortable being saved by a woman or a man who's coming to help you in the
Well,
case of
I think anybody, as long as somebody's trying to help.
Well, yeah. So somebody's better than nobody, but let's say that somebody is coming. Would you prefer that it's a
They're
man
coming?
or a woman?
Well, they're
Would you
coming
just
is
be
probably a
indifferent?
fetish at that point, but I mean, if they're trying to actually assist me, I think that I would rather them just call the police. Like, I mean, if they're coming to, like, are you
Okay,
trying to
let's
make
say
an
that the
argument
cop
about like?
showing up- the cop that shows up? Would you prefer it be a man or a woman?
I don't care.
So you don't think it would
If they
make
have a
any difference?
weapon, why would it fucking matter?
Well, cops. Let's say.
I mean, Rachel's a fucking firearms expert. I would rather her show up with her fucking guns than some random dude for no reason.
Right. That's why I put a stipulation in that the
Mhm.
person coming to save you is unarmed. Let's
Oh,
say you're
I
in
didn't hear you
let's say
say.
let's say you're in the UK where the cops there don't carry deadly weapons. They carry like batons and tasers and shit, which isn't necessarily going to stop.
Well, I would still gonna go with Rachel because she says she can deadlift 150 pounds or whatever. Unless she would think like, you know what, this isn't my position to defend you because I'm not a man, and then she'd probably like want me to get beaten up in the street. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just saying maybe that's the only reason. But she seems like she's pretty strong, so I would be down with her. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if you're like a big strong dude or some shit. Like, I don't care. I just think I would want help. But I know Rachel is a big strong jacked woman.
I think most people would prefer the man. I'm just saying. I think most people.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I would prefer. Out of spite, though, she might not save me. But outside of that, Rachel seems pretty
No.
jacked, so
wouldn't
I would
do
prefer
that,
Rachel.
We had home invasion one time, and Andrew was the person who went to go deal with it, and I was like the backup person.
Did he
in
just,
case
like-
he got shot? Because
Yeah,
he's
team.
he's willing to sacrifice himself first for the protection of his wife and kids. So I think that's pretty
This
based.
is like a cope post because you don't want to do it. Like, it's fine.
That's it.
No, that's base as fuck. Why shouldn't I honor his?
No, because I feel like you should be a partnership. I think it would be more efficient if you guys worked as like a team. Like you had like the flashlight and he had like the gunner. I don't know if you guys have guns.
That's not how things work, though. But
Well, how did it
okay.
work in your home invasion?
What's that?
You said there was.
What happened?
Well,
yeah. So people.
What, you just
broke
hid in the
into-
closet and you let him like just go by himself? That
No,
seems like really
people-
unsupportive.
People broke into our basement.
I'm sorry that
We
happened
were
to you.
sleeping upstairs,
Uh-huh.
and then our dog came around to the window and barked because it was summertime. We had our window open. She
Sure.
barked and like woke us up,
Mhm.
and we could hear them in the basement. So my
Ooh.
husband took the shotgun, and we had practiced this because we're firearms instructors and we teach other people to do this.
So you just hid?
No, like I was with my handgun in the back bedrooms in front of the kids,
Gotcha.
and he went with the shotgun to the top of the
Right,
staircase
so you're both
to deal with
strategically-
who was in the basement.
Sure.
Yes. So
Why
if someone was going to die, it was going to be him first, and then second best
Okay.
would be deal with me because I have a handgun. And
Well,
I'm
why
in
wouldn't
front
you
of my
just do it
kids' bedroom.
together?
Because that's.
But you knew where they were.
stupid
But you
and
knew
a
where they were.
terrible
What do you mean?
strategy. No, it's a terrible strategy because then
Mhm.
they could kill both of us, and then our kids are sleeping.
Well, they
in
could
the
kill both of
bedroom.
you regardless of what your positions were. Like, I feel like it would be easier for you to, like, if he's creeping down the stairs and you're standing there. I play a lot of video games, dude. If you're,
Who do you think is superior to the intruders? Me? This blonde
I don't think they care. I think that if you have a weapon, it doesn't matter.
Do you think my big beard?
Why wouldn't you want to cover your husband? What, you want to be covered for your husband?
Please. We are at the 3-hour mark and we haven't even started the super chats yet. We have to.
Oh, I thought those were this. Okay, I'm sorry.
So we have to get through up. I'm sorry. Maybe there will be
You're
a
fine.
follow-up debate between you two.
No, I enjoy talking to you, Rachel. I hope that we can we talk again.
Yeah. So we don't need to drag this on for too long.
No,
We
that's
do
fair.
need to
I
get
thought we were
through
ending. I'm sorry.
This is what I'll ask of both of you to make it move along quicker.
Yeah.
If you want to respond to a super chat, go ahead and do that, but don't respond to
Gotcha.
what the other person says.
Okay.
Only respond to the super chat if you want to, or don't. Doesn't matter. Okay. Start with the dono chats. Blitzkrieg Bear for $4 says Nina would change her tune if she found a good, strong man to give her children and took care of her and the family.
I am in a relationship right now with a good jacked man, so I don't know what
With
to
a
tell you.
guy who won't marry you. Why ain't
What?
he married you? Why ain't you married?
What did we just say? What did I just say?
No, we've planned out our decision. We're hopefully gonna get married in the next like 2 years. So we've talked to each other. I talked to my husband.
Don't do it, Rachel. Don't do it. I know you want
That's
to.
your
All right, Amptown1 for $4 says Nina, please stop and listen to Rachel, please. Also, Zen won. Thank you. Appreciate that. I agree. Zen did win.
I have listened to her quite a bit. That's how a debate goes. I listen to her stuff.
I will send her my book.
Yes, I will. Is there an audiobook? Because I have ADHD. It's really hard for me to actually read something. Okay, I'll listen to the audiobook if you want to send it to me.
Okay.
Or a link. Or...
Joseph Newton for $20. Thank you so much for that. Nina has not answered one question while Rachel has been nonstop destroying her with stats and facts. Her go-to is fuck it, let's do it. That too
Fuck
is
it,
not
let's
an
do it.
argument. Shame on you.
Well, that wasn't really a question, so I guess me saying fuck it, let's do it. I don't know if that is a bad or good thing in their eyes, but yes, and
Okay. Joseph Newton for another $10 says, Nina, Destiny is not going to be happy about your showing in this debate.
that's fair. I didn't really know the exact situation that we were getting into. I thought I didn't want to be mean to Rachel because I know she's obviously Andrew's wife. So I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't want to be mean. I didn't want to be mean, so I wasn't really ready for you to be more aggro. That's why I'm really excited if we're able to have another conversation because I think it's fun to jib and jab at each other.
Okay. $10 from Sterling Fuentes says, Nina, if there are fewer people in the workforce as a result of declining birth rates, there are fewer people to tax. Where then does the UBI come from if the source shrinks?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what she was trying to say, but then we say by legalizing a lot of immigration and stuff, like immigrants are like really good for our company, like country, objectively. So, like, I mean, like, if you're really concerned about, like, declining birth rates, then you should be really supportive of immigration. And I think that anyone that says that they're against, or that, like, they actually give a shit about declining birth rates probably fucking hate immigration. And I think that that's because they're just being annoying. Oh, sorry, I was hearing reverb there. And I think that's, like, they don't actually have any actual positions on, like, caring about birth rates and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. You know we don't have to make them citizens to tax them, right?
Well, obviously they're clearly worried about. Well, no, I don't mean necessarily citizens. You're right. I shouldn't have said it that way. Legal. Like, obviously people aren't going to pay taxes if they feel like they're going to get arrested if they do so, you know, and get deported. Like, I think that I'm very anarchist in the way that I think of, like, borders as being incredibly arbitrary. I think that it doesn't matter really that much between the difference between the United States and, like, fucking, like, Canada or some shit. Like, we gotta, like, when Canada, we had Steven Crowder from Canada, so we should maybe ban them because of that. But other than most immigration from, or like, we're the same place. We're so similar to each other. It doesn't really matter.
Funny. That's pretty funny.
Thank you.
Steven Crowder from Canada, so ban can. That's funny. Okay.
Thank you.
Whatever. Joseph Newton for another $10. Thank you so much. He says the Crucible is the only place you can be so mad you want to pull your eyes out and also die laughing at the same time. I agree. It's a lot of fun. A lot of crazy shit happens here.
Yeah, I wanted to again say I really appreciate going on the show. Not that we're ending necessarily right now, but I've been a fan for a while. It's kind of like it's fun, like, to get into, like, conversations and argue, and I think it's really cool to have, like, a community that you guys have of people who want to get into it and argue, because I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's really, really fun. So I appreciate everyone, obviously, that is willing to argue. Because
yeah, and I mean, we're happy to have you back.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It was fun. We enjoyed the presence of dissenting voices. That's what we're here for. For $10, Al Prezio says, imagine a childless nerd lecturing a mom about toughness. Big oof.
Hold on.
You want to respond to that, Nina?
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I am a dog mom. That is my response. Can you say?
Don't
say
trigger me, Nina. Zen won't let me say anything.
Can you say anything bad about my dog? Insult my dog. Say something mean to my dog, Rachel. Do it.
Your dog can't help the fact that it's owned by a dog mom.
Your dog will never be self-sufficient. Your dog's going to need to be let out to go to the bathroom for all of its life. Something you don't have to worry about with children, by the way.
True.
Eventually, they potty train themselves.
Good point. Yeah.
They potty train themselves, just like your.
Well, not themselves, but they can be potty trained.
Yeah, I just want to have an open field
My
where
22-year-old no longer needs me to let her use the restroom. She's a self-sufficient.
we're very proud of her.
She's actually awesome and way more based than me and way more incredible than I am. So I did the thing everyone
Yeah, but
wants
how
to
much
do
does
when
she
they have
bench?
children. Actually, both my older kids who are turning 20 and 22 next month work out, and they're really strong, and they are like really incredible humans who can do all kinds of awesome things. So
How
I don't know
much
what her
can they
bench
bench?
is. I don't know what her bench is. I know they can probably out leg press me though. But they're just amazing people, and it's awesome to put in 20 years of work and like see this amazing human being you made that's making the world better. It's like a really cool thing. So just saying.
All right.
That is cool.
That's it for the dono chats. We're gonna get to the YouTube super chats, which I can actually pull up on screen. If you guys want to get your last second questions in, send those super chats in because we're gonna wrap it up soon. First off, Isabel became a new member. I mentioned that earlier. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
We love her going to
Adult
Rome.
Small Bear for $2 says homemade is a legitimate career. How is it not?
I don't think either one of us said it wasn't.
No.
Okay. Adult Small Bear says you do get an income as a mom from your husband.
They're not paying you. That's weird.
Well, I think what he means is that if you have a husband that works and provides for your family, like pays the bills and all that, they are essentially providing you with an income by you just being the wife.
Well, it's like saying that you get an income by like having parents that work, right? Like I don't really see that as a distinct difference of like what you're getting paid for your labor. I guess I would want more of the context of what they're talking about.
I think the difference is like, so when Andrew knew that I was staying home to take care of all 5 of these kids and I'm like nursing them and I'm completely busy every moment of my life.
Okay.
Like, he's providing and protecting so I don't have to worry about that because I literally can't. So when you are a mother and you have children, especially more than just 1 or 2 kids, you do find that you can't work a full-time career and do that job how you need to do it. It's literally impossible. There's not enough hours in a day. You're only one human being. Right. So my husband was like, okay, I will provide the material means that we need to survive and protect all of you guys while you stay home and like nurse the babies and homeschool them and teach them and take care of them.
Can I ask you a question about safety? you mentioned
no.
Okay, sorry.
Moving on. The rules. No
Sorry.
Woman prattle. No back and forth.
Oh, you sexist.
No,
I'm just joking.
Woman prattle is a Crucible meme now. We need an emoji.
2.2 acres and a bear for $5 says most would have to give up materials and or lifestyle to raise kids at home. Most aren't willing or refuse. The end. You want to respond to that, Nina?
Well, most would have to. I feel like they're agreeing. I guess I'm not really sure what they're trying to get. Like most giving up of like materials of like because you were saying earlier, like I assume these are throughout the debate. So you were saying that giving up. Yes, of course you have to give up stuff for kids. Like I mean that's what it comes to with expense. Like just because you give like when I say things people are kids are expensive. Sorry, my hair is doing a weird thing. But just because like kids are expensive doesn't mean that like literally like you're gonna be on the streets. That means that you are doing stuff like giving up things like exactly what you said, Rachel, like where like you go without a little bit. So I don't necessarily disagree with the fact that yes, a lot of parents do give up a lot of stuff. And I think it's a really beautiful job to be a parent and want to take on that risk. I just don't think that you should have to.
Okay.
Or not
and we
risk,
did get
but-
another. We got another dono chat here from Razor for $5.
Oh, no.
He says Nina in the tree, and he sent an image link, and this is what.
I
this is
was
what he-
literally sawing the tree to take it down. So I have done.
Nina in the tree?
That is me
There's
in
no
the tree.
ice.
No,
no
of course
ice
there
on
wasn't
that damn
ice.
tree.
We only had ice for 2 days. That's what's really dangerous about it, is that it's really quick. So the core of the trees don't freeze, so they break. Like, so a lot of trees are fucked. So yeah, that was me in the tree, sawing down the branches because it was a safety hazard. So I was up in there. So when you're saying I won't do it, I did do it. I went up with a saw, sawed the shit out of that fuck.
All right.
All right.
For $5, Risky Dave says absolutely nothing. Our favorite kind of super chat.
We
Thank you
love
so
that.
much.
Love you, Risky Dave.
Rayzeal 00300 for $5. You're going to need to expand on how specifically our current immigration is an economic positive. That's for you.
How much time do you have? I feel like we're trying to get through this really quickly.
I mean, you can answer it as how you want, but
Yeah.
try to be brief.
I would just say literally look into it. Like, it's a really quick Google search on that. Immigration is a benefit on our country. Assuming that you're in the United States, I don't know how it affects other countries, but I know that in the United States, immigration is a net positive on our economy.
Okay. MPH 1866 became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Make sure to initiate yourself by tossing tomato soup cans at the screen, as many as you possibly can, as many as your heart's
I
content.
feel like you're advocating for people to break their monitors.
Yes, I am. That's what I'm saying. Become a member and toss whole tomato soup cans at your screen. With
Is
no
that a
regard.
reference to the protests?
No, it's in reference to becoming a YouTube channel member
Oh, okay.
and throwing tomato soup at your screen because it's fun. I'm just saying it's fun.
Gotcha.
Just
Instead
try
of
it.
I'll have to
throwing
try it out.
tomatoes, we throw whole cans of tomatoes.
Gotcha. I thought you were making a reference to the art protests.
No, it's a Crucible thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I
no,
gotcha.
it's just a
I'll have to
Crucible
try it
exclusive.
sometime.
Yeah. Join the channel, become a member, and participate in the tomato soup can throwing. It's really fun. It is.
Gotcha.
2.2 acres and a bear for $5 says there are some women in these fields that do and can do them competently and keep up. I don't know what he meant right there. That know something. They are few and far in between. So
Yeah,
he said
just
that there are
because-
exceptions, but yeah.
Right. Just because there are outliers, that's wonderful. And in a lot of cases, I am the outlier. Okay. So I know that.
You and
I
me both.
understand that. But what I'm saying is that the vast majority of women have no interest in any of this kind of shit. They don't want to get up in a tree and saw down branches. They ain't
I
gonna do
thought it
none of
was
this shit.
fun.
They're not going to do
Wait.
it. If they
You guys know
wanted to
the
do it, they
rules.
would have done
You know
it.
the rules.
I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
responding to the questions,
did.
then,
Nina,
Shapiro.
if you
You're
wanna
right. No,
respond
you're
to the
right.
chat,
You're right. I'm sorry.
You can respond to the chat, just don't respond to each other. I don't want to
Yeah,
keep
no,
explaining
I'm
that.
saying if women in mass wanted to do these kinds of jobs over the last 100 years, they would have. But and look, okay, let's not be retarded. Look at the women you know in your life and ask yourself how many of them want to go do these hard labor jobs. None. Maybe 1 out of 1,000, right? It's really, really rare. And even as like somebody who's a more masculine chick, I don't want to do that for a living, right? So like, yes, there are a few and far between who want to do these things. I had a female mechanic change my oil one time, okay? But that is not the norm. It will never be the norm, and that's the point.
Well, because of you.
No, because women like to buy shoes and sip
I don't enjoy buying
hot cups
shoes.
of tea.
All right,
They like to have a
hang on,
cozy
hang on.
blanket and a cup of tea and sip the
Nina, prove me
tea.
wrong. Can you walk me through the general process of changing the oil in a car?
Well, it's pretty easy. You just like go under it, you unscrew the thing, you empty it, and then you put oil back into it. What do you mean?
What do you unscrew?
What? The
do
oil
you
tank
unscrew?
lid on the bottom. What do you mean?
What are you unscrewing?
What is the technical name for it? Are you just trolling me at this point?
Okay. Let's say so you unscrew the hole to let the oil come out. Then
Mm-hmm.
what?
You usually have like a pan or whatever thing that you want to put it in, and you
Okay.
drain all of it, and then you put it back up, and then you go in the top part, and then you put oil back into it.
You forgot a crucial component. Do you know what it was?
Turning off the car.
No. It wasn't a trick question. It's that you have to put a new filter on. You have to put a new oil filter on.
Filter?
You unscrew the nut to let it drain out, then you also have to replace the filter.
Every
Come
single
on,
time you
Nina.
get an oil drain, you have to
Close.
replace? Every single time that you get an oil? Like, what? That's not...
Yeah, that's part
Should
of
I
what
ask my boyfriend? What if he, like, contradicts what you say?
I'll give you this. You were close. You only forgot one aspect, but I mean, it was good. Given your history of answering those.
Well, you just asked two questions.
You did good. No, you did good.
But is there any argument to say, like, literally a Google search could, like...
Yeah, but okay, here's the thing that everybody's forgetting about. And I've had a woman tell me some insane things when I asked this question before in debates. Okay, when the women birth the babies, why would it make sense? You've got a newborn infant. Why would it make sense to have the man stay home and the woman go work?
Because the woman probably has a better job? I don't know.
Okay, but why would that make sense? Why would you want a man
Because she's
at home
making more
I'm
money?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You'll get to answer.
Well, you get to ask
in
your
own
question. No, I was
way.
kidding.
The next one from adults.
Yeah, of course.
It should be illegal to be a stay-at-home dad. You can both respond to that how you want.
Well, I think it's unfair to be able to say that, like, you shouldn't, like, why? I guess that's kind of my question. Like, I feel like if you, I mean, as we said, staying at home and being, like, a parent is a very hard job and a full-time job. I don't think it has anything to do with your gender and who does it, or gender or sex of who does it. Like, same-sex couples, like, have the same consistent amount, in terms of, like, their kids, they're as good parents in raising their kids as straight couples.
And I would say women are the ones who birth the babies and have the boobs and do the breastfeeding.
So why don't we just be lesbian?
Yes, what?
To women. Double trouble.
Who's
Come on,
gonna...
no. Rachel, answer the super chat. We got to move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The reason is because we have to work from where we're from. So I wouldn't say it should be illegal to be a stay-at-home dad, but I think everybody's missing the fact that it's not a one-parent job. There's a primary caregiver who has to be the woman because she has the boobs and she nurses, and the man is the one who fertilizes the egg. You know, it's supposed to be a mom and a dad. And all these other arrangements are pure fucking cope, and they're not nearly as good, and everybody fucking knows it. So stop trying to argue that we can rearrange shit and make it different, because that's bullshit and it pisses me off. It's retarded. It's pure cope.
If women are best at rearing children, why don't we just...
No. We can't do it.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
We got a bunch of super chats.
Gotcha. Okay.
Next one for $5. Chrisma Mysterion says, #winning. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. I don't know who he was referencing, but
both of us as collective feminism.
Yeah, we all won tonight. FB for $2 says, Nina wouldn't date a feminine man. Prove me wrong.
Is that person a feminine man and, like, hitting on me, or, like, how do I prove them wrong?
Saying, like, would you date a guy that was, like, very soft spoken?
Absolutely. Like, I don't care.
No. I mean, like in a very passive kind of way, like a very weak kind of way. I don't mean like polite.
I mean assuming that I get along with them, like,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, yeah, assuming that I get along with them, I don't have a problem with like what, like, you don't really choose who you love in a lot of ways, you know.
Feminine dudes don't make your ovaries recoil, because they do mine.
Okay, well, saying. That's you. I'm not you.
I don't need another woman.
Like a guy that wears like those preppy flannels with the beanie that like sags.
Can I maybe answer some questions here? I currently have a boyfriend, but I am pansexual. I don't give a shit of what gender you are.
You are not. That is bullshit.
I love how you like to claim. Oh yeah, I guess I'm not then.
That is virtue signaling. You are not pansexual.
I'm virtue signaling.
Yeah, would you date a guy that wears a cardigan?
Absolutely. I mean, you've never seen like fucking Idris Elba in a cardigan, my dude? Come on.
Sorry. I mean,
Zen Shapiro, you're telling me you've never worn a cardigan?
She might be for real. I don't know. Okay.
Why do you think I'm lying? Why would I lie? What do I get out of lying?
Virtue signaling to all your Twitch followers.
No, they know who I.
It just means I just love everybody, no matter who they are, which is total bullshit because you wouldn't be with a
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I'm just because I'm not a
You're with
bigot
a
like you
man
are. I don't
who's
give a shit. Like,
masculine.
what do you mean? Like, I mean, apparently it seems like if I like married a woman, then my family would be significantly stronger because women are the only people that are able to
You
be
said that you
nurturing.
and your masculine boyfriend are
All right,
talking about
we
getting
gotta
married
move
and
on.
having kids.
I'm sorry to keep. cutting
We
you
are
guys
gonna
off.
have
We gotta
probably
move
one.
on. Green Bastard became a new member. Thank you so much.
We
for
love that,
Oh,
Green
was he
Bastard.
already a member? Appreciate that either way. Initiate yourself. You know the drill. Everybody knows the drill at this point. Tomato soup, bring it on. Wicked Wally for $10. Normalizing two-income households created the inequality socialists hate, not capitalism itself. I'm saying women in the workforce ruin society, and you all should take one for the team and wash your socks.
It's true. I never
What
wash
do you- what do you
socks. I should wash socks more. He's right. 100%. We need to wash socks more.
All right.
No lies detected.
I wear socks for multiple days without washing them.
Georgia Porgy says she's on the market, folks. Line up. I don't know if that's true. She says she has a boyfriend.
I think they're talking about you, Zen.
Maybe, possibly, but I'm married, so. Wicked Wally for $5 says, "You know what won't give a woman $35K in education debt? Teaching her to bake and do laundry."
That's objectively not laundry, but
It's totally true.
going to culinary school is really expensive. Depending.
My second oldest child went to tech school for
Well, I'm talking about
culinary education and got a certificate, and she is now.
Well, how
a
much did it
baker.
cost?
Nothing.
It was free.
Yeah, she went to vocational school.
Here, link me up. I'll take that class. Fuck it. I'm dating an Italian man, so I don't feel like I have any position in the kitchen at this point as a Japanese woman, but fuck it. If it's free, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free.
Made by Jim Bob for $2 says, "Nina, do you have Chelsea Handler's autograph?"
Not that I know of. If she's been in my house, I haven't seen her.
Okay. Tickle This Elmo for $5 says, "So a trust fund baby turned out to be a socialist. Wow, I am shocked. Nina,
Trust fund
can
baby.
you explain to us what a woman is?"
Anyone that identifies as a woman. I don't want to get in the trans debate. Oh my god, yes. I'm more than willing to come back and talk about that, but
That would be fun. We'll arrange that. I think that will be the next topic.
As a gender abolitionist, I think it's a really complicated topic in my ideology specifically.
Okay. Adult Small Bear for $2 says, "Right to vote comes with paying taxes in the draft."
Yes,
What's
all of us. Every American citizen need to get drafted. Fuck it.
Yeah, and I think
Let's invade Canada. Fuck it.
Wait, Nina, if it's the U.S. and there's like the draft that includes women, if you're from the U.S. or wherever you're from?
Yes, I live in Texas.
Texas.
Okay. Oh yeah, you did say that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where women are being drafted and the army or the military is like 50% men, 50% women, and we're in a war against like misogynist Russia, where they're all men in their army, and we have the same let's say the same manpower, the same weapons, but they have all men and we have 50%.
Okay, so then they have the same manpower, and then we also have the female power.
Who do you think wins that war?
Well, because you have like a reserve of female power, it seems like there's just more people.
Yeah, I'm saying let's say we have the same manpower, but it's like misogynist patriarchal Russia where it's all men.
Are you really asking me if America could beat Russia?
I think Russia would probably win, to be honest, but that's
they can't even beat Ukraine. What are you talking about?
All right.
Okay, really quick, just for me to address that. So
the American military is insane.
Women having to pay taxes and do all this other shit is the reason why the birth rate is so low. Women,
I know that's all you think about.
Mothers.
Yes, you can be.
It's
fine. I don't know why that's like your entire.
You can't be a mother and do all this other. You can't be a mother and be a full-time soldier and pay all the taxes and work for a corporation. It's retarded. You either be a mother or you don't. You can't do everything at once. Telling women they can be everything all at the same time is horrible.
My mom's
to do to women.
The main breadwinner, and she.
Yeah, didn't you say that fucked you all up?
Yeah, she wasn't necessarily emotionally available, but that's what we were talking about. You're talking about just the ability to do it.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
I mean, I probably would be a good soldier because...
I'm saying this is what
I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm sorry, Nina. We got to keep moving.
No, you're good.
FB for $2 says, "How much can you deadlift, Nina?"
I don't... Is deadlift the one where you just you hold it and you
straight off the ground? Yeah.
Yes.
Straight up.
I don't think I've ever...
Straight from the ground, yeah.
I legitimately don't think I've ever tried. So I don't know.
If Rachel can do 250 and the average man. Can
Well,
probably do
Rachel, can you do 250 now, or could you do 250 when you're like super jacked?
I can do 250 now.
Really? Oh my god, can we see your
Yeah.
arms? Or wait, what is it? Is it your
Well-
shoulders or your back?
I would have to like
It's like
take
your
off
whole
my.
No, no, no,
body.
it's fine, it's
Then
fine,
it's
it's fine,
just
it's
like
fine.
your whole body. Like it's like the true test of your entire body.
It is a
shape. So-
whole body exercise.
I don't
yes.
know, but you know what? You know what? Next time we have this conversation, we have things to deadlift. Next time we have a conversation, I will try my best, and I'll come back with an answer.
What about like a squat? Do you do squats?
I don't use like weights. Like I don't like work out really. So I mean, give me every number you want, and next time we talk, I'll come back with it. Okay?
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. That would be tough. I don't want to do that to you because that would like hurt you, and that would be bad. So.
Wicked Wally for $5 says a hydroelectric dam is not the same thing as a kitchen sink, ladies. Welding is not the same thing as a stove. Just saying.
I mean, accurate.
Okay. Wow, we're in agreement on something. Let's go. No, we don't need to go anywhere with that. All right. $2 from Solomon 1618. Ingenious, or is that ingenious?
No, I think you're saying disingenuous.
Well, he spelled it wrong. Learn how to spell, and I'll read your super chat.
Yeah, fuck you, Solomon.
Woman prattle, airfill nonsense. Thank you. Appreciate it, Solomon.
And learn how to smell you.
Rigovich for £5, or is that euros? I always get confused. Pounds, I think.
Pounds.
My teen son wants to know why he, a boy in the UK, knows more about the satanic Luciferian roots of feminism. Read more books, Nina.
Well, I
thanks, RNZ.
assume that it's because they listened in or read Rachel's book of the relationship between feminism and the occult. I mean, I don't know. Why is that my problem? That your UK kid, I didn't teach them that.
Okay. Pestilent Fellow for $5 says, didn't want to have kids equals coward. You want to respond to that?
Well, I guess I would ask Rachel, do you think that if you didn't have kids, you would have, like, wanted to, like, if you had the inability to have children, like, if you were barren, how would you feel about that? When it comes to, like, this particular comment, because we obviously want to keep it related to it.
There's always been a small subset of people who either can't have children or don't. And traditionally they would go into monastic life or civil service or something like that. But nowadays what we have is just people going, I don't want to give up my Louis Vuitton handbag. And
I know that you're really obsessed with the Louis Vuitton handbags, but like you understand what I'm asking. Like, I don't want to have kids equals coward.
Don't want to have kids. No, most people don't want to have kids because they don't want responsibility and they don't want to be held to a standard.
Sure, that's fair.
They don't want to have to do anything.
Yeah, it's because like weird mommies like you, I guess. So
that is some weak ass pussy ass shit. Yes.
Okay,
Not
that's
being
fair.
willing to do anything other than just indulge yourself is some weak ass pussy.
Rachel, I think that mom should be more aggressive and not be afraid to say weak ass pussy shit. So I really respect that.
Thanks.
All right, we got to move on. Borp for $5 says, hope your sandwich skills are better than your debate skills because that was rough, my dude. I think that is a play on words toward you, Nina, if you want to respond.
Why? It could have gone both ways. You're being a little bit opinionated because you know Rachel.
the my dude part.
No, again, because I've said my dude. That makes sense. No, again, I'm dating an Italian man. I have no position in the kitchen against an Italian man, so that's I guess where I would leave that.
Georgie of Porgy for $5. Knives. And
Is that a
glass.
threat? That kind of looks like a threat.
Could be.
Should we be worried about Georgie or Porgy?
Georgie's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I don't think he would threaten anybody.
It's a little scary.
Interpret that how you will.
Okay.
But it's unclear.
You will be in the lawsuit if he tries to murder me.
Tim Zimlich for $2 says, welcome to the post-baby boomer world, Nina.
Okay. I mean, I've been here my entire life, so.
Aurelius Hayes. I think that might be in reference to the birth rate because the last positive birth rate that we had, I think, was the boomer generation.
Yes.
So I think that's what he's referencing.
Oh, I see. I gotcha.
Aurelius Hayes for $5 says, Inshallah, while her baby swells with food, ours will swell with children. You want to respond to that, Nina?
I don't really know what they're trying to say.
Okay.
Rachel, you got anything with that, or?
Not really.
Okay.
Probably certain for $5. The poor or uneducated still know babies are expensive. They just know the government will help.
Well, that would be a fine argument, except for that poor people were still having all the babies prior to the welfare state. So it's just a matter of materialist priorities, is what it is. It's like, do I think it's great that the poor or the uneducated are having all the babies? No, which is why I think it's stupid that everybody told me, well, you're very smart and talented. Why are you wasting your life
you're
having
right.
babies? Don't you
That was really
want
dumb.
the smart, like educated people like me to be having babies and homeschooling them? That would make the most sense. So let's encourage that, because we always either incentivize or disincentivize behaviors.
All right. Aurelius Hayes for $5 again says, the spirits of the air and the bottle possesses her. Perhaps if this woman saw the
Why did they
goodness of
censor
Allah,
it?
she would not be so miserable.
Send me a link. I'll check it out. I'll check out what the goodness of Allah is. Maybe I'll finally find peace.
You could probably find
and
it
stop
in
being
the Quran.
haram.
Would not recommend that, but okay.
Well, if you want to see the goodness of Allah, from to quote Aurelius Hayes,
Hey, I'll take a
you probably
challenge.
want to start with Quran, but yeah.
Be the audiobook.
Petrogarde for $2 says, proof that feminists can't fold chairs.
Okay.
That's a good one. That's kind of an insider joke.
Oh,
here.
okay. The idea is funny.
Super Chicken for $2 says, Zen, a new dad. Is having kids too expensive?
Good question.
Not noticeably. Yeah, we did just have a new baby, if you didn't know that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. No, it's not too expensive. One, because breast milk is free. So if you're not using formula, like that's a major expense that you save.
Yes.
If your first baby, if you have like a close community, which most people do, of friends and family, they supply most of your initial needs, like cribs and lots of diapers and baby supplies at your baby shower. So you don't actually have to spend that much money.
Yeah, but did you build it yourself? Did you chop down the tree?
I did. That's something.
He actually does woodworking.
Yeah, that's
we love that.
Beautiful woodworking.
Yeah, my boyfriend does that too. He built a whole D&D table.
but no, seriously, like there's not a lot of expenses that aren't covered by like baby showers and by just breastfeeding.
Well, I mean, what if you don't have friends though?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like for most people, they do have a community of friends and family that are going to provide a lot of their shit for them.
Shout out, join the Crucible community.
Seriously though, a lot of Crucible chatters donated to me.
Oh really? That's really nice.
Yeah, no, seriously, that did happen. So I'm not, yeah, and then also like because you're kind of constrained to your house a little bit more, you don't go out to eat as much, you don't go do all these activities where you spend a lot more money.
Yeah.
So no, it's not that expensive. It might even be like equally or expensive or cheaper as not having kids. So
like and subscribe to the Crucible community.
Yes, you should.
Aurelius Hayes for another $5 says, the Islam world learned from their feminist mistake, and they are wise to love their woman and prevent them from this self-harm.
What? What was the mistake?
I mean, that is kind of something that we would say in like Orthodox Christianity too. Like when our youth pastor was talking to our kids and they said, they asked like, why aren't women priests? And our youth pastor said, because the priesthood is a really, really hard life. And we don't want to put that on women. It's like a very hard self-sacrificial life. It's, and women have to be mothers and they have to do things in the church. And everything. So we don't want to add to their burden. So that was his answer. I thought that was a good answer.
Cope. Guys, I think, can I say a really quick thing? I think a lot of these aspects of putting a lot of pressure on, or the idea of like women are like, oh, well, we can't do this because men do it. I think that's like kind of feeding into the idea where I think a lot of men find that they don't have a lot of value, especially in religious communities, if they're not in a relationship or whatever, like even like leading their flock to some extent, I think does become a little bit nebulous in their value as people, which I think is like things like that do lead to like suicide rates in like men being a lot higher, because I think men do want to be, I think everyone wants to be needed, right? And I think that
Yeah.
it's kind of like shitty to think that only mothers need to be needed. And you did acknowledge that fathers are really important in the home, right? So
Yeah.
I think that the whole priesthood idea is like bad on both ends, because I think that a lot of like men being completely celibate by choice of their religion, I think is really bad for their. Yes, I understand.
Well, you can get married as a priest. Well, if you're already married, you can be a priest in Orthodoxy. So we're not
Catholics or.
We're not Catholics.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I was misunderstanding which one it was. But yeah, no. I think that like just like the pressures of like having to be the leader all the time, I think can be toxic. But I was misunderstanding what the original thing. I thought you were talking about like Catholic type stuff. So.
Adult Small Bear for $5 says most grown men can't handle skilled labor jobs. So no, we don't want women to try it out. Labor is a lifestyle learned from an early age. I think I agree with that kind of. But.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a habit, like kind of like taught to do. I don't think it really, again, like matters what gender or sex you are. It's just like, yeah, I think nobody wants to do it, you know?
Okay. Wicked Wally for $5 says, come on, guys. Women definitely invented the McDonald's milkshake machine because those things always work perfectly.
So true.
Oh, the ice cream machines, yeah.
That's a good one.
That's epic. Every time you go to a damn McDonald's, the damn ice cream shake machine don't work.
Okay, Samaria Anna for £5 says
she spelled my name wrong. Sorry.
Yeah. I have 9 siblings and my father was dirt poor. You don't need a lot of money to have kids.
Okay, well, I mean, I imagine the quality of life that you probably had was completely different than the average person nowadays of like.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem is thinking that material things are what.
Okay, but if your ideology wants to encourage people to have more children, which it seems like that is like a lot of something that you, doggy. Sorry, doggy. That you really.
Two good boys.
Oh, what a good boy. I'm so distracted by dogs. If your ideology is that you want more people having children, why would you not want it to be a lot more easy to get into with the idea of like you don't have to sacrifice that much, like to have children? I feel like if I have an option between my iPhone and a child, obviously it's not like it's a direct 1-to-1, but like that maybe shouldn't be a qualifier, right? Like maybe you shouldn't have to have that decision. You should want to make a family because you want to make a family. Like I don't think you would disagree with that, right?
Well, I have a different worldview. So my worldview is not based on like my material well-being. It's literally based on an idea of motherhood.
Okay, but a lot of people do not. Hold on, a lot of people. I'll let you finish, but a lot of people do not share your same worldview. But I do want to potentially have like a kid, right? But I don't want to do it in the way that you're doing it. Like, so I think if you're trying to it's kind of like marketing, like in a way of like you want to sell the idea of like women should be having more children, right? So why would you limit it in a way where you just have to like give up everything to like do that? Because I don't think that's a good sell.
So what do you think it is that I gave up in order to have 5 children?
Well, you specifically have said multiple things that you gave up. Yeah. Like I mean,
material crap that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but I don't think that you should have to add.
This is gonna have to come on another day.
Can I say one more thing? One sentence. I promise you.
All right.
Okay. I don't think that you should ask other people to give up material possessions or change their lifestyle to be able to do the life that you are living. Okay.
I think that's actually the point.
One sentence.
Yes. I think that's actually the point, that motherhood and parenthood makes you a better person because it forces you to focus less on the material and more on things that matter after you're dead and gone.
Okay.
All right. That's it. We're done with that segment. Wicked Wally for $5. I would love to haul nets on a deep sea fishing boat all day because my ocean fishies. Nina totally said this.
I do love ocean fishies.
Is he quoting you?
I don't think I said ocean fishies, but I do love ocean fishies.
They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Okay, $5 from Wicked Wally again says Nina.
Thank
how
you
many women
so
does it take
much,
to
little
screw
bits.
in a light bulb? Trick question. That's a man job. Get back in the kitchen.
As I've said, I dated an Italian man. I have no position in the kitchen at this point.
Georgia Forgy just gifted a membership to who was it? Connor Blasing. Congratulations on doing absolutely nothing and receiving a channel membership. Initiate yourself. I know we got a couple of other gifted subs in the middle of the debate. Thank you guys for giving those out. We appreciate it. It's the best way to support us. Become a member and gift memberships. It's a lot of fun to be a member here. So
we see
highly
doggies.
encouraged. Georgia Porgy for $5 says, for all the bros that jump on these grenades, God bless you. Thank you for that. Clip Champ Razor for $5. Rachel converted me, so Nina, either you get pregnant tomorrow or you better get on
That's
the oil.
my boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go beat the shit.
And then Wicked Wally again for $5 says, I believe in pansexuality. A woman makes me pancakes and we get sexual.
As long as you're making the bacon, all right?
Oh, that's funny. Okay. For $2, Olawale Blue says, Rachel, buy my new book, The Art of the Filibuster.
If you're implying that I filibustered, I'd like to know how me actually spitting a ton of stats and making lots of sense
Well,
and making actual arguments is a filibuster, but okay.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, but just make it brief.
Yeah, of course. I think the idea is that it was a lot of you doing that and not actually having a conversation with me.
It's not a conversation, it's a debate. Different things.
End of segment. No response. Sorry. Solomon 1618 for $2 says, can you acknowledge that you don't know what you don't know, Nina?
Correct.
Okay. Adult Small Bear for $2 says, I just said, oh, doggy at the same time as her. I think we all did. I think everybody did, except for me. Olawale Blue for $2 says, how much does your cadre of firearms cost?
Good question.
Material.
My husband buys and procures them, just like everything else I've got. So you'd have to
Do
ask
you not
him.
choose which ones you like?
Not really. I mean, he kind of, but he kind of put me on like bigger caliber stuff at the beginning so I wouldn't be scared of anything. And that's just what I got used to. And that's what I like. And he knows what I like. So he buys what I like.
Okay.
For $2, Nico Pluto says, bravo. Thank you, Nico. He's longtime supporter, one of our favorites.
We love Nico.
Audience members. Somehow he's still not a Crucible member. So either he needs to get a channel membership or you guys need to keep gifting them until
We're going to have to gift him one because he's really stubborn about not buying memberships.
He sends all these super chats but refuses to just become a member. I don't understand it, but hey.
Cheers, bravo. Become a member.
Kenneth G for $5 says, question for the Orthodox community. Do you use birth control after having your desired amount of children, or is it not allowed?
Good question.
It's generally not allowed, but we have something called economia, which means that there are extenuating circumstances. You know, we're pretty realistic about the fact that so like if the mother's life was at risk or something like that, or like the dad passed away or something, like there could be an extenuating circumstance where the priest might make some sort of exception, but generally it would be abstain from sexual activity for the most part. I mean, I know people don't like this answer, but just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not true.
Fair.
It's very easy to not get pregnant. You just don't have sex.
Okay, well, okay, we got to move on. Sorry.
So that was the last one. So if you want to respond, you can.
Oh, okay. So, Haig, do you know who I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the jail.
I remember I watched a debate on the Crucible of Haig and Vosh at some point, and like he was saying like, your husband had answered at some point, like, cause like Haig's like really like anti-sex or whatever. And by the way, I would love to talk to Haig because I think his worldview is very funny. I donated once and he didn't answer my question. Yeah, thank you. It's very funny because he kind of was like really anti-sex, and like your Andrew was like, well, what if I just want to have sex with my wife all day? Like, and then he's like, gross. Right. But like, I'm curious of like, sorry, I don't want to.
No, you're good. Go.
Where he had said like, what if I just want to have sex with my wife all day, which is obviously a very fair point. And I'm kind of curious on like, if you're saying this, like if you don't want to get pregnant, don't have sex, like were you just like rolling in like every time that you like have sex, like you want to get pregnant, or like Like, how was your relation with that? If you're gonna say that every time, like, you don't have sex, you don't want to get pregnant, type of thing.
So I don't want to get super personal.
No, of course don't. I'm not asking you to be uncomfortable.
Sure. I had very severe autoimmune issues with my last one.
Oh,
that kind of, we would have loved to have had a couple more.
Right.
But I had like some really severe issues that I kind of made it through the last one by the skin of my teeth. And that was kind of it for us. So that would be one of those extenuating circumstances where like, okay, I got through 5 and the doctor was like, it's not going to be good for you if you keep going based on everything that's happened. So like that would be an extenuating circumstance. But in general, like it's actually pretty easy to even without using birth control and stuff to, like in Orthodoxy, we have fasting and we have preparation for like confession and things like that where we abstain. So we're not just like doing it constantly. It's a little different.
I guess so. My point is like, then if you're saying right now that you have like a condition where you probably should not have more children, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do you not have sex anymore?
No. But that's the thing. I don't want to go into like the technical aspects.
No, right. Yeah. But like the concept of it, I mean, hopefully I'm not making you uncomfortable by any means. Stop me if I am. But like the idea of like, okay, so
it does. Well, just don't make it so. Rachel, what she's asking is like, if a person is in a condition where they can't have children,
all right, mansplain.
Should they not be having sex with their husband?
Right. That is exactly what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying there are lots of ways you can do that because I think that's very important for marriage. I think it's a very, very important part of a healthy and good marriage to do that. It's like a very important way.
Well, then I guess like I don't understand the idea of you saying that like maybe like if you're married but you don't want to have children or whatever, like should you just not, because you personally had said like, well, it's not that hard to not get pregnant, just don't have sex.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so what if you're married to your husband?
I think if you're married and there's no like dire physical reason why you can't, that you should just be procreating. So like normally in the life cycle of a normal woman, you would be pregnant for 9 months, you would have the baby and then you'd be nursing, and it's not that you can't get pregnant while nursing, it's just it's much harder to, especially for the first like several months if you're nursing full time.
Sure.
So we kind of had natural birth control built in, and when the child was weaned, then the woman would be more fertile and it would be more likely that she would get pregnant and the cycle would continue.
Okay, so I guess where I want to ask you again with like going back to the Hake argument, is like, what if you were obviously you're not, but like what if like when you started like your relationship with your husband, I don't know when you got married, doesn't matter, but like what if you were infertile? Like, should you just stop fucking?
No, absolutely not. In fact, you should be like doubling down on that. So I have friends that are struggling with fertility and they have sex all the time because they're hoping and praying, literally praying that they will become fertile at that point. So it's not like, no, the Protestant bizarro cult idea that like you shouldn't be having sex or that sex with your spouse is bad.
Like, hey.
Yes, that comes from, so St. Augustine came up with this, and he struggled with this idea because he had been like a very like carnal, passion susceptible person
I don't know who this is,
before he became a saint.
Okay.
Yeah, so he struggled a lot with the idea of carnal relations within marriage and how it could be sinful or not sinful. And a lot of like Protestants and even some Catholics will take that to like this weird place that we don't take it to in Orthodoxy at all. So no, we think that among married couples, like you should be doing it as much as you can.
Let's go.
Get in there, like, no, we're very like sex positive among married couples. We think it's a very good and holy and wonderful thing. It shouldn't like, if it's like an addiction or something, that would be a problem, but it's a really good and loving, wonderful thing to do. And you should be doing that.
Okay. Another couple super chats came in. Adult Small Bear for $2 says, I bet your boyfriend agrees with Rachel 90%.
I don't know what that means.
How much do I get part of that money because he's wrong? If it's like a bet?
No, well, maybe. Yeah, he did lay down the bet.
I mean, he doesn't. So.
You'll have to work it out with adults.
All right. I'll hit him up on DMs.
Solomon 1618 for $2 says, yes or no, not correct, and Rach has the knowledge you need. I have no idea what this is saying.
I don't know.
Wait, can we? Yes and no, not correct. No, I don't get it either.
Yeah, no idea.
It's beyond
Well,
me.
that's what we'll end it with. Thank you
All
guys
right.
for all the super chats. We appreciate everybody's support and all the memberships. We appreciate it very
This
much.
was fun.
And thank you, Nina and Rachel, for coming. One last time before we go, Nina, shout yourself out. Tell everybody where they can
Again, I'm Nina from twitch.tv/Nina, Neeina, like it's spelled right there. It was a pleasure to be on the show again. I've been a fan for a while, so it's kind of surreal to be thank you so much, Zen Shapiro, for getting back to me with everything. And I would love to come back and talk about more leftist shit. I think we got a little in the weeds, but Rachel, I feel like there's a lot more we could have talked about with feminism and stuff like that. So I really appreciate you having me on the show, and again, Rachel, you having the conversation with me.
Yeah, and we're happy to have you back. It was a fun engagement. I think the chat really enjoyed it, so you're more than welcome to come back another time. Rachel, shout yourself out. Tell everybody where they can find you one more time.
I am the Crucible's wife, and I am the property of Andrew Wilson. So if you have any problems with me, take it up with him.
I will.
He will field all the complaints. So if you want to complain about me, you have to send it to him, and he will deal with it. You can buy my book on Amazon. It's called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. You can find me on YouTube at Rachel Wilson. You can find me on Twitter at Rach for Patriarchy. I have a Substack, rwilson.substack.com, where I write about all this academic historical crap that I talk about all the time. So follow me on all those things. And thank you, Nina, for the wonderful debate. And hopefully we'll see you back.
Yeah, I would love to.
And for some reason, my camera decided not to focus at the end. There it is. All right, am I here?
You're a little out of focus.
You're there. We see you.
Fading in and out. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
It's fine. It's fine.
Just in time to hit the exit. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you again, Rachel and Nina, for being here. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you in Crucible Land, have a wonderful night.
Ooh, shit. Alright, I should probably just leave this. It's kind of a vibe though with the song. Who are these random people in the private chat? What the fuck? It's fine, whatever. We're closing that. Alright. I don't think I did as well as I wanted to. She fucking curveballed me hardcore with her population thing. And I think I took the bait a little bit too hard, to be honest. But that was fun. I thought it was fun. I think I enjoyed. Oh, now we're just saying instances of seeing myself. Yeah, I was really excited about it. I think I could have done a little bit better. I just was I wasn't expecting her to be as aggressive. Like, you know what? We've been talking about it on stream, and I didn't think that she was gonna. I didn't think she was gonna say the word retard before I did. So we're basically best friends at this point. So Rachel and I are gonna go and get like samosas or whatever. But I was not expecting it to necessarily go that way. I don't think I did really perfectly, but I think it was good for a first showing. I was really anxious at the beginning. My intros and my outros. I loved talking to the guests. The call-ins were really fun. I love the call-ins. The population thing, it just didn't really make a lot of sense, and I should have been a little bit more aggressive about, or a lot more aggressive about like keeping her on track about like talking about feminism, because I was so like confused about what she was talking about that, I mean, which might have been a rhetorical strategy she was trying to use. I was like, what? Obviously, she watched my stream yesterday of us, so she knows who you guys are if you watched the stream yesterday. Of bitching about like society or whatever. I think that it's really funny. A lot of the donations trying to shout at me were really funny. Like, I thrive on people trying to shout at me. I think it's just so funny. Yes, we have a new JCS I'm really excited about, but I want to talk about this for a little bit. Like their intro music. I don't really understand why the Crucible has a noose. Like, I don't really think that's a good branding idea, but it's fine. I mean, it's their choice. It just seems like the Crucible. When I think of Crucible, I think of like the thumbs up melting type of thing, and not like a noose. was just left field. Yeah, it was totally left field. I was like, what? Because, I mean, I don't think that's true at all. Like, I didn't know how to respond to that because it was just, like, so weird. And I'm kind of sad because I really hope that I'm able to get back on the show again because I do want to talk about, I have, like, I did so much work for this and none of it had to do with population decline, like, and that's on me. I should have been aware to know to get maybe away with it, or get away from that. But I was so curious on what she was talking about, and then like the inconsistency with the idea of like, oh, immigration bad, but the reason why wages go down is because women and then also with population going down, like, why don't we just, doesn't it kind of imply that population go down, wage go up? So we need more wage go down. So, like, okay, like, so I think I shouldn't have brought up immigration as quickly as I did. I brought it up a little bit too soon, in my opinion. No, we're not watching The Legend of Jeff. There's a new one. There's a new one today. The JCS today. Yeah, I don't think a country should exist either. I'm an anarchist when it comes to borders. I think that everyone, I mean, I'm a libertarian when it comes to like my freedom means that I appreciate that she didn't focus on abortion. I was really worried she was going to, not that I thought that it was going to be like something I couldn't talk about. It's just, it's kind of a boring argument. So, and I think she knows that. Like, she obviously has done this plenty of times. I didn't think she was going to be as mean as she was going to be. So, like, I wish I would have known that previously, so we could have been on the same page. But I'm definitely down to talk to her more because I thought it was fun. I also love like the assumptions that she makes about me because she doesn't even know anything about me. I think that's very funny. It's like what every Reddit user thinks about you. A libertarian instead of a libertine. No, nobody calls anyone a libertine. I've never heard the term libertine. No, I'm saying I am a libertarian socialist. I'm not a direct libertarian. Yes, I do believe in a very specific ideology. The only things I don't believe in when it comes to libertarianism is a lot of like weird like age of consent stuff. Like, and there's some aspects of it where they don't believe in the collective good, and I don't agree with those type of things. I mean, having your whole your ideology, it's a journey. It's not the ideology, it's the Twitch people like try and cancel you along the way. Am I right? I mean, libertarian is very not specifically one ideology that they're mutually exclusive. No, they're not. How are they mutually exclusive? You want to talk to me? Oh, Rez wanted me to go on his podcast, but I don't know. That was a really long podcast. What was it, like 4 hours? That was fun though. I didn't think she was gonna be that mean, or not mean, but you know what I mean. Aggressive. Also, I thought the idea of just asking me random questions about statistics of like 2x4s was really funny. That's like something I would do. Like, that's like something I would do as like a joke. Like obviously there's no reason that I would know that, but like just asking it over and over again is like a really funny meme. And we love that. Personal a few times. Well, I don't think she really got personal so much as she like saw my like thing, and yeah, no, I guess you're right. She did like what like she literally just watched my stream like yesterday. I should add her on Discord so we can chat. But let's be real here. There really wasn't that much of a feminist debate. I don't think that was on me. What the fuck is happening back here? I got caught in the weeds there a little bit. I was really nervous. I love this show. So I was really, really nervous. I mean, obviously I got into my element more at the end there, but like oh my god, if I were to watch back, the beginning is going to be like mega cringe. But like I want to, come back again, Could I take her? I honestly think I could. She said that she's stronger than me. I don't think she is. because just like the patriarchy, I'm just gonna gaslight her and then like have somebody set up a weapon so that I can win in a way that wasn't directly decided on. She could beat me? I don't think so. I'm pretty strong. I am too strong. I'm getting mixed messages here. I think the fact that her mic sounds like shit is like one of the biggest things that I feel like was like holding me back from being a little bit more mean, because every time I started to say something, she would go on diatribes of talking about something, and like they were like kind of like civility politics, where it's just like, oh well, you're talking too much. Just like, well, it's not my fault. Her fucking mic sucks. Yeah, we'll do better next time. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, yeah, this is like my first time, so I appreciate her not being like super like overly nice. Obviously, I really appreciate her. Thank you. Being aggressive about it, because I mean, I don't mind being aggressive. It's just the platform itself was was new to me. You think they enjoyed it? Okay, that's kind of what it mattered. Libertarian is not in here. Oh, okay, you're not talking to me. Your mic sucks, yeah. Was that a funny joke where I made like, is that why your fucking mic sounds like shit? Because I wasn't necessarily making a joke. It does sound like shit. Maybe if we donate to her enough, she'll get a mic that doesn't sound like shit, so then I can interrupt her. Oh, to big things, possibly, as you did great, I think. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Retro. We're frustrating. Okay, I'm glad that you guys think that as well, because she kind of just seemed like I was going to call her doing the debate, like, I mean, obviously she's probably watching. Hello, Rachel. It was really nice talking to you. I do want to talk to you again. I don't know how to link up, maybe on Discord or on Twitter, anywhere, I guess. It reminded me of how Jackson Hinkle argues a little bit, where he just like says random stats. It's like nobody wants to do a debate where you're just going against the stats. Like what do you want me to do? Sit here and just look at all of like your stats here and like try and like it's like boring. That's not what it's kind of like bad decorum. Like when it comes to a debate, if your entire argument is just listing off random stats that have nothing to do with your point, like it's kind of just like. Okay, why? I thought it was weird. Obviously, my intro and I'm really not good at doing planned writing, stuff like that. Yeah, I think it could be a really good conversation, like a long conversation. I agree. Like I don't necessarily like. I think that she is okay. As much as I said, I don't think that she's a grifter. I think that she's really, really focused on the breeding thing. And I feel like that's like kind of like a little, like, I want to know why. So that's what I want to talk to her about. I would really love to talk about, like, why is that like a huge focus for you? Because it doesn't seem like feminism itself is stopping you from doing anything that you're doing. Like, obviously she got shit when she was a kid. Or not a kid, but when she was younger. And there's a lot of feminists, like live feminists are like the fucking worst, dude. I will be the first one to say it. Live feminists are the fucking worst, where they're just like, oh, well, every woman has to be like a Kim Kardashian, like empowered, like queen or whatever. Like, I would love to talk to her about sex work. Like, I'd love to talk about so many things. But like, because I think that we do agree on the idea that like that type of feminism is like what she's like traumatized by in some ways. Where I don't. How is my hair doing this? Okay, fuck it. I am doing like a little of a beats thing or whatever. Little ad hominems are good. Well, as long as you guys enjoyed it, that's kind of like the best thing. I was really anxious. I did so much work to prep for this, and none of it was relevant. She fucking sidewindered me. I knew she was gonna look at some of the stuff that I knew she was gonna look at. To be fair, I watched more of her stuff than she did of mine, but yeah, I was just bitching out on my job yesterday. But I don't know why she was just saying like I wouldn't do it when I've literally done it. That's like just I think everyone saw that as like a weak argument. Like, okay, well I have, so I don't know what to tell you. Like like, oh no, you wouldn't do that. It's like, well, Razor submitted pictures of me doing it, so checkmate atheist. I mean, like, I mean, I don't know, like, in Reddit lingo, like, clearly, and she's saying like I've never touched grass. It's like, yeah, I am terminally online. That's fine, but it's kind of like a weird like Mad Lib. She was like Mad Libsing in like how leftist I was, and this is like, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, the breeding thing was weird. Like, her whole thing was about, like, having children. It really kind of came off, and I was going to say a little bit of this, but it seems like a kind of cope post in some ways about, like, no, I think she's a fine person, but, like, I like, a cope post of, like, maybe she was pressured into having multiple children. You know, like, and then maybe that's, like, what the reason was. It's just an anti-authoritarian Marxism. Stop it. It's a thing. Wait, I don't even know you're trying to make a point. It's an anti-authoritarian Marxism. It's a thing. It exists. It's not incorrect to identify as it. There's the same movement that's been named for years. It's just different from pure traditional libertarianism. Your argument isn't with Nina. It's about being a misnomer to begin with. That's fair. Did you miss talking about? Oh my god, look at this, like, okay, I'll show you. Look at this. I didn't talk about, like, anything. I had the idea of, like, patriarchy and why the like, because I'm a men's liberation. I wanted to focus on men's rights law, but she really, really was interested on, and that's on me. That's what I'm, like, mad about. I'm mad that I wasn't a little bit more or I wasn't more, again, her mic, honestly, was kind of like, I don't know if it's a strategy on purpose, but, like, when we were in the lobby, like, she was just like, oh, yeah, I'll turn off these fans or whatever. And, like, I just, I felt like I couldn't, like, she was going on these long sentences, and I felt rude to interrupt her, but, like, we weren't really talking about what I wanted to talk about. So I think, like, again, like, I wasn't more aggressive with, like, well, again, like, she did what I thought she would do to go to civility politics, be like, oh, she's disrupting me. And, I mean, Zen Shapiro, I think, did a really good job with managing it. But I don't like the idea of, like, it's the channel owner's wife. You know, like, I want to be, like, if she was on my stream, I wouldn't cut her off on, like, telling her to stop talking about certain things. But, like, again, the mic thing, an issue, but, like, I would have cut her off and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about feminism here. Like, okay, so I told her at the beginning of it, you need to define to me, oh, you can't see what I'm looking at, sorry. You need to define to me, oh wait, why am I over here? Why voting is wrong, she didn't do that. Why running for office is wrong, she didn't do that. Why work is wrong, I mean, arguably, like, she tried to do that, but I don't think she at all succeeded. Equal pay didn't even fucking come up, so she didn't do that. Education, the fact that she's a homeschool mom and has time to do this, I feel like she's not really doing the best job. That's kind of being mean. No, see, I feel bad. I feel like I'm being mean. And then bodily autonomy, like, none of these. She didn't prove any of these. She just wanted to talk about, like, building stuff. Like, I can build, like, if I, like, this is like those weird, like, people who do that, goalposty move thing, where if I were to have built a house by myself, then all the plumbing, like, I mean, like, no one person typically builds a house. You get a plumber to do the plumbing, and you get the electrician to do the electricity. It doesn't matter who they are, but, like, no one person builds a house. Like, it's very silly to think that. It's an infiltration attempt inside a label by socialist? What? Oh god, that was in response. Okay, that was in response to the thing. Okay, just like they infiltrate anarchists. Well, I think people are just kind of silly sometimes when it comes to their comprehension of what anarchism is. After maybe I should finish reading. Proudhound libertarians was not okay. You're getting into like really specific stuff about libertarians and stuff like that. She didn't believe you cut. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I didn't have to like say that I did. Like, it was good that Razor posted that picture, but like, I mean, like, if your argument is, I just don't believe you, like, and then Razor posts a picture and then she's still saying, oh, I don't believe you. Like, you kind of taking a fat L on that one. And it's fine. I'm sure like their chat probably was like, oh, Lena. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I understand that people are not going to like me, but if I'm going to go into the debate space, if you think that people are going to like you going to the debate space, you've already lost. Like, it's fine. Look, literally got a horn here. I thrive on people like disliking me. I think it's like, I don't know what it is. It's not that I like enjoy people not liking me. It's just I don't care and I like to argue. It's not that I don't like people not liking me. It's just I really like to argue. Oh fuck! I was supposed to go to roses or whatever. But look at all of this. Look at all of this. I did do this. I did ask about Hake because I am so excited to talk to Hake because he thinks that sex should be like literally like 1 second. He's like, I think that like you shouldn't like even have like okay, well, my dude, maybe you're just like gay. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like I'm so hoping, inshallah, we talk to Hage or Haig or however the fuck we pronounce his name. I am yes, he's like a semen retention type of guy. Like it's super weird. Yeah, sex is yucky, ew. Yeah, basically, exactly. Like, I think it's so funny. I think I would make him so uncomfortable. Just, like, existing. But, like, I just think it's really funny that his, like, world... Like, he literally, like, thinks that, like, sex is, like... Yeah, exactly what you're saying, like, gross. And then it should only last for, like, 1 second. And it's like, well, maybe, like... Oh, God, I want to talk... I was so uncomfortable for, like, the first half... just because it was a new situation. I think I did okay with my opening. I kind of like was practicing it over the days. I think I actually did better with my ending, but I got really like ADHD distracted about what the fuck I was talking about a few times, and that was really bad. There was a lot of mistakes I made during this. Rez said he was going to watch it on a stream tomorrow, and I was like, oh god. Like, I have an anxiety disorder, so, like, it always comes up, and it's always, like, mega cringe. I don't know, like, I probably shouldn't have let her go on to the whole thing, but I was just so fucking confused the whole time. I think I got some good jabs there, but I could have done better. I'm really looking forward to talking to her again. Because I think that, like, maybe, like, I mean, her entire worldview is that she fucking sucks, I guess. So, I didn't think that she was going to say retarded. If I knew that she was going to say retarded, which I guess is my own fault, we're not looking at her own, her past debates, I would have maybe come into it a little bit differently, but I think more than anything, I was just really uncomfortable about the formality of everything. So I think now that I've been through it, I think we can do, I hope that, you know, I can be a little bit more personable, because I know what I would have said if I wasn't, like, if I was talking to her directly, but, I mean, obviously, the space itself is what it is, but I thought that, she wasn't, like, mean, but I wish she kind of was a little bit more mean, because I love people being mean to me, because then I get to be mean back. If you are infertile, we have to have twice as much sex. Yeah, that was really funny. The idea of like being like, okay, what about infertile people? And just like, what? Mass relation spell. He's probably playing Hogwarts Legacy, so. I really didn't want to talk about trans people. As much as I do love talking about trans rights, like, I was really worried. I was like, oh my god, please don't have this come down to trans people. Every fucking argument with conservatives comes down to trans people. She's too deep in the funny hole. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like, she kind of was just like, okay, so Jackson Hinkle does, the way that Jackson Hinkle debates, it's kind of similar, where he just, like, basically reads a Wikipedia page. And he just reads it at them, and then if you're like, okay, so what does that mean? They're like, let me finish! And then they, like, keep talking, and then they finish reading their Wikipedia page. Maybe I'm giving her too many strategies. Hello, Rachel. But, that was really creepy. But like, God, like the idea of just like naming off certain stuff. It's like, okay, well, what are you just like doing esoteric, like, like studies that I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about? Like, you're in a debate. You're talking to me. I'm not gonna, like, nobody wants to sit here and watch a debate where it's just two people, like, looking at studies, like, poring over them, like, reading them. That's really fucking boring. Like, if you want me to, like, I mean, I will read her book. If she sends me the audiobook, which she has not yet to this point. Oh, she got a message request. Troy something. That's just some random person. Dude, I'm not accepting random, like, messages anymore. You gotta say what you fucking want to say to me. I'm getting so annoyed. Someone's like, hey, you want to see my dick? I'm like, no. Thank you, though. And they're like, you sure? I'm like, yes, I'm sure. And then I'm like, okay, I guess I have to block you. Like, you're not giving me any option to, like, not, like, associate with you in, like, this way. Like, I get maybe you're, like, being weird, but then, like, I'm like, okay, you don't have to talk to me. Like, you're the one choosing to do it. Oh, shit, Zerka's live. I hear Razor, like, furiously typing. Was I supposed to look at this during the stream, Razor? All of this? Razor, what am I, you, during the thing? If you would have told me to look at this, I would have done it. But you didn't tell me to do it. But it was fun. I did say generally a lot of things that I got to say. I said I want to talk to Hake. And I thought it was funny that she also was confused about his idea about it. Do you think if I, like, came back and I knew everything about, like, building materials, like, that it would actually have changed anything? Because I think it's a really funny joke. If every time that I'm on the Crucible, they just ask me questions about, like, building materials, I think that's really funny. That's a really funny idea. But what if, like, I guess the idea is that I don't know, but I don't know. Like, obviously the idea that they're trying to get behind, like, doesn't make any sense. Not that they're actually trying to get behind it, but, like, the idea of, okay, so men just inherently know these things. But I think that's the joke. I think they're playing into the joke, which I think is very funny. The Bible's fucking weird. True, it is very fucking weird. Just send it to them. What? Orthodox Jews. I thought she was gonna do some real Jewish shit earlier, like anti-Jewish shit. I was like, oh, that's a little bit yikesy, but she wasn't. So only groups exceed. Yeah, but what do the Jews, Christians, Mormons, and Catholics think about sandpaper? I thought 0.5 was funny because I was really hoping that would, like, add up. Because, make women look stupid. I mean, we both look stupid. As I said at the beginning, the irony of us both even talking. It's Twitter. Or Twitch. I don't care. I think that she was really, really into the concept of, like, population density, and that was a left field. I really didn't know how to respond to that because I was like, what? Like, nobody talks about that. I just, like, was confused. You are in a debate, not a dialogue. I think you were a dialogue. No, yeah, well, like, she's saying that because she's trying to be aggressive. She's just emulating what her husband does because she doesn't have her own personality, right? By her own beliefs. Don't necessarily think that's true, but I think that's kind of what she was going for with that. I think a dialogue is really important to have, especially on, like, the feminist space and, like, such a general topic. Like, the idea of, like, feminism, what the fuck are you going to talk about? Like, I didn't think we were going to talk about this. Look at my notes. I got notes on a bunch of shit. I'm a gender abolitionist. And, like, I don't know, she's like, oh, you are correct. Like, yeah, bitch, I know you fucking watched my stream. Yes, I know that you know that. Like, everything was not in her favor. Like, if she was, like, on a different platform that, like, what? Like, I didn't even understand what the point she was trying to make with, like, she's trying to, like, gotcha me with things I had said on my stream. Like, I didn't know. Like, I didn't assume that she had watched my streams. Like, I kind of lazy she only watched one, but, you know, we love our one viewer, you know. But I want to do more of these. I think it's fun. I think I do want to get to talking about a lot of stuff. I think I was thinking that she was going to talk about some mom shit, and, like, I can't relate because I am not a mom. So I don't have a lot to say about that. So maybe I should have taken more control about, like, what we were talking about. But I was just so confused by what she was talking about. I was like curious. I was like, what are you talking about? Population? Like, I don't get what you're saying. You were in a debate. Oh, sorry. I'm rereading something you just said. We will end up with 1 billion, but all is good. Like I feel like I did have a good gotcha in the terms of like, she was like saying like, okay, so women being in the workforce meant wages went down, but then we're worried about the lack of ability of, or a lack of people for the workforce. So that means wages go up. Like, I was so confused at what she was trying to say. She kind of like got me on that. I was so confused in the dumb shit she was saying. I was like, what? Oh, hold on, he's gonna yell at me.
Where's dinner?
As I said, as a Japanese woman with dating an Italian man, I have no place in the kitchen. From watching streams? Well, I don't think so. I think more the idea of like, I had a lot of in my head I had a lot of jokes about like, why the fuck are you even able to do this? Like, just because your husband allows you? 2 adults, 2 children, 2 adults. There's a problem. Well, I mean, in what population dense? I mean, like that. It's a trend over time. Like I don't understand. Like she's just kind of like saying things at me, and I'm like, well, do you want me to respond, or like, do you want to just say things? Because I think it'd be like a lot more fun and to actually have like a conversation. Because if we can be mean, like she said retarded before I did. Razor told me specifically not to say retarded because I thought that I would get them in trouble on their stream. So I didn't. And I was like, oh shit. I could have been saying this shit all the time, and I was like, yeah, I called her retarded. French woman than Japanese. It is what it is. You've never had sushi? It's pretty, I mean, it depends. California rolls are pretty good. I don't like it with the like zucchini or whatever. Cucumber, I mean. No, but it was fun though. I really did enjoy it. I would love to talk to Rachel again. I was so confused. And I think a lot of it was performative. I'm so charitable for no reason. I don't necessarily hate it about myself, but I like think that she's like just doing it for like the memes. Because I think that like advocating against yourself, like actively thinking that no, I'm a piece of shit. So you shouldn't, and like calling me a liar for no, like I'm like, well, I proved to you that I did it, so I it's really kind of like a coat post, you know? Like, it's just like, okay, well, I did it, so what do you want from me? Like, why do you think that women don't want to, like, I didn't think it was going to be, I thought we were going to get into, like, an academic level of, like, feminism and, like, how feminism has been really fucked in a lot of ways because of, like, sex worker exclusionary aspects. Like, I was going into that. I did way too much research on this. So hopefully I'm going to be able to do another one because I think I would be curious of talking to her about like sex work, but I kind of worry that it is going to devolve to the idea of like, well, you're showing your body, so that's kind of disgusting. And then it's like, okay, well then what the fuck am I supposed to say back to that? Like, no. I mean, I disagree. Like, I explain why. Like, I don't understand why that's gross or whatever. And it's just like, but she's just telling me like, oh, maybe she was doing a little bit too much personal things, and maybe I got distracted with the personal things. So I was really, obviously, it was a new situation, and like, I definitely think I took the bait. Oh, JCS, that's true. All right, well, we're finishing it up. We'll watch JCS. To not be produced, exactly. Yeah, like I mean, freedom. You don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. Well, then why is she hanging out with her children, her 5 children? Why is she debating me? I kind of said something like that, but like, I guess the second half was this was way longer than I thought it would be. What the fuck was that? I thought it was gonna be like 3 hours. I mean, it was fun. I didn't mind, but like, I feel like she didn't get mad. I think she was drinking kind of the same way that I was, where at the beginning we were a little like shy about it, and then like she started drinking, I started drinking, and then like we were able to be catty, which was fun. I love doing that. But yeah, I don't understand what her issue, like her entire thing was based off of like population fall. I'm like, what? And I don't even know that's true at all, because it doesn't really seem like that big of a deal. Like, oh my god, my hair just will not have it right now. But yeah, this is a new JCS. I am literally at Pikmin right now with this going on. Hopefully next time I won't be as anxious, but I was really, really anxious at the beginning. But we have a new JCS. She wants no... I didn't understand what the fuck her point was. I don't think she had one. I don't think that she actually cared enough to... I think she has like a list of things. Probably her husband wrote, am I right? That she was supposed to say, and then she just prattled off like, you know, the list of them. See, now I'm being mean, but she's not here, so I feel like it's like not the same. We're not watching The Legend of Jeff. There's a new one that came out today. Are you serious? It's about oh, this did pretty good. 1.4K views already. It's because we got boobies. We got boobas. They're all gonna be super negative comments. Let's see. Let's look. Fuck it. Well, that was an interesting one. No noise. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought there was gonna be more. I don't like that the Crucible has a noose. I don't like that about the Crucible, because it seems like it should be like the Crucible thing hanging. I had a fucking whole thing that I wrote about like going into the deep bowels of the Crucible and emerging as a well-forged katana to destroy the patriarchy. But I'm also like autistic, so I couldn't figure out a way to slot that one in. Not because I'm autistic, just because I'm dumb and autistic. Doesn't help. Is that it has a moose? Okay, so this is about cam girls. So, still relevant. Thank you everyone for being here from the Crucible squad. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully I will come back around. I'm gonna check my DMs. I'm not gonna do it on stream. Yes, okay. My buttons are just not working. I feel like when somebody starts a sentence with hey, I don't know why, I feel like it's a negative thing. So this guy spent a shit ton of $275,000 of dad's money on virtual girlfriend.
In mid-2018, 29-year-old Grant was unemployed, living rent-free in his parents' guest house in the rural village of Chuliota, Florida. He had not...
Oh!
Differ from regular porn sites in that they are interactive. Instead of watching a pre-recorded video, users can solicit live performances from models in exchange for money. This allows individuals to watch whatever acts they want, but at a price. Using his brother's credit card, he browsed through multiple cam models, spending an average of 20 minutes on each one. Yet it was on the 5th of June when forensics discovered he came in contact with a performer who went by the stage name of Sylvie. And over the following 6 months, Grant would spend over $200,000 of his family's money on this one model. The entirety of his father's life savings that he had saved up from working as a pharmacist for over 30 years was gone. He had spent $60,000 from his brother's credit card and had also taken a $65,000 loan out on the house. When his family found out, instead of calling the police, Grant was sent to a behavioral rehabilitation facility for online porn addiction.
The more we try...
No. No, this is not the actual promo video. No. Hold on. I'm just saying nice things to Zen Shapiro.
To run from shame, the stronger it becomes.
When Grant got back from rehab on January 4th...
Oh, I just heard that. Wait, did somebody donate? What happened? I'm a little messy right now. My tabs are all messed up. All of my notes went down the fucking toilet. Oh, the bits. I will take loan on my house, which I do not have to donate 100 bits. Thank you so much. Go GD.
Father presented him with a 2-page list of rules he was required to follow if he...
I want your house. This is a legal contract. You owe me your house now.
wanted to continue living at home. One of the conditions was that he cease all communication with Sylvia immediately, but it took just 3 weeks for the family to discover that he had broken the contract and re-established contact with the model via Twitter. On January 24th, when Chad Amato got home from work, he reportedly confronted Grant over his disregard, and the two of them got into a heated argument which almost turned into a physical altercation. Grant was then kicked out of the house, and for the first time in his life, he was on his own.
Miller.
Shortly before 9 a.m. the next morning, police received a call from Cody Amato's girlfriend, alerting them that he had failed to show up to work that morning and hadn't responded.
I don't know why these white people got this Japanese-ass last name. I'll be honest here. We're all asking the same fucking question. Why these white people got this Japanese-ass last name, Imato? Like, I'm Japanese.
To multiple phone calls. They arrived at the residence at 9:17 a.m. and once knocks on the front door went unanswered, they were able to gain access with a knife via the back entrance. Chad, Margaret, and Cody Amato were all found lying dead on the floor with gunshot wounds to the head from a 9mm handgun. Grant became the immediate prime suspect as a witness statement from Cody's girlfriend advised police of the confrontation.
What? Oh, Cody's girlfriend.
That had occurred the night before, as well as the collection of bizarre circumstances that had led to that point. He was traced to a hotel in Orlando.
You're being cooperative, sir. We appreciate that. Some Seminole County detectives want to talk to you, so we're going to get the handcuffs off of you.
Nothing in your pants, correct?
It's just a normal routine when we encounter someone that we want to make sure you're safe. Now we know you don't have any weapons. We'll get those restraints off of you. We're confident you've been cooperative, everything's good, so we appreciate that very much. It goes a long ways.
He immediately agreed to accompany them to the police station and sit down for an interview. Reports stated that he wasn't made aware of his family's demise, nor was he advised as to what the purpose of the interview was for. Grant himself didn't once inquire, just reportedly sat silent in the back seat of an unmarked police car, staring out the window for the entire journey to the police station.
Did you know why? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh my god. I look like Mr. Burns, bro. That's a little bit of a yikesy. He killed his entire family. He killed his mother, father, and his brother. For the money.
So you got a lot to Coke right now?
It's horrible.
No. I'll hold off on that.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm here.
Ooh. There's a girl in the room and all of a sudden he acts a little bit differently, huh?
Just to restate, he has not been told, nor given any insinuation as to why he is sitting inside an interrogation room.
Yep.
And has
Yeah, he has no idea why he's there.
not once inquired himself.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming up here with us. And any time during this you need to stop and go to the bathroom, want a drink.
I think it's pretty smart to have a female detective on this one because this guy is obviously like a. Okay, bad. It's not a shot collar; it just like vibrates a little bit.
So you can just let me know, and we'll be happy to get you.
What is this like paragraphing?
And,
Did I do this?
I'm a deputy Seminole County Sheriff's
How do I make it not do this?
The investigator's
Okay,
initial
whatever.
plan is to establish a friendly connection with the suspect,
You guys asked for
which can
subtitles.
often be a highly effective tactical procedure to elicit a more detailed discourse. Yet on this occasion, something seems to get lost in the endeavor, which you'll just have to see for yourself when the time comes. This is one of the most fascinatingly aggravating interrogations to ever be released into the public domain.
So we just want to talk to you a little bit, and we'll get this in and out. We'll be on our way. Okay. Full name.
I know a little bit of this, so I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What is there any special nursing degree? What you do, or?
I mean, I have like other certifications, but I mean, with that, like, I primarily worked in the hospital for, I think, 5 or 6 years. Well, I was accused of grand theft of the third degree back in June of 2018. There was no evidence ever presented. All the charges were dropped. I've been applying for jobs for the last couple weeks. I'd gotten like 3 or 4 callbacks. And then I went on a job interview yesterday for a home infusion nurse job.
What time was your interview yesterday?
It was scheduled for 10. I got there at around 9 in the morning. And then I think we actually had the interview at about 9:45.
How'd that go?
I mean, it was all good. They didn't have anything. They said that they'd probably be getting back to me by Tuesday or Thursday this coming week.
Get you back to work?
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, it's a crappy world when, you know, you don't have any money, you can't do anything, so.
Financially, how's the nursing what you did? I'm sorry, I just don't know that much. She knows a lot more about nursing. The nursing, how does it pay? How does it pay?
I mean, if you work your standard 12 hours a week, you get anywhere between, I'd say, $45,000 and $55,000 a year. So, I mean, it's not bad. I think my best year, I made like $55,000.
55.
Because I rarely worked overtime.
Right.
You know, when I was just, because I had the whole plan of going to graduate school, so I was just kind of using it as a stepping stone for that time.
Just to pay the bills to get you where you gotta. Gotcha. And what you were going for, what did that pay?
Nurse anesthesia pays, I mean, base like about 150 up to 175.
He does have like a weird headshot.
High school, where'd you go?
I went to Timber Creek.
How were you raised?
Dogs.
High school and the first 2 years of college, I was A, B, C.
Yeah, I mean, because these people are fucking guilty. This is why they don't lawyer up. It's because they think that they could, like, skirt past, oh, I'm being honest. I didn't lawyer up because a lot of people think that, like, if you lawyer up, that means that you're fucking guilty, which is obviously not the case.
You know, I was in honors in the major program for UCF. Girlfriends. I had, like, my high school sweetheart girlfriend.
If somebody asked you girlfriends, I'd be like, what? Boyfriends. What? Like, ask a follow-up question. Like, you're so fucking guilty if you don't ask follow-up questions.
For about 5 years. And then ever since then, no, like, official girlfriends, no flings or anything like that.
Dates here and there?
Dates occasionally, but, I mean, not really. Kind of focused on, like, just getting through the life goals.
As a fool for a client, true.
What do you like to do?
What do I like to do? I like to watch anime.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what it is.
This guy doesn't know what anime is?
I think it said MMA. I'm like, okay, and then when you start explaining to it,
I mean, I
heard
guess
it. I'm like, no.
It's anime viewer.
Um,
Japanese animations, fuck.
It's like cartoons, I guess you could
Just
say.
say Japanese cartoons, you fucking idiot.
It's Japanese cartoons. It is in Japanese, and then they...
Do you think that she was just saying retarded because I was saying retarded yesterday? I just thought about that right now. Moving on.
Subtitle it, yeah.
You speak Japanese?
I was going to say, do you understand?
I don't.
We're best friends now.
I understand a few words.
Me and
we
Rachel.
actually just went to, me, my brother, and one of my friends.
The good boy.
Or, I guess,
yeah.
friends from high school. We went to Japan.
How long have you been out of work?
Oh my god, he looks like a fucking xenomorph, dude. This, like, angle, it's very unflattering. Obviously, it's like a wide-angle lens. But, like, he literally looks like a fucking xenomorph.
I've been out of work for 6 months, since June.
How did you pay? That's a lot of money to be out of work.
My brother.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I think the only other game that we really played was Fortnite, but then that was starting to get to, like...
That's a big deal.
Some of this tongue, basically.
Kids are all over it.
And actually, yeah,
We're at
during
the
the
second
time
now.
that I wasn't...
Oh
working,
my god! Poggy! Let's do the Ben! Come here! Ben! Come here! Get me! Post us for 100 viewers! Emia, long time no see again. I feel like it's been forever. Thank you so much for the raid. We're watching true crime. So hopefully you love corgis and hopefully you love this xenomorph paying $275,000 of his dad's money for his online girlfriend. If you guys would also do that, post one in the chat. One for paying $275,000 for a for your e-girl crush. like Emiya. There's at least one. You just saw this? Yeah, it's a new post. They only post something like this like once a year. So, yes, let's go once in the chat for 275,000 for your e-girl crush. Not even real e-girls if you don't post one. Let's be real here. Not e-girl lovers. No, but Emiya, long time no see. Or I feel like I don't know how to refer to you online, but we'll just go with that one. Miss you, Queen. But thank you so much for the host. Emmy, I think it's okay is how it's supposed to be pronounced. She's fucking crazier than I am, and she's very entertaining, and she's a great content creator. You should definitely follow Emmy, okay, if you don't know about her. And she's the person that he's the person that she's the person that he killed his family for. Confirmed or not.
As a nurse, I tried to do the whole Twitch streaming thing.
What is that?
I'm
sorry.
No.
You and me both. Let's do it back it up a little bit.
That's a big deal right now. Yeah. The younger kids are all over it.
And actually, yeah, during the
Emmy
time
is a
that
boss.
I was,
She's amazing.
that I wasn't working as a nurse, I tried to do the whole Twitch streaming thing.
What is that? I'm sorry.
No.
Where you have to explain a lot of
The whole
stuff.
Twitch
With
streaming thing.
Twitch, it's you got your mic and then you have your face cam, and then basically people are just watching you play whatever game you're going to say that you're playing.
Okay.
On virtual reality, it was primarily just Beat Saber, so it's like a rhythm-based game, like Guitar Hero.
He's a fucking anime loving Beat Saber guy. Oh my god, the tragedy.
From that, we really didn't get into too many other games yet, because we were kind of just focused on Beat Saber.
Your biggest no is a color. I mean, it's really not really that much of her fucking fault. It's obviously this psycho.
Like,
if it wasn't that, it was something. It would be something else.
Like
it's like a gambling addiction, you know.
Or something like that.
Close with your brother Cody? Let's talk about Cody.
Oh yeah. Me and Cody.
Who's older, you or him?
He is. I'm the youngest one. I'm 29. He's 31. My oldest brother.
She,
Jason, is 35.
from what I've seen on it, doesn't have any remorse.
Cody. You know, we decided to go to nursing school together. We decided to go to the nurse anesthesia school together. A lot of people thought that it was weird because we did everything together.
She shouldn't have remorse. I shouldn't have said it that way.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so your entire fucking family is dead, and this is how you're talking? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, anyone's gonna believe you? Like, I would, be, throwing up. Like, if my entire fucking family was dead, and, I was going to be interviewed, but, I mean, he's got xenomorph brain, literally. So, I get it, I guess, but, Jesus Christ, can you imagine being interviewed, after your entire fucking family is killed? Obviously, the idea is that you didn't do it. I would be in shambles. Absolute shambles. I don't know what I would do. I would be, pissing and shitting everywhere, basically.
Understand the bond of brother, though.
Yeah.
The true bond.
He's describing a past job. He's okay, so I'm in a job interview, so how did you get fired for your last job? And then he's, describing that. It's that's what... It smells like it's gonna rain. Do you ever smell it sometimes, or you can smell it's gonna rain? But holy fuck.
I've given you, he'd take care of everything.
I guess some people can compartmentalize to a certain extent.
Yeah, did everything together, connected at the hip.
Ever any issues really with him?
No, like I was saying, during this last 6 months,
Still hasn't mentioned the
it has been
camera.
a very trying time.
Also, he's never asked what happened. You know,
He was,
I'd be why am I here? Why why am I in police custody? Why are you asking me about this? My family's dead. What happened? When my cat died, I was so did you take him to the hospital? And they're just kind of it's gone, you know. And it's just what? No, why didn't you because it doesn't set in right away, you know.
Where he would get extremely upset, you know, he never gets violent, I guess you could say. But at one point he got so upset that he pushed a cabinet and then it dented into the wall.
I'm so sorry for
yeah, I
having
mean,
it.
at least with me, he's always been where he's he's there.
What is
like,
this?
Whatever it takes, regardless of what's happening, I'm gonna take care of it for you.
This is like the jerk off lotion.
That's your mom.
My mom.
Do you think that they set that up because he was like into cam girls?
Has
It must have been a bizarre sight for the detectives to witness, when a man who had just allegedly shot his mother in the back of the head gave a reminiscent smile when she was brought up in the discussion.
she's always been the it's kind of like Cody. She's always been the one that focused on me, and
What? What?
Were you the baby? You
Yeah.
were truly the family baby?
For my mom.
What about she's?
Yeah.
Okay.
For my mom.
Mom's favorite?
Yeah. You know, countless times my dad would like come up to me and he'd make like me feel like he'd try and use things and word things to make me feel guilty so
I mean, that hairline is not
that
the best.
I would, you know, do everything that I can, like
I
the
feel
job.
for-
Almost like a motivation.
Right. And he'd tell me time and time again that, you know, you're her favorite. I mean, she would do anything for you. And I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't need to hear that. I mean, that's not what would motivate me.
Sure.
But no, with mom, I think we yelled at each other a grand total of like 3 or 4 times my whole life. Never any issues. I mean, it was always, like, if there was somebody that I could talk to and, like, Cody wasn't available, I'd always talk to my mom. I'd always let her know what's going on.
Cool. But you fucking killed her.
Yeah, I mean, she would help
you
me
literally
out through
shot her in the back of the head.
Okay. Tell me about
Spoilers.
Dad.
What does he do?
Dad's a pharmacist. He works for CVS. He's been a pharmacist for, I think,
Doxed!
35 years or so. My dad was a very, like, angry, violent type person.
I think a lot of people, when they're really guilty, like, want to talk about, like, the honest aspects of their lives. Like, where, like, when they talk about, I think that's what, like, investigators use. Like, where they're, like, I haven't, like, seen this on, like, a JCS type of thing, but, like, I think that this is my thing, where I think, like, it's, like, a reprieve to talk about something that's honest about, like, your relationship. So what I think he was saying is honest about how he was with his family. And he was, like, really interested in talking about, even though it was completely irrelevant. And I'm sure that's what investigators are understanding as to, it was completely inappropriate for the time to be that interested in that. Because, like, again, if you're worried about your family dying, you're not talking about your relationship. Outside, like fucking freaking out and, like, them, like, pestering you for it. Like, again, like, I was inconsolable when my fucking cat died. Like, on the airplane moving here. Like, if my family died, like, and I was in an interrogation room, like, oh my god, I'd be like a mess. I'd be an absolute fucking mess. Yeah, it's not breaking down. Like, yeah, like, I mean, it doesn't mean that, like, anyone, like, I think there's, like, an element to it where you can, like, hold it together for a certain amount of time. Like, if you, like, if this was, like, a day later, I could definitely see him, like, being, like, that using that as like a coping mechanism, just being like deadpan or whatever. But like, this is the day. He doesn't know why he's there. He doesn't know like if he's like a suspect. He doesn't know any of that. Like he's just like fine, and it's like really fucked that like I would be freaking out. I'd be like, what happened? What happened to my parents? What happened to my parents? Like, what's going on? What's up with my family? Like I understand like also knowing like deadpan, even like being like, are they dead? Like because like shutting down. But, like, it's just so strange to me that he's just like, yep, I'm just going to say the things I'm going to say. I'm definitely not guilty, guys.
And
overbearing.
Overbearing.
Yeah, his name is sweating. Yeah, exactly.
You know, like baseball practice, it'd be like 4 or 5 hours. And
oh, my God, the baseball
hurling
practice.
the ball as fast as an adult can. And we're, like, 7th to 8th grade.
Okay, what are we in? Like, therapy here?
Trying to catch this.
Never, ever, guys. Never, ever talk to police. Unless you're helping with an investigation. But if they ever make it seem like it's your fault, get a lawyer. It doesn't matter how guilty you think it makes you look. Just get a lawyer. Just be like, I know what you're doing. And then say, like, I want a lawyer. Just say that. Because it's not like a lot of investigators are incredibly smart with this type of stuff. But, like, just get a lawyer.
Stuff.
Belittle you?
He would belittle me when I was younger. The problem, I guess, was
Hope
that
pose. To be fair, these interviewers seem like they're doing a really good job. Where they're like trying to debate him into talking. I don't understand why they have it like this. But like okay. So I'm gonna give you some 5-head, like, not necessarily manipulation tactics, but like if you want to find something out from your friends, you probably shouldn't use the tactic I'm gonna tell you, but if you think that they're being really, really bad about the way that they're referring to something, or they're like lying to you, or they're lying about somebody else, a good way to get them to actually talk about the reality of what is happening is to kind of like therapy pill them. And be like, oh, like, how did that make you feel? Like, and then they express what they felt about the other person. It is on you as the ethical party to understand in context what that means. But a way to get somebody to tell you is to therapy talk to them and be like, oh, why do you feel that way? Like, oh, has this been going on for a while? Like, what's going on? Like, why is your relationship like this? Like, has it been like that forever? Like, do you think that is inconsolable? Like legitimately talk to them like you should as like a friend in a lot of ways. But it's just like, it's a really good way. Even if they're lying, you'll be able to tell the way that they respond to your questions can really, really, really prove if they're lying or not. Like if you're like not as a liar as a person, but just like the idea of like if you're like you want to like plant your question that you want an answer to within those other questions. I've never done that, so I don't actually know if it works, but I feel like in concept it makes sense to me.
Always like the jokester, the one that could calm everybody down, make everybody smile.
What is with this
There would be a
essay going on
situation,
here?
I could say a joke or something, and then make everybody
Can I make
kind
it
of
smaller?
move past it. And I was
Trying to
just
make
at the point where
this
it's
smaller.
like, you know, I'm hearing, you know, all this stuff from Dad. I'm seeing how much Cody's helping me. You know, Mom's stressed out with her job.
Oh, Cody was a Summit
and
fan.
It's like I'm not doing anything.
When was the last time your dad put his
Cody
hand
was like a Giga Chat.
The last time my dad put his hands on me
Wait, detectives know about altercation from Cody's girlfriend. What the fuck?
would be, I'd say, kind of the middle of December of 2018.
A month ago, untruthful.
It's because, you know, with all the money that had been getting spent and...
Just to be clear, the CAM model has not
Jordan Peterson's like retarded though.
yet been brought up in the discussion. The money being spent, in this context, would simply be his living expenses.
I guess just a mix of everything that I've been saying, just kind of boiling up in him. And the fact that I was, to him, it seemed like I wasn't concerned about it. So, and then plus I was, you know, I wasn't acting like myself with the jovialness and, you know, all that kind of stuff. My father chose to admit me to like a depression or an addiction clinic or something like that in Fort Lauderdale called Cornerstone.
When was that?
That was December 22nd.
Okay.
Until I think January 4th.
Did you agree to go?
I didn't, but they said that, you know, this was your only...
Who said?
My dad.
Okay.
And that was in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, yeah.
Did your mom agree with it?
My mom and my brother both agreed, but it was my dad who was like the iron fist, like, this is what's going to happen. Like, you know, he can't...
Why did he say you needed to go? What was his reasoning?
Because with the way that I was acting, he didn't see that I was doing anything for, like, the positive.
Fuck, I'm writing like a... I
You
really
know, and a lot
appreciate
of it
going on the
just came
show.
back to money with him. He would like allow me to spend money that he had like with his credit card or something like that, but it's like then whenever I did, it was like a huge problem.
Okay, so you had one of his credit cards.
Yeah.
And what were you buying with it?
Well, what I was doing is over the past 4 months or something like that, I've been talking to this woman online.
Who's she?
She's as embarrassing as it is. She's a cam model. A cam model. Sorry, either of you guys know what that is?
Nope. Just like all the videos, you have to tell us.
A cam model, it's like it's like a virtual girlfriend, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Like that type of situation.
I don't think that's what I would describe a cam model as. I feel like it's just like you want to fap to it. Maybe this is like a interesting like peering into the psychology, but Yeah, it's called a content creator, really, yeah. The interviewer is taking notes on the... He's like, can you describe her links for me? How can I find her?
Well, a lot of the money went to her.
Okay, where's she at?
She lives in Bulgaria.
Where?
Bulgaria.
Where's that?
Over in Europe. It's like outside of Germany.
What did he want? Like a direct latitude, longitude coordinates, or what?
You ever been there?
No.
Okay.
Show me your
it wasn't that
TikTok.
serious.
Yeah.
What would you give her money for?
Let me see your
Just for,
titties.
like, time online with
Oh,
her.
shit.
Yeah. So it was just like that type of thing.
And what did she charge?
$600 for like 5,000 or something tokens or something like that.
Patriarchy.
And so, and then it was 4 hours a night. So I mean that's basically just where all the costs went to, was you pay real money for the tokens, then you use the company's digital currency for that.
So you do that, and when did you meet her?
I met her at the beginning of July. Yeah, at the very beginning of July.
Oh, anniversary or something.
And still talking?
When was this?
Still, yeah. I mean, more just on Twitter, just through direct messaging. Again, cell phone service doesn't work.
Bro.
So it's like I can't use the chatting like that.
How much do you think you spent on this? Because it seems kind of pricey.
Yeah, probably.
Where the fuck's you guys at with
to
600? I guess I'm not showing you anything.
like $200,000.
This is a weird problem. This is what feminism could cure. This guy clearly has a problem with social interaction. I don't really even think the fact that it's women or porn is the issue. I think it's literally a issue with social interaction regarding women. I think that the best thing to do is think about women as friends first, and then you can make it a relationship, because I think that's the more healthy way to look at it. This guy is clearly looking at cam girls and attention they're a game based way. God.
$100,000.
Cassio, I know you'll never support me, so I feel like that is a compliment.
And where'd the money come from?
Money came from me, my brother, and then my dad.
Did they know where the money was going to?
They didn't know that it was going to a cam model.
What did you
I
tell
was
them?
saying that it was going towards my Twitch streaming,
How?
Advertising, putting my name out there.
Oh, okay. Yes, my question.
That type of thing. So I guess to bring it all back with why I was
22,000. I've never seen an ad for a Twitch streamer. I don't know even. I mean, that has to be a real thing. I mean, I would guess I would be botting. If I was him, I'd be like, oh no, I was botting my stream.
It was a mix of all of those things.
Or something.
He felt he felt like
You need to be grounded.
Milk like a whale for free-to-play gaming, exactly.
And so then I was there. I spoke to the therapist and psychiatrist and all that stuff. I didn't need any medication
Oh, fuck. They really did you wrong.
for anything. They had analyzed it as, this is an isolated event. You've been out of work. You have this PTSD from the whole getting arrested thing. And, I mean, the last thing on my record was, I think, a speeding ticket back when I was at UCF. They had signed me up, I think, to be there for 60 days. But then I was only...
Okay, again, this guy just needs therapy. Maybe just don't murder your entire fucking family and maybe just go to therapy. Dude, guys like this are so nuts. We need to change, the society to not be so fucking rejective to, the idea of, okay, therapy good. Therapy good. I've had somebody who has been, I have, talked to about how I've been suicidal in the past, say, get help as an insult. Stop. Okay,
there until January 4th. So
Ken?
my brother, Cody.
What was the cost of that, you know?
$15,000.
It smells really nice
So
outside.
their final diagnosis of you was what?
That I was fine.
The weather is all over the place here.
Yeah. That I was fine. I told them all about
He needs
my
a job,
living
not no. He
situation,
definitely needs
how
a
it's been
job,
stressful, and
therapy.
I got-
He definitely needs therapy, dude. You serious? This guy is talking to these people who are finally listening to him because they want to convict him of a crime, and he's just falling right into their hands. He's just explaining absolutely everything. he wants to kill someone, whatever therapy. Okay, well, yeah, well, there's a limit to what therapy is powerful enough to do, but like, I don't want to kill my family for money. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's a reason why he's doing the things that. A spoiler, I guess, but.
Better, and then
no, he
now
was
it's just
innocent.
stressful again. But they had all just said that it was just this isolated.
They can unkill them.
event.
Situational PTSD from.
Right. When I got back, that's where my dad started to get really.
He looks like
kind
Stephen
of
Miller.
Overbearing, and I mean rightfully so.
This guy looks like Stephen Miller.
But it's like with him, it was every single day, hours a day. Excuse me, hours a day. He'd come home from work, and then he would just.
Tell me this man does not look like
the same
this
exact
guy.
thing over and over and over and over and over again.
When was the last time that you and your dad did have, you know, a heated conversation?
It would be Thursday, because one of his rules was that I wasn't allowed.
Tell me
to
this is
talk
not
to
the same
women
person.
that I had been talking to.
Tell me this is not the same person. It's not, but tell me it. Like, what the fuck? He looks the exact same.
My mom would let me talk to her through her cell phone using Twitter. So yeah, anyways, on Thursday,
God, Twitter takes another life.
he had apparently found out that I was speaking to her.
Don't look the same.
You know,
Okay.
it wasn't really my intention to continue talking to this woman, but it just kind of happened. And then because there was like that emotional connection, I guess you could say.
I mean, it's 100% him, but like, or let me say, he's 99.95% him. But that woman probably should have, because you can block people. Like, I've like been on those websites before, because I've thought about doing like camming before, and it's like it wasn't for me. So like I like obviously didn't do it, but I know like when you sign up for it, you can like block people or like even complete states or regions or countries. Like you have the option. Like she could have cut it off. It's not her fault by any means what he did. It's obviously this fucking idiot's problem. But like there's a 0.5% that maybe say no at some point, but you know, maybe it wasn't even her. Maybe it was Andrew Tate. Maybe Andrew Tate caused this. Oh my god, would that be the best twist? If like she was working for Andrew Tate as like a cam girl, and like that's why she couldn't say no, because like he was like gonna beat the shit out of her. Which is also possible of the case, because I think that's what maybe we haven't thought about, is that maybe she wasn't necessarily in charge of her own thing. You know, he was an Oiler. We do love our Oilers. But what if she was like an Andrew Tate? Oh my god, if that goes like full circle into being like they were in Romania. Well, you said Bulgaria, which is not that far.
Between her and me, like I like, you know, it felt like a relationship.
Oh, I heard a lot of sex workers are really pissed off in like Romania, because then they think it's all like a scam. So. Tell me what to do as a man.
Man, I'd change this color.
You know, I didn't want to just stop cold turkey on it.
Do it then.
So Thursday, you're home all day.
Yes.
Would you ever spend $275,000 of your dad's money on a cam girl?
Me?
I don't know.
Your mom. Like she works at home.
Correct. Yeah.
Your dad's at work. What's his normal work hours?
He works until.
Now I'm in the Crucible. I should have done this the whole time.
I think he had to go in early that day, because he had to start like doing overtime or something like that. And he normally works though from like 5 or 6 in the morning to, I think he gets home between like 5:30 and 6 at night or something like that.
What time do you get home that day?
I'm really sad. I said thank you for having me, and I added Rachel, and with a heart, and she didn't get back to me. So I'm feeling a little. You know what? Women do suck. She's right.
30, and then he came in and then he asked me in a calmer state, I guess you could say, like basically the leading question of, you know, why do you think we're about to have this conversation?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was so small.
Opportunity to be honest and truthful, to maybe tone it down a little bit. I of course did what I always did, where I kind of didn't admit to it. And then he came out and he told me that I'd been doing that.
He had proof.
Yeah.
Have an argument?
Yeah. He kind of, you know, pulled me up from the couch, and then he was yelling at me to pack my shit up and just get out of the house. That he was the one who had to be the hammer, and that, you know, why am I making him have
Who's
to go
the
through
sickle?
this
Communism.
and all this other kind of stuff.
Okay.
I had my argument, and then I'm packing my stuff. I'm, you know, taking it out to
How
the
come
car.
women
It
don't
took me,
spend
like,
$2
a
million
couple
on
hours to
cam
get as
girls?
much as I could
Because they're not
by the end of the
retarded.
day. So I left, and then
What time do you think you left?
Not all men spend $200 whatever million dollars on cam girls.
or so.
He goes on to state that he met up with his brother soon after on the side of the road.
And what was the conversation?
Conversation was basically that he.
I feel like she really wanted a Louis Vuitton bag. Should I like buy her one like for like was she like hinting to her husband? She kept talking about Louis Vuitton bags. Like, does she like? I feel like she really wants one.
Was brought up to speed, you know.
I mean, her job must have made that. Never mind, that just doesn't even like land correctly. I was gonna say that like, okay, well, like you get 5 kids, and you have time to do this. I mean, I feel like I made that joke, and it's not really that funny.
And that he would take care of it.
He was brought up to speed by what?
This is Grant attempting to frame his brother for a double murder-suicide. You will see this
What a
quote brought
piece
up
of
repeatedly
shit.
from this point forward.
What an absolute piece of shit.
On like why I'm out here.
Who brought him up to speed?
My mom.
Oh, so she talked to him?
Yeah.
He told you that mom had talked to him?
Right.
Do you think that's why Cody left work?
According to Grant, Cody had left work a few hours early to meet up with him on the side of the road. Cody had indeed left work early, yet it wasn't to meet up with Grant. It was later proven that while Margaret Amato was sitting at the computer sipping on a glass of red wine, Grant shot her in the back of the head.
Oh my god, I'm really scared it's gonna happen to me.
He then lay in wait for his father to return to the house, then shot him twice in the head as he entered the kitchen. Cody then received a text from his father's number, asking him to come home urgently. Forensics believed that he was very likely pleading for his life soon after he entered the front door. He was found by police with a gunshot wound to the face, lying in the fetal position. His credit card was stolen, with a purchase made to a campsite for $600 and estimated 30 minutes later.
I mean, in my mind,
She
I
ain't
was
worth
just
it,
thinking,
bro.
oh, he had been
She ain't worth
let
it.
off work early like three times already this week. So
10,
I was just like
10, 15 minutes you talked to Cody.
Right.
You have the conversation.
Well, I mean, the idea of killing him is to frame him. Like, I mean, you could just steal. Like, you could just like not steal from your like, just be like a thief. I don't know, or just actually work. I don't know.
Right.
And you leave to go where?
And then I stay in that general area just so that
Greg, I
if
think.
anything
Greg
happens, somebody like
Yamato,
knows where I am.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was staying in that general area, and then I decided to go
to Publix.
He just referred to the public.
Okay, I know Cody Amato, his brother, his social medias, I think might still be public. And he's like a fan of like Summit and stuff. Like he's like a normal like dude. Like he's like who had his shit together. I don't know if they're gonna get. Oh, we're not even halfway through. Okay, we gotta get through this.
Parking lot. This is where he used the free Wi-Fi to log on to the campsite with his dead brother's credit card.
Which was about what time?
Like
she ain't worth that, dude.
Between like
maybe
midnight
try
and 1,
a different cam model. Like
and you go to Publix midnight 1, and how long did you stay there till?
I stayed there until like 7.
Drives around, gets food, checks into a hotel, goes to sleep. I don't think I've ever been to a Publix. Oh, I think I might have. Whatever.
Slept there last night. Talked to anybody?
I messaged the girl that I'd been talking to
So you
on
kept
Twitter.
trying to-
Yeah.
On Twitter, so you have to pay for it.
Right.
Did she respond back to you?
I think once.
The discussion is then brought back to his last meeting with Cody.
And then when you
This
left,
is what like people think like all like people who watch like this is what everyone thinks that you are or whatever because I woman so you simp you kill people for me like, type of mentality. It's like okay we're not. It doesn't even matter the depraved assholes that like are super psychotically into like camera like this guy is a new breed of that like it's clearly a him problem, you know.
asked Cody, what did he say he was going to go do?
Cody said that he will take care of it.
Take care of what?
Just the situation that was at hand with
which is
whatever he had been updated with from my mom.
Did he tell you what he was updated?
He had told me the reason why like I'd been kicked out. But he really didn't give me that much dialogue like about that situation.
Imagine getting killed by your
he
child.
was-
That'd be so scary.
He was miffed a little bit because, he had just gotten off work and now he has to go deal with this.
But what was your demeanor? Like, what did Cody see you as? Like, were you
Like scared.
upset?
Yeah,
Were you...
I was scared because like I said, it's the first time that I had been out of the house.
we've come and talked to you.
Okay.
You rode up here
What?
voluntarily with us to talk to us.
The detective will now initiate the first confrontation.
That he didn't say why
do
he
you
was
think we're
there?
having this conversation?
I honestly don't know, but I'm pretty freaked out at this point because.
Oh, really? I can tell.
You know, it's I mean, I know like how the situation was when
Would
I
I
left.
ever kill my parents?
You're now-
Absolutely not. I don't think they have the ability to die. So, like, I was talking to my parents the other day about like their will and stuff, and they were telling me like how to like get to it, etc., etc. They get like a whole folder, and I'm like, and I was just like kept saying like, okay, so if, like, there's no way that my parents will ever die. They're immortal, so don't even bring that up.
Now about to see the lead interrogator's attempt at getting
They
Grant
will
to
not die,
confess in
ever.
a manner so blatantly obvious that the suspect immediately sees through it.
As a child, we're told.
What about this fit though? He kind of looks like he's trying to be an anime protagonist. Ugh, this is like the worst anime viewer, dude. Does it not look like it's trying to be like an anime protagonist fit? Well, she didn't do it herself. She had other people do it. You know, she tried to do it multiple times, Jennifer Pan. She tried to do multiple times to... This is True Crime Tuesday, but it's Wednesday because we were doing research yesterday. I feel like I wasted so much time doing so much research because I didn't think that she was going to do like the whole... I should have kept it on track, but like it was so left field when she's like popular. Like what? Like that doesn't. That's such a weird thing to say that I didn't know how to respond to that, and I don't think it is even anywhere near important. Like I don't know. Hopefully it came off the way that she was being ridiculous by saying it, because that was kind of what I was going for. But I don't think I'm not necessarily sure that I got that across the correct way. And like, it was like, I was just so confused because it didn't really make any sense to me. And I don't think it made any sense to anybody. This is like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you're saying that women are to blame because they entered the workforce because there's too many workers. And then now you're saying that the idea of population density, like lowering, like, what? I shouldn't have let her get away with doing that long, but I was just so confused. Yamato is his name. Yeah. Well, I think is it with an A or whatever? Yeah.
Always is the best thing.
His brother's name is Cody Yamato.
Yeah.
His from what I've seen in the past, his Instagram is still up, and like there was literally pictures of them going to Japan, like he had mentioned earlier.
Happen and things in the heat of the moment, things happen.
Yeah, giving anime a bad name. He's the only person who's ever done
I
that.
do it myself. Sometimes my kids will make me so aggravated, I'll snap at them and then walk away and say, "Wow, I wish
That
I
happened to
would
my
not have done
stepdad.
that. That was not very adult of me to snap at my child for something. Yes, they're wrong, but I should be the adult and not snap at them."
Right.
Yeah, that hairline is a sin.
What you think? Because I can tell I've done this for a
anime.
long time, and I read people, the way they act, and the way they talk to me, and the way they answer
I legitimately think I could have been good at this.
There's something you want to tell us. I can see it in your eyes. I can
Dude, I did my nails today. Sorry.
see it in your body
And I
language.
feel like shit. I got like a little butterfly, but I feel like it just looks gross.
Now's the time. Now's the time. If there's something you want to get off your chest and give us an explanation of what's bothering you, now is the exact time to do it. And I'm giving you that opportunity.
So you gonna take the bait?
Right now to tell me something you want to get off your chest. It's there. I can see it in your face. I can see it in your eyes.
Tapped out about that night.
You're upset about it. You've been that since we've talked to you. I can see there's something been bothering you. Even though I don't know you from Adam's house, can't you see things in people that something's really bothering this guy? It's not that, I spent a bunch of money I shouldn't have on this girl. So be it. You did. It's over with. Money can be made back. Something's bothering you.
For the SWAT team?
I'm
I got
just
you.
worried about
No, I can't.
what.
No, I can't do any like hard labor because I'm genetically unavailable to be able to do that.
Is all transpiring from this.
I think at this point right now, to be honest with you, Grant, you know what it is. It's in your eyes. Your eyes is the view to your soul, and it's in.
Okay. You're telling me this is not the same person? Stephen Miller. You're telling me this is not the same fucking person. This and oh fuck, we're on top. God damn it! Hold on. Okay, whatever. This is the same person! Oh, I closed the fucking thing. My goodness.
He had not
Oh
once lived
no. Do you have any idea what the timestamp was? I accidentally closed it. Fuck me. What was it at? We were like right here.
A little bit because, you know, he had just gotten off work and now he has to go deal with this.
I think that's close
But
enough.
what was your demeanor? Like, what did Cody see you as? Like, were you
Like, scared.
upset?
They're showing his face.
I was scared because, I mean, like I said, it's the first time that I had been out of the house.
Oh, I was close. I think we were
We
right
come and
here.
talk to you. You rode up here voluntarily with us to talk to us.
There. We were right here.
And
I got it!
sounds stupid, and people don't believe it.
Literally
Like I
Stephen
told you out
Miller.
in the car, did I not
Literally
tell you?
the same
You may not
person.
like what I say, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm
You
going to
tell
tell
me
you
it's
the truth
not?
every time because I can walk in front of anybody in God and say, I don't care.
And God, I mean, God's pretty mad.
And we usually know answers before we ask it.
I've never seen anyone look
even
more
do
similar.
Everything before we ask you the questions. Now's the time to come to Jesus.
I don't know why it's like this. I don't know if I can make it smaller. It just looks like it's writing an essay.
People don't believe that the police will help you, but we are actually here to
No. They're not.
help you with issues you may have.
I'm at that 100%
I
he
think
does.
something happened, and
Look at that hairline, dude.
you don't want to tell us, but right
Just
now,
shave your head, dude. You look like Picard. That'd be
I
cool.
really wish you would because it will make you feel better in the end.
You don't want to be this
I
guy.
genuinely don't have anything else that I can say about the night or, you know, the periods of time afterwards.
You know, Stephen Miller's like
There's
my
only-
age.
There's only one opportunity.
Like, it wouldn't be weird if, like, we were, like, dating. Like, he's, like, similar to... I think he's a little bit older than me. But, like, this motherfucker is, like, my age, dude. For one, like, his position in the White House... Weird that he was able to, I think he's like a nepotism baby or something. But the fact being, like, I don't look this old. I really, really hope I don't. Like, I don't think that... Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? The anime killer? No, I did not date the anime killer. I dated somebody who jumped off the stratosphere or whatever in Vegas and killed himself, but
Make that good
any
impression.
relation I could say to like any particular
Done something we shouldn't have done.
person
Confess after you get caught
of
your hand in the
notoriety.
jar.
Detective Dan's approach here is so incredibly outdated
Detective
and predictable
Dan!
that it actually seems to boost the suspect's confidence. It's the detective, in fact, who gives off a nervous disposition. He'll begin stumbling over his own words while simultaneously mixing up his analogies, which never made a great deal
Is he 40? I don't think so. I think he's like my age. I think he's like in his like early 30s.
of sense to begin with.
I am 30. Birthdays in August.
Is there anything else that happened at the house that you didn't tell us?
Fuck! I'm so fucking bad at like talking about myself. Jesus Christ. I just realized I should have said like I stream every day between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Why the fuck didn't I fucking say that? God damn it. 37. Oh, I thought he was younger than that, really? Well,
That
fuck.
you've left out or we haven't asked you that would be of importance?
He still looks really
Or
bad for his
during the
age. Doesn't
time
really
that you
matter.
drove around for those few hours.
But thank you for
Did
looking
you
that
ever
up.
really go back to the house that you haven't
30 is
told
a
us
great age,
about?
thank you.
You'll also notice the female detective interject with something useful every now and then. But unfortunately, she's not the one
Fucking
leading
woman.
this interrogation. That would be the detective who keeps bringing up
Oh my god, a little shade there, huh?
Jesus to a guy who just murdered his family.
I would think that, like, if this is like, I assume they know the information related to the cam girls thing, and I feel like the best person to do that she should have been the lead then, right? Like that would have been the right idea if they knew that already. Because obviously he feels way more comfortable talking to a woman because he had a lot of guy friends, but he didn't have a lot of like association with women. So I think like she could have been like a really, really good. I mean, it doesn't really matter. He obviously got fucked either way, but like I'm just kind of surprised that if I don't know if they already knew that, but if they did, it would have made more sense for her to be like the lead. You know what I mean?
To go jerk off
Yeah,
in a parking
please don't.
lot to a Bulgarian
Sorry? You want to go jerk off in a parking lot to a Bulgarian cam girl? What? Okay. Why? I have to get up. You close the door. Are the dogs outside? It smells nice. You don't smell it?
It's so humid.
Yeah, I like it. I'm from California. We don't get human stuff. Well, then close the door if it's a problem bothering you. I'm streaming.
Every now and then. But
I'm talking about Greg Amato and how he's killing his family.
Fortunately, she's not the one leading this interrogation. That would be the detective who keeps bringing up Jesus, to a guy who just murdered his family to go jerk off in a parking lot to a Bulgarian cam model.
I know things that you don't know. And honesty will get you all the things I could do for you. Be honest. I can't deal with someone who lies to me, but I'll deal with
Problem
someone
solved.
and help them till the end, no matter
Well, now I'm never gonna know what the exact circumference and status of this are, so I'm gonna be made fun of in the I'm gonna get made fun of in the fucking Crucible chat, okay?
I just want to say.
You didn't give me the exact dimensions. What do you want to say? It smells like dog in here.
Yeah, I'll get there. Don't worry.
Okay. Maki's barking. Who doesn't jerk off in a parking lot to a Bulgarian
Believe it
camera?
or not, that's just me, and she'll tell you. It's what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to say if I can do something that can help you, I'm going to help you, because every one of us make mistakes and do things we shouldn't have done.
When your boyfriend
in
took the
heat of
plunge? What do you
moment
mean?
To protect ourselves or to protect somebody else. It happens. Now's the time.
About making fun of her in the
Now
chat.
is
Yeah,
the
she seemed a little bit.
What do you think happened?
I think that there was something that obviously
I mean, it was pretty brave to come on the stream to begin with. Like there wasn't like a lot. I didn't realize how much they needed to get through, so I don't know. I don't really know what I was going with that, but like there was a lot of super chats and that was cool. But I thought it was fun to like yell at people, but I think that she was just kind of mad about the chat more than anything. But she agreed with me, so she's 100% right and did not have any flaws at all.
happened at the house.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I know better. Listen to me. I know
When he
better.
unalived
I
himself,
can
no.
help you, Grant.
He was okay. The reason why my real name is not Nina. The reason why I'm very adamant about like having the connection to the name and like obviously being very secretive of my real name is because of that person. And this is like a series of years. This is like high school status. You know, I'm 30. This is somebody who like literally was like traumatizing me since high school. So I have literally no sympathy. I'm glad he's dead.
I can help you with honesty.
We think something else happened before you left the home that you're either afraid of or embarrassed to talk about. But we need to know exactly what happened because, like Danny said, we can place you there at certain times.
He was doing it to other people too.
And so we need to know what happened before you left that house because you didn't leave with
Thank you for
everything
saying
being
that.
okay.
But yeah, I'm glad he's dead.
I don't have anything else that I can really say. I mean, I don't know.
Do you even know why law enforcement got involved?
Because people are dead.
Like what brought us to that home?
Ooh, she's fucking grilling him.
Once you start telling me something that's truthful,
Okay, she's fucking crushing. Stop, you guys, stop talking. She was on it, dude. She was about to fucking crush his entire case, and this guy started talking.
then we're going to have a conversation of exactly what happened.
I mean, you're a smart guy. You know something's happened.
Her scalp, look at this.
You have law
Looks like a wig.
enforcement here. You haven't heard or gotten.
She knows exactly.
I mean,
She's
I'm
got her
just
target set.
scared as to what the answer is.
Well, you need.
She's calling him out. It's like, why the fuck didn't you ask me why the fuck you're at this police department? You're just talking about like this, like we're your therapist. She was ready.
Help yourself by filling in the blanks of what happened.
Yeah, she
that
wants the
night, so you
facts,
can give
bro.
the answer. Did anything more
And the
happen
woman
to
is a
you and your
pro.
father
That's
besides
not
him grabbing you up
necessarily
from
true.
the couch?
No, that's not true at all. There's a lot of like JCS videos where like I mean, I think women are used a lot in like interrogations, like especially because a lot of them are old because they're now like more public domain type of thing, where there's plenty of interrogations that it's just like one dude in a room with another dude, but it's like a tactic. You know, like if especially if it's a crime related to like this guy obviously has issues with women, so having the woman in the room, typically when we start doing interrogations at this level, they already know a lot of the facts of the case. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And so they probably know that this guy's spending a shit ton of fucking money on like cam girls or whatever. And then that's probably an idea of what the motive is, because like that's what they're kind of saying, right? So they already know that like she would be very useful in this. Not saying that she wouldn't be useful in other things, but I think women are really useful in getting interrogations out of people, especially men, because they feel like a lot of men that commit like horrendous like violent crimes like this, there's kind of like a psychology behind it where they did it because they couldn't talk to anybody. Not directly, but I'm just saying that it's a factor. So now they can talk to somebody, and who would they think they're more comfortable talking to? It's, the whole toxic masculinity fucking argument that we don't even gotta get into it, but whatever. There's so much info because the police actually usually don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what they know at this point. I know about this case, so I know it, but like I don't know what we're at right now.
And yelling at you and kicking
Free
you
cam
out.
girl. True.
Anything else?
Look at that
all.
fucking scalp.
Did
I'm jerking off to that
he
right now.
harm you, hit you,
No.
draw any weapons on you?
No, he didn't do anything like that. I mean, he was just yelling.
Yeah, the silence tactic, also a very good one.
This is the time to come to Jesus, to be honest, because you know more. I'm looking in your eyes. Your eyes tell me exactly that you are hurting inside. I get it, brother. I get it. You're hurting.
Dude, honestly, if he left and it was just her, I think she could get that shit out of him like immediately.
This is the
You're
only
scared.
time we can help you.
Because once we get to a certain point, there's nothing I can do. It's in the hands of who has it. Nothing I can do.
I don't know how to make this smaller, by the way. I don't know what I did.
You get caught stealing a car. You admit to it. I did it.
Sorry, I
How can I
apologize.
get help? What can be done to help me? And let me tell you the rest of my story. You're
And
holding
if
back.
something happened that you were defending yourself, then we need to know that.
Good tactic from
You
her.
were protecting yourself because you were in fear. Then
It's yeah, like alternate. I don't know if you saw the text that alternate question. It's like a way to get people to get talking. It's to be like, okay, well, maybe you didn't mean to do it.
makes sense. But we need to know exactly what happened for you to protect yourself.
You can't minimize this.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I feel like she got it. We don't need you. Leave.
A wise man told me one time, once
I don't care what a wise man once told you one time.
a bomb goes off, you can't defuse it.
The detective's wise man friend was clearly a specialist in nuclear fusion, yet most people would already comprehend that a bomb can no longer be defused once it has
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
exploded.
You can't. That's already out there. Now is the point to say, how do I put Band-Aids on myself to minimize the injuries I have? And we're giving you that opportunity.
Okay, just... Oh my god.
I want to give you the opportunity. I don't think you're a bad guy at all. I really don't.
The male detective will now for some reason focus on Grant's flaws and the overwhelming
Well, I
embarrassment.
mean, because they're interviewing like a man. Like I think like sometimes when like women are interviewed by men, I think that is kind of like the same dynamic where it's like whatever social relation they have with the male, like paternal, maternal figure, or like object of desire, etc., 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 or not object, sorry. The idea of being or interested in, like, where obviously he's like really into like women, and he didn't have any social relation with a lot of women, so like woman, so it's a lot of, it's like a lot of guys are like way more open to talk about like their girlfriends or whatever with other women than they are with men, because they're gonna be like, oh, she's just being a dumb bitch. Or like women are gonna be like, okay, well, why do you feel that way, etc., etc., And obviously this is her job, so she's more willing to do that, but that's probably what he's fucking thinking.
Of the cam girl situation, which is basically the exact opposite of what he should be doing. He seems to get confused about what he's trying to achieve here. He carries a sympathetic tone.
If any of you guys find yourself, anybody in the chat, if you ever find yourself in this situation, ask for a lawyer. It doesn't matter if you're guilty. It doesn't matter if you're innocent. Ask for a lawyer. It doesn't fucking matter. As soon as you do that, they can't talk to you anymore. Okay? So I'm saying for your sake, I'm assuming that you're innocent in this situation, but it doesn't fucking matter. Ask for a lawyer. Never get interrogated unless you're trying to actually help. And as long as you're trying to help, that's fine, but don't go farther. If you can tell they're trying to put it on you, like to look like it's like, oh, you're maybe a little bit, you might be implicated. Second they do that, ask for a lawyer.
While essentially
you don't know them
the
anything.
ever-loving shit out of the suspect.
Wow, that was a kind of a hot phrasing there.
What? He carries a sympathetic tone while essentially roasting the ever-loving shit out of the suspect.
I think you're going through a very stressful and emotional time right now with being out of work and just dealing with all the problems with the arrest.
Got him.
You're probably not used to depending on somebody to pay all your bills. So now you have to do mom and dad or have to give you money. Cody's having to give you money.
Yeah, you have your rights. Ask for a lawyer.
$200,000. I don't know what I'd do. I mean, mortgage, yeah, I get it, or something like that, or a medical bill for my child, yeah, I get it.
I legitimately think I could be really, really good. I think I would be a really good interrogator.
You know, in Bulgaria, you know, you hit it right on the head. You were embarrassed about it, and you have nothing to be embarrassed about.
Anthony. It's been 10 years, is it?
I want to help
well,
you.
hello. I don't remember the name. Seems slightly familiar. How have you been? We're watching true crime.
I already know the truth.
There's a reason you didn't go back to the house.
Ask for a lawyer, Anthony. If you get in legal trouble, ask for a lawyer. Don't try and act like you're free. Ask for a lawyer.
I haven't tried to reach out. I mean, it's odd you haven't heard from anybody.
I'm not intimidating. No, that's the exact point. Is I'm not intimidating. I think I could get you to tell me anything.
I mean, it's like it's words that like
I've been streaming for 15 years.
I
think we're kind of in the same bus
like,
here.
I don't know
what is
how to even say the words.
Well, give me a roundabout what you're thinking.
Since
that
2013. So I guess literally 10 years.
And how does that make you feel if you're thinking that?
I have absolutely
the prosecutor.
no
Thank you. I wanted to be a lawyer.
Ability to comprehend.
But my dad just told me I couldn't do it. So
like I said, I've been there for my whole
kind of
entire
undermined
life,
what I
and even though there's been struggles and everything like that.
Oh, therapy session. Therapy session.
There's never been the struggles or the issues like happened Thursday. Never for you. I believe you 100%. I believe it's never been like that. But something happened Thursday, unlike anything you've ever experienced in 20
well, thank
years of your
you.
life.
I guess.
Maybe you felt that was rock bottom for you. You were getting kicked out of the house. Your father gave you an ultimatum. I mean, that's...
The female detective will now carry out what the male detective was probably trying to do a few minutes ago. She will afford
Yeah, but she's going to actually do it right.
him justifications for the crime, making the gravity of admission less intimidating.
You know, you're already dealing with the debt, and you know, now you have to stop talking to this girl, and now you're being kicked out of the home. I mean, that's... I can understand how you would feel. I mean, that you'd
or just commit a crime if you want, like, fucking cope therapy. They're just going to agree with you for no reason.
to lash out, or, you know,
or to get you got.
Happen, you'd want to defend yourself.
Sure. Absolutely.
Can't be
we
Lord.
need to know what happened.
I mean,
Emily D.
I
Baker.
can tell that you guys are like leading me into a
Dude,
certain
Emily D. Baker
way,
had a stream.
The only thing we're leading you to is want to get the truth from you.
She had 300,000 viewers. That's like.
True, that's not accurate. The truth, the end. That's it. That's all we want is the absolute.
What about the DNSVU?
I genuinely don't have anything else that I can
the
say
show?
about what transpired during the nighttime.
The nighttime? He's so guilty.
Everybody was fine.
Yeah.
Like, kind of a little bit of a spoiler, but you know fucking the way this ends. This guy's fucking guilty as shit. And, like, he doesn't come off innocent in any way. Like, he's like, why are you asking me questions about my fucking family's murder? Like, I would be in shambles. I would be crying. I would be, like, throwing up. I'd be, like, pissing and shitting in every part of, like, I would be distraught. I would not be away from, like, either my dogs or, like, Razor. Like, I could not be alone. You know, like, if my entire fucking family was murdered, I could not handle it, like, in any reasonable, like, way. Like nothing close to this. Like, this guy is just like, yep, I'm just gonna say, and I understand shutting down, because I will do that as well. If I have to, like, confront something, like, emotional, I can do that. Just be like, deadpan, just kind of, like, say, like, this, like, kind of, like, what he's doing or whatever. But, like, it just happened. It just happened. I couldn't even, like, be, like, dragged into this interrogation room with how upset I would have been. Like, I don't, like, he knows what he did. He doesn't have any fucking feelings regarding it. Yeah, you're right. Like, he's not surprised. Like, the thing is, like, he probably does have an emotional connection, obviously, because it is his family. But, like, he's not surprised about it. Like, he never asked them, why am I here? And that's kind of what she had said earlier. And it's like if I was, like, randomly taken into a police, like, it's not like it was, he's not free to leave, I assume. I don't know if they read him his rights, but I assume he's under like, he was taken into custody. Like, I assume that's what happened. He was taken into custody. But I why would you not be, like, pissed off about it? Like feel, like, one type of way, you know? You think his life is a video game? Maybe. It's like, well, I'll finally see her in jail. That's definitely Sylvie or whatever. Oh, Emily D. Baker had, like, 300,000 views during the, because she was a prosecutor for, like, 17 years or 16 years or something like that. She's a really great content creator. She's covering the Murdaugh trial right now. If you're interested at all in the Murdaugh trial, follow Emily D. Baker on YouTube. She is live coverage, and she's not, like, cringe. She likes to get mad, and she has a lot of history and experience with being a prosecutor, so she's pretty good at as an understatement. She's very good at covering trials and stuff like that. And I think it's a lot of, like she's really respectful as well. Where, like, a lot of, like, trials are really hard. Like, imagine, like, the Snapchat that you got from your friend was the last Snapchat that they ever sent you, and it's gonna be in a murder trial, and you don't really get a choice to go on the stand to talk about, like, what, you know, you don't get to choose what you talk about. You don't have any, like, real control of what you're questioned about. And it's really hard, like, when, like, because you're not really a part of it, but, you know, the defense is supposed to be a ardent defender of their client or whatever, so they have to do every single fucking thing to try and get their client off, so to say. Legally they're required to do that. It's not because they're bad people, they're just supposed to do it. I think the phrase is ardent defender. And being the victim of some some defense attorney trying to come at you to make it seem like you're lying, or, I mean, it's like being on live stream fails, you know, like where, like, everyone just wants to just be the most piece of shit towards you and be the least charitable as possible. And it's public. And other people can have their own commentary. And there's, like, people who think that you killed him. He sent you a Snapchat. Nothing to do with you. You weren't there. But there's people that are probably saying that you did it. Like, I can't imagine how fucking annoying that shit is to be, as, like, at all, and when it comes to a murder case. But Emily D. Baker does talk about stuff like that, and, like, explains, like, because she has a lot of experience working with people and knowing what they're gonna have to go up against, and how they're trained on, like, their responses, etc., etc., etc. And how and like, reasonably sympathetic, but, like, it's really fucking sad to think, like some really traumatizing shit happened to you, where you just living your normal ass life happened to be gotten into a fucking murder trial. Sucks.
And when you left
Well, her YouTube videos are literally like 6 hours of watching a murder trial, so I don't have the time to do that because I don't you know, I have a normal job. I think that we're gonna have a problem on Tuesday.
Well,
I don't know if I'm gonna be able. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to continue to do this because on Tuesday I have to go to the fucking office. Maybe I should just stream on the way home.
house because
I don't know.
didn't show up to work. So law enforcement goes over there.
No, I'm gonna have to do it on
And
Friday too. Oh,
Can you tell us what we
I
found?
just want to quit my job so fucking
No,
badly.
the only thing that I was told was that.
You know what? I
Cody
wanna
would
I
take
wanna
care of
lay
it for me.
concrete.
And that's all that I know.
So if anything happened in the home,
You know what?
just
I'm gonna
bring law
message one of my
enforcement
friends
there,
so I can
what
lay
would you think
concrete.
happened?
That there was a shooting.
Between whom?
I don't know. Between Cody and my dad.
And why would you think that?
To protect me, or to help me, or to do something with me.
Why would you think it had anything to do with you?
So you're telling me you did not shoot Cody,
No.
your father,
As
or your
cook?
mother?
No.
To who? I can't cook. Not that I can't figure
I
it
mean,
out.
I don't
but-
know, like, what more I can say.
Well, when law enforcement arrived, that's what they found. So you're the only outstanding child. You're the one that's been having problems with your dad.
She's fucking cooking him!
You're the one that we haven't been able to find for 2 days.
Let's go!
Do you understand now why we would be questioning you about
Yeah, this fucking idiot's like, I need to say something. He's gonna say something stupid because he feels like he has to probably be here. You know what? We're gonna psychoanalyze not him, but the other person. I think he's feeling like she's crushing it, and I think he's like gonna feel like he needs to say something.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't, like, I wouldn't be saying, like, all, like, I don't know, the way.
It's not even that.
I don't know, like, what to even say.
So if anything happened in the home, you believe it would be Cody and him?
Yes. Because I was.
He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, I'm getting blown out right now.
I don't.
Not that it's a competition, but.
I don't have, access to anything.
Okay, so as an advice tip, I'd say like he doesn't have to say anything. Just like be attentive. Be like, okay. Lean into him, like body language wise. Like you want to like lean in, be like, okay, because that's what she's doing. Just mirror her movements.
That
Cheers.
Cody didn't shoot your dad. We know Cody didn't shoot your mom. We know Cody didn't shoot himself. There's something.
And you still haven't asked us the condition of them or anything.
That's because
He looks so mad. He seems so mad right there. What did she say?
There's something.
And you still haven't asked us.
An ass sup? What did she say?
There's something.
And you still haven't asked us
An ass? Okay, I don't know what the fuck she said.
the condition of them or anything.
That's because
Oh my god, he's so annoyed. I could hear him breathing out, dude. Get fucking blown out by her, dude.
I don't know
Just take
what
the fat
the
out.
normal proceedings are, but
Normal proceedings.
I think it's because they both know he's incredibly guilty, and he probably wants also skinny like king. We love that. For him. I think they're like, I want to be the one to break this case.
For you to be honest about what happened.
And then we help you.
And this bitch
understand
keeps fucking talking over me.
Going on from here on out of what our responsibilities are.
And we don't believe you're being honest. We feel that you are leaving something out about what happened in that home.
Go off, Queen.
And the evidence tells us what happened in the home. But you need to fill in the blanks.
The suspect's composure was finally starting to slip. This was the perfect moment to draw out the silence to see how he'd respond to the pressure.
Here's my hand for honesty. I am an honest guy. I'm going to be honest. And when it's all said and done, I'm going to be honest to the very last day that I deal with you. And then when this when this investigation continues, I'll go on to the next person, to be honest with them. I can only do so much with honesty. Honesty gets
So what are you not telling us?
Um,
What happened at that home that you know? Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother?
Ooh, she like moved to like an alpha position here. Okay.
Is that how you left your family?
She's coming in here with the photos. All right, maybe just leave. This guy's like kind of just like, why are you here? Did I win? Well, it's not really a competition. A debate never means that like you win over or you lose. I think I won in the fact of I was there. I don't know. Like, she just kind of spouted off a bunch of like stuff. And was really, really interested in the birth rates. And I was really confused about that. So she kind of like, she took the L on that one where it was like really confused of like, why the fuck was she so obsessed with the birth rates? I wrote this whole fucking thing. The fucking, none of it was relevant because she just kept talking about some weird esoteric bullshit that didn't really make any sense. Like, I wanted to talk about how like men's rights or whatever, like, because I am really supportive of men's rights. I'm a gender abolitionist. Again, like, she acted like I didn't like she was like doing, like, she was trying to do gotchas a lot, and I think those didn't go over well because I was like, okay, yeah. But I would love to do another conversation. I would say it was more of a stalemate. I think that I wanted to be like not aggressive. Because I didn't know what I was going into, which is fine. Not that it would have really mattered either way. But I think that we really got into the weeds in a lot of ways. And I don't... Well, one, I think that she's just trolling. I'm going to be honest. I'm way too charitable. I think she's trolling. I don't think she actually believes the things that she says. I think that she like is just like co-posting basically, which is funny because she co-opted my language. If you watch through the whole thing, she starts using the phrases that I use. And she's like co-posting about it, and it's like there is a great irony of the idea of like, oh, because your husband. I mean, like I made a joke about like her husband writing the script, and apparently in the Discord people are like actually like she's like I don't know if she's like mad about it or she's making a joke, but. She's accusing me of plagiarism. She says Andrew Andrew is her husband, writes all of my stuff and I'm playing a character. Yes, I do believe that. That you're playing a character, that was making a joke. I don't know if she's making a joke. This is what I'm saying. Like, I have like autism, bro. Like, I don't understand like if that's a joke playing. I'm too charitable with it. Like, I don't know if she's making a joke about like, oh, my husband's making a script for me, like, because that's a really funny idea as a concept. Well, yeah, it's her audience. Her fucking husband owns the channel. Like, you think I'm going in? I'm not gonna go in there and just like shit on her constantly. I think that it was funny, and I would love to talk to her again. I don't think she's a bad person by any means. Like, it's amazing that she's able to raise a family of 5 people. Like, I think that she's really She uses a lot of like really shitty debate tactics. I mean, like one of them worked by just like confusing me. Like I was just like, what? Because I was kind of just interested with it because I do have ADHD or whatever, but not that that's a direct reason as to why. But like, I was like, what are you talking about when you're like you're talking about like I've never heard that talking point about like population density being a problem. Like and on my end. I should have maybe not. I don't really think I should have known that she was gonna bring that up. So I don't feel bad about that at all. But it was just like such a weird thing to bring up. It's just like I don't think that she was right about anything she said. But what I will say I think I did wrong is I shouldn't have focused on it as much. I should have been a little bit more like keeping her on track. But the problem was that I was worried about like trying to act too in control, but I guess she is like a beta, so whatever. At all lately, yeah. There's another one that happened in Houston too. Speaking of derailment.
Went into that house.
Who left your family like
Oh,
this?
let's get back to this. We're
If
gonna
you
get
were
through
the
this.
one that's
It's
been
late.
depressed, you were the one
We
that
don't
got
have a lot of
you were the one
time.
that
That
got-
went way longer than I thought it would. It was a lot of fun though, but that went way longer than I thought it would. So we're gonna get through this video. We can talk about stream stuff or whatever, the debate stuff. But again, we'll be here tomorrow, so not a big deal. I do want to do more debates. And I feel like I'm kind of mad because what I was prepping to do did not like necessarily materialize, but I'm glad I learned it anyways. It's fine.
Into a confrontation with your father. Who did this to your family?
It literally showing pictures of what he fucking killed his family.
If you were
Okay, by the way, anyone coming in, he killed his family for a cam girl.
trying to
For
defend yourself, or
money,
something else
not for
happened,
her
we need to know
directly.
now.
The female detective does an excellent job at affording him the option to admit
I wish
to a
my
lesser
voice sounded like
infraction,
this?
which in this case is self-defense. She provides the option while simultaneously building pressure. It's a textbook maneuver, and she does it very well.
To help you. So tell us what happened,
Kira
Grant.
chats, not debating them, and it was yeah, well, good.
We're here to listen to you.
Grant, you need to
Kira chat's a bad person.
truth. We're here to make this right.
$5 a month.
It's on the tip of your tongue, my man.
I'll debate her though. I love
Did your father go
talking to
after
people.
you and you try to protect yourself?
No, I didn't do any of this.
Hey,
Ooh.
I know. Video
Okay, guy. I honestly feel like this guy is like a detriment to this interrogation. I feel like if she did that, well, I guess maybe I'm being unfair. Let's see how this goes.
surveillance tells me everything that happened this night. I'm telling you.
Don't kill people easy.
That
What?
You'd be surprised
You can do that?
who in your neighborhood has video. And I know that no
You should've told me that earlier.
people was at this house during this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me. You gotta tell me, man. You got
Never touched his shoulder.
Get over that hoop.
Hey,
The
thank you
video
so much
is
for
the video. If you're sitting there,
What the fuck? Why are you gonna insert memes here? Thank you so much for the gifted bitty bitties.
saying no, 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 no.
Did
and
it have a
video shows
message
something
attached
else,
to it?
guess
Because
what?
I'm an idiot.
Big problem. Because it will wind up later on that
$5 a month.
a lot of this, what people make decisions on is honesty. Was somebody honest? Didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun, didn't fire a gun.
There are subs. There are subs in the chat right now. Is that what? That's what she said. Like fuck. Regulars? What did she say? There's regulars in the chat right now. $5 a month. Oh wait, hold on. A month. Well, now I look like a small bean. I feel like my knees look really small. It's a really odd thing to have a consideration. Okay, what's another Kira chats? You know, I think if like I was to date a bisexual guy, like it would be like weird because like okay, so think of like if I was dating a bisexual guy and then he was like, well, I like banging guys, and then if I'm like them thinking about having sex with you, I'd be like, and then she said something about like black bisexual guy. It's like I think I would throw up if I like knew a black bisexual guy or something. There, just so I'm not just like randomly saying this. I've seen it. Kira, I don't know what the fuck to spell her name. Bad Bunny bisect. Please help me here. Autocorrect. Sexual. No! Oh.
Hello there, guys.
No, I don't want you to. Oh, here's a clip. Thank you. Never mind, you're the best.
Especially black ones. No, this is a clip. Play it.
Well, witch doctor, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, witch doctor, shut the fuck up.
I couldn't do it.
You've seen the $5 a month clip. Here. Wait, well, you don't gotta see it, but
There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously if it's like Obviously, there could be exceptions to all you super literal nerds out there, but like, I don't like. If a guy's like having sex with other guys, and then he's like, "Oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you," I'm like,
So she's already starting off and she...
I don't want your input. I want to do the one doing input, my dude.
disgusted by the thought. Then,
Yes, thank you.
just look at that. She is
Okay.
is just
that's
by the
my
thought.
job. Okay. Thanks for
"Faces
doing.
and sex."
Like, you can see her...
Okay.
Please don't say that. Even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth.
Why? What's wrong with black bisexual men, dude? Who gives a shit? Like, why would you say this? Also, she drops N-bombs in her fucking Discord. I don't give a shit. This woman is a piece of shit. Sorry. I don't know if she is changing her identity. Obviously, she's trying to change her name, but I don't know if it's the same thing. But she's a complete piece of fucking shit because she is... Not because of the whole $5 a month, which is what I'm going to show you, but this is not why. Because inherently, that's not necessarily wrong. Or, like, the whole $5 a month clip. But I'm just saying this is probably what you know her from. You know the $5 a month clip, right, Razor?
It's not a ton. It's not like a ton of money. Support that.
That same person said that if they found a black bisexual man, they would, like, throw up in their mouth. It's probably a bad person, I'm just saying. Oh, there it is.
Here.
Same person.
$5 a month.
I feel like I'm really good at replicating that, like saying that in that phrase. This is also her.
Here. $5 a month.
I think I'm pretty good at that. All right, let's finish this video. So I gotta go to bed. Not this
Look at
one.
that.
Fuck that video. Fuck that guy. Whatever.
None of them did. None of them did. Cody did not go.
Or did your father plan on it?
$5 a month.
No, there's nothing else that I can say.
Your emotions, your demeanor, your
All
body
of my
language,
subs
your
are just
eyes tell me
fucking
everything I
people
need to
trolling
know.
or
You
fuck,
want
I
to
forgot
tell
his
me
name.
in the worst way. You want to get this pain off your chest. Do it.
It's just them trolling me with fucking subs. I'm just getting trolled with subs, dude.
So your dad
Those
had
are like
told
random
you
people like Hassan Piker.
kill you?
Gifted subs.
For what reason?
For
Or a Destiny, because we were talking about Destiny.
related to this again, costing him a lot of money.
And Cody knew about that.
Right.
She never banned
So
you.
when did you learn that your family was dead?
Say $5 a month. She probably will ban you if you do that. I mean, it's like a, I guess.
I had
like
been
you said.
worried since last night when I was
You only have
in the
euros.
hotel,
Oh,
but
fuck. What is the conversion rate? Hold on. $5 to euros, yes, euros, yes. 4.76 euros a month. That's what you got
I knew when you guys
for 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what her thing is, that she does that.
when you guys had told me.
You already knew though.
I said I didn't know better, so she forgave me. I mean, if you want me to yell at you for not giving me enough money, that's probably not going to happen. But I can just yell at you for disagreeing with me.
You knew.
At any point, did you feel like
I hate conservatives!
If he was okay, or
I just didn't want to call anywhere.
And
I didn't
libs!
want to know.
we understand your father was abusive, and we understand that he was the asshole. And if he threatened you, that he was going to kill you when you came back.
This guy seems so annoyed that he's like in the, like, literally, look at his, like, hand shape. He's like, oh my god, I'm so bad at this. This woman's beating me.
You were probably in fear, were you not? So did your brother come home to try and defend you, and then this...
You share some of their
gunfight
values, which
happened,
ones?
And you got so scared that you left?
No, I love conservatives. I love arguing with conservatives. It's my favorite thing to do. I don't know what is wrong with me. I love arguing with people I don't like. Or not, I don't like, but I don't, I mean, just arguing in general, I guess is the concept that I don't agree with is what I was going to say. But I love arguing. I like since I was like a kid, I've like not a kid, but like had any particular position on anything. And then somebody once told me that like, oh, the only reason you win arguments is because you're too aggressive, and like because like people just don't give a shit anymore and they stop caring. It's like, okay, well, rhetoric win, bitch. Like fuck it, let's get in the debate space. I'll just wear them down, dude.
This version of events would obviously clear Grant of
My
any
lib
wrongdoing.
ex-girlfriend
The
called me
detective is
a
hoping he takes
contrarian.
the bait, so
Well, no, and yes, and
that he changes his story and can then be placed under arrest for
on
lying
Twitch
to
too.
police.
There's a dude called Fan Libertarian Server.
No, I mean, I.
Wait, hold on. Let's be best friends. I want to be best friends with everyone I disagree with. I want to be best friends with Haas. Oh, I was thinking about Jackson Hinkle when she was just like listing off random stats that was like completely left field. I was like, what? And I could have like probably gone against that in terms of just denying it, but it's like her platform more than it is mine, and I thought that would be rude on Twitter. Is this the right person? Wow, the Libertarian Party. Wait. Is this like ironic? Oh, there it is. We found it. Oh, I think I've talked to this guy before. I'm not sure. Here, we'll follow. Election coverage. Wait, what? How long was this ago? 3 months? This guy's not even stream anymore. What the fuck? That's fine. If he does, we'll follow him on Twitter too. That's fine. As long as he's not like gonna be worried about like the age of consent laws, like some Matt Walsh shit. I mean, it's pointless and the person can be persuaded. No, that's not true at all. Arguments like when it comes to like one-on-ones, they have their own merits, but also I would say that arguments in public are very different because you're not trying to persuade the other person. You're trying to persuade the audience. Like, a lot of people don't want to be directly confronted with their bad ideas. So it's a lot easier for them to understand why their ideas are bad if somebody having their bad ideas gets fucking like just... My dogs are being silly. Okay, somebody with those bad ideas are... they're dismantled without you being the arbiter of them. If your avatar for your bad idea is a different person, then like it's a lot easier to change your opinion on things, even if you had that that mindset or that like idea or like whatever like we're talking about changing minds, right? So like it's a lot easier to I guess I'm just gonna repeat myself, but yeah, it's a lot easier to have your mind changed if you're not directly getting because a lot of people get defensive when people are like, no, you're wrong. Knowing that you're wrong is a lot easier when you're able to digest it in your own way. Like, I think it's really hard to feel that you're wrong when you feel it like attacked, right? But if you're watching somebody who has the same ideals as you do, and then they're wrong, and they're taking kind of like the broad, not necessarily that they're getting like dunked on, but like the idea of like, okay, well, their ideology doesn't really seem like it makes a lot of sense, or you have somebody questioning it. It's a lot easier for you, the person that has like kind of like a casual understanding, or like maybe like you kind of like casually align with whatever other positions are, to feel like, oh, well, maybe that's not. Maybe that doesn't really make a lot of sense, or like maybe I don't actually really think about it that strongly. That's the importance of debate. It has nothing to do with the direct person that you're talking to, as much as I do enjoy talking to people. But I think that like I'm way too charitable in like the fact that I think that like I do have an issue, or I think that I want to not necessarily like have them agree with me, but I'm like way too nice, like in a way where I think that people are kind of like grifting in certain ways. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, I don't necessarily think that Rachel believes the things that she says, to be honest. Maybe that's patronizing, and honestly I don't really give a shit. But I don't think that it makes any sense for her to believe that, and she didn't prove to me that any of them made any sense. So, I just want to... Hey, well, I swear to God, if you fucking say anything like that again...
I had left when I had said that I had left.
I just don't know where else to go to get you to come around, because it does not make any logistical sense of what you're telling us. It doesn't. If these two got in a shooting, we would know. We would know they shot each other. We'd know that.
But why mom?
Things just got so bad and out of hand, like never it's been before in your life.
Oh.
Never been here before in your life, or your family's life.
Oh, is he acting here? Is he acting like he's about to cry? Oh my God, maybe he is efficient with this.
He's pissed.
He wanted his moment.
His future, his retirement, his plans
Oh no.
are being upset by you because of the financial cost. I would almost bet this is just a horrible, bad incident that on any other day wouldn't happen. But you and me both know.
Bodybuilding couples, the one that like murdered each other. We started watching it, but then it was like way too long, and we lost interest. Guys, gotta stand up.
Okay.
Dramatic.
This is the
Dramatic
last time I'm
display.
gonna walk out now, and then I'm done. Then I'm done for good. When I'm done, I'm done.
Okay, leave. That's fine.
And I don't have anything else that I can say.
Do you not feel bad for doing this to your family?
I mean, I've been getting blamed for the last half a year for everything, and I've been trying to move forward into a positive direction. And then every day I'm reminded of all the trouble that I had caused.
Is circus
and then
streaming?
I keep being told the same thing over and over again.
Is there
but there's
circus
nothing
streaming?
that I can do to change it.
Do you regret doing this
I'm
to
just
each one of your
posting
family
'cause
members?
I want to
didn't
give you the
do
most
that to
toxic
people.
thing.
Here, you sit in my seat for a minute.
Sit in my feet.
Sit in
I've
my
never
seat.
heard that
Get out of
phrase.
here. Sit right here. Come here. Sit right here.
She was crushing it, and he's like, I gotta get my shit in here. I gotta make sure I'm acknowledged for this, because this guy's guilty as fuck.
Get out of that seat. Sit right there for me.
Sit in my shoes.
The suspect still isn't sitting in his seat.
Two things that happened here today. Two things. You're a guy swimming out in the middle of the ocean. And
He
we're
wants
gonna
to
give you one of
move,
two
maybe.
things based on you. You can have
Why
a
did you change the light to green? It's not gonna tell me it's a mystery.
life preserver to keep from drowning.
Because we're in the
or you get the boat anchor.
Batman movie where
Because we will give you whichever one you ask for.
the Riddler or whatever.
The life preserver, the boat anchor.
No, I want the life preserver, but I've said everything that I can.
You want it, and I believe you do, but you have not said everything you can say. But there will
This
be
interview
a
is kind of
time
all over the place.
you ask for
Or interrogation.
that life preserver. I can't give it to you. I can't. Once I
She's
cross-
like, oh my god, just
once
let
I
me do
cross the
this.
line, I gotta step over. Can't do it. Won't do it.
Guy,
Think about that. I want to talk to her for a minute. Think about the last life preserver I can give you.
I feel that, Queen.
Yeah.
You are not necessary, my dude.
Think about it.
The most masculine thing I can think about is know when to be at the right place at the right time and when to not be there. Let the other person get the best thing to like she's fucking crushing it. Don't be a fucking pussy bitch where you're gonna be like, oh, I gotta be involved. Like, no, have your own pride and like self-respect to know like, okay, my method is not working. I will go ahead and acquiesce to the method that is working. Like, this is like a fucking ego trip right now. Never talk to cops. Yes, never talk to cops.
And then we'll
Never talk to
come back
cops.
to you in a couple of minutes. And then we'll
Unless you're helping somebody like get found or something, like don't talk to cops.
And what happens is what happens. Fair enough?
I feel like I can see his hair receding in real time.
You alright, Graham? You okay? Need some food, some water?
GG no re.
You good to stay for a while longer? You okay?
I just don't have anything more that I can say. I don't know what the next.
I'm not keeping you. If you want to stay, well, I'll talk to you.
Oh, he's not in
till
custody.
Whatever, till
Okay, my bad. I thought he
you're
was.
happy with everything.
So he's not in custody.
and
So at any point he could have left this interview.
You're okay?
You're fucking stupid. Again, like this is even worse than asking for a lawyer. Just leave. Like, I got some. I kind of got like diarrhea or something. Like just like leave. Like based off of that.
You're not detained. You're not being kept here. Don't want to be here. You don't have to.
But you know what? I would love to keep interviewing with you. Just use diarrhea as an excuse. I would love to keep talking to you. Honestly, you have my number, but I'm not having it. Like I'm in some serious stomach issues right now, and it's really uncomfortable. I don't want to blow ass into your fucking toilet. So I want to, cause I have a bidet back at home. So I want to go home, and I'm gonna like blow ass into my fucking toilet, and I'll hit you up back on the phone or whatever. Like that's all you gotta say. Foolproof plan.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Okay. Give me a minute. We'll get you out of here.
Custody, close enough. I know what you're saying.
What we'll do is we'll get you up.
What? Leave! You've been here for 4 hours. Fuck off. What are you like stuck in a debate? Like what do you mean?
I'll give you my card, my phone number. If you want to talk to me, you're more than welcome to call me. And we'll move forward from there. Fair enough? Any questions of me before I go? Or before
I should
we
add Rachel
I'd
and
be happy to answer any questions you may have.
in the Discord before I forget. Whether she accepts it or not, it's fine. I just think it was it should be a nice thing to do.
Hey man,
I think we're best friends now.
Jason's here.
Basically, if I talk to anyone, we're best friends.
For our investigation, get some pictures of you. We're gonna collect your clothing. As soon as that's done, we'll get Jason here to talk to you. All right.
Okay, it's really funny. She's not arguing with people about stuff. Anytime I would pin her on something, she would be like, act like she didn't care and laugh. Yes, that's true. I didn't care about things and laugh. I guess that's a tactic. I hate to say this because the phrase is so grossly overused, but she really was bad faith? I was bad faith in that conversation? Fuck you, bitch! I was not bad faith. Of all the fucking things in that conversation, I thought I was being incredibly nice about it, and you're gonna call me bad faith? I'm gonna say things I don't need to say. You know what? Fuck you. There. I'm engaging.
Alright, so I take it you know what happened.
I want to stay focused, but I can't help arguing in Discords. This is what I love doing. I love arguing in Discords. I'm so annoying.
I'm gonna ask you plain out. You are not part of it anyway. No. When's the last time?
What? How was I bad faith? I was incredibly nice.
Between midnight and 12:30. I want to believe.
I want to say really mean things, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't actually mean them. I'm kind of drunk.
I know what happened over the last 6 months. Who else can I blame?
It's really weird when they let like 2 people involved in it.
The shit you did, you could have been in jail. You would have been in jail for years. I know. And they covered it up for you. I'm scared for you, and I'm scared for myself, and I don't feel comfortable with you being around me alone. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
I could take you physically, but if you have a knife or know where a gun is, I'm fucked. I need you to be honest with me, man. I need to have closure. I was told that you would not have access to be able to contact this woman. Why do you feel the intent to still contact her? It was just the whole emotional
Good question.
thing.
Why?
That's all
Okay,
that I can say.
so are you saying that you love the woman?
I feel like I did, yeah.
Okay, you feel like you did, so you don't feel that way now?
Well, I mean, now it's pretty much, I mean, it's not what it used to be, is all I can say.
Because she's aware of what has happened in the last several months.
Right.
It hurt, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't carry that persona that you carried before. I do love you, though. Just remember that. Just like Mom, Cody, and Dad loved you. Nobody loved you any more or any less.
He's like a samurai. Oh, that makes me sad. He obviously really cared about that family. Fuck this guy, dude. Fuck this guy. He's still he has people that care about him. That is a privilege in itself. He has people that fucking care about him enough to like be in the fucking interrogation room, give him a fucking hug, like. And he still did what he did. Like, fuck, dude. God, this fucking makes me so angry. It's like, you piece of shit. You absolute piece of shit. You killed your fucking family, and even that family you have left still loves you. Because the family you had loved you too. Fuck you, dude. Like, yeah, your dad would probably get mad. Maybe he's a piece of shit, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter, though. Like, you don't do that. Like, God, it's so aggravating. I think he's innocent. Definitely, 100%. Mom and dad. I can't imagine killing my parents. Like, and like being like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, what? No, and like having, especially my sister was like, oh, I still love you. Like, you know that person probably is suspicious. I don't know what relation they had, but maybe, was it his brother? Who was that guy? This is the same day, or I think it's like maybe the day after, but kind of the same day because there's a little bit of crossover, I think. But I think that guy like testified. Oh, I think he's like in one of the adopted kids, or like for money for a fucking cam girl, dude. Like, just fucking do crypto scams. Like, you don't gotta kill your fucking family. No, they did have like a lot of pressures and stuff. Like, I've seen another documentary about this, and like his mom, like he went to school with his brother Cody. It was kind of like a Giga Chad. He was like trying to support him as much as he could while he was trying to go to school and get an education, and he would work at a hospital. He was a RN, I think. And he was like, you know how nurses are, where like they like have insane like hours, like and then you have the option for overtime or whatever. But like he was like working his ass off, and he was helping this fucking retard pay for his shit, and also that like he like paid for a trip to Japan for them. Like, his social media is still up, and like he worked his ass off to support his brother, because they grew up very similar to each other. They have one gender, the human. Thank you. I agree with that. As a gender abolitionist, I agree with that. But like, he said like, oh, I gave him my debit. Like, I don't know if they're gonna get into it, but we only got like a few minutes left, or maybe 1 minute. We'll see. I have information.
Because now's your time. You know that.
Get her.
Like
Get him.
Said,
Get him, girl.
Once you're out of here, there's no coming back from this. We're giving you every opportunity.
That table's really ugly.
Tell us what happened in that home that you have not told us. So you're aware that when you leave here, you're not going to have any chance to redeem yourself and tell us the truth after the fact.
I understand.
And you're okay with that. You can live with yourself knowing that you're not going to tell us the truth.
Girl.
I've said what I can say.
Ooh, confidence. The confidence walk away. We love that. Look at his like slumped posture.
Question for you, real quick. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to hurt anybody else. No suicidal thoughts. Okay, come on, bud.
What? Really? I feel like I would.
Grant was arrested 9 hours later at his hotel. His trial began on August 12th, 2019.
Grant Amato was so obsessed with this woman. You're going to see from the evidence in this case.
Dude, I love the ASMR from the court reporter. I love court. Oh my god. I should have been a lawyer. Thanks, Dad.
At 2:53 a.m. on January 25th, after leaving the house that contained the 3 dead bodies of his family, the defendant goes to a nearby...
That is weird that they let him go.
Publix parking lot, logs onto their Wi-Fi.
Well, they didn't have anything to hold him. Like, you can't just like arrest people for no reason. That's what we love about America. The bad things are the good things in some ways. Where like you can't like just fucking arrest somebody because like there was no evidence tied to him.
And uses his dead brother's USA checking account to pay $599.
This is the prosecution. The prosecution. This is trying to get him
onto
get got.
Sylvie's website.
Sylvie.
At 3:02 in the morning.
Apparently, this cam girl still does cam girling. I mean, go off, queen, I guess. But she just like acts like none of this happened.
That's what this case is about. It's about his blind
It's an hour-long thing, Anime Titty God. What the fuck you expect? If I'm pausing it every 2 seconds, it's gonna take a while.
Of the world.
It's like watching on 0.75 speed.
To be because of his family and his absolute contempt.
What is this mess going on back here? This is opening statements. Why are there like all of this?
Held responsible.
Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
What? I wanted to see the defense.
Of first-degree premeditated murder.
Grant Amato was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
No, I just... that was like a strike. Oh, Hassan apparently reacted to it. We love that for him. Look at this bald fuck. That was like really like a speed run on that one. Love you too, guys. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and send you over to Zerka. Just be as mean as possible. Thank you everyone for being here. Anyone that is new here that I have not said or not acknowledged necessarily. We're gonna be here tomorrow. I stream every single day. The times vary sometimes, but it's going to be between 7 to 8 p.m. It was really exciting to have. We started really early today because we were doing the debate. Hopefully we're gonna set up more debates. Going forward, they said they would have me back. I don't know if they're just being nice, but I would love to do more stuff like that. But anyways, we'll be here tomorrow and we'll figure it out. I have a lot of stuff in the queue. Oh fuck! I was supposed to do the autism test. Hold on, we can do that really quick. Wait, hold on. We're not leaving. We're not leaving yet. Don't leave. I promised I would do it, and I need to stick with the things that I said I was gonna do. Okay, this is only 50 questions. We're gonna do it really quickly, okay? Well, if I'm not autistic, I am very sensitive to noise. Yes, I am very sensitive to noise. I generally avoid eye contact with others. Yeah. I really experience happiness or joy. Yes. I mean, yeah. I have a tendency to yell at people when I feel frustrated or stressed. I have a tendency to yell at people yes, I do that. I get temper tantrums when others cannot reach me. Wait, what? I get temper tantrums where others cannot reach me. I don't understand what this question is. Razor, what is this saying? I get temper tantrums where others cannot reach me? I don't get it.
Like you're really angry and nobody can calm you down, I think.
Oh, 100%. If it's like getting angry and like you like shut down or something? Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I do that. I usually feel unhappy more than yes. I sometimes have compulsive thoughts about being injured or having other bad things. Yes, all the time. Others have told me that I have problems managing my anger. I don't know if that's true. I'm gonna be neutral. I think it could go either way with that one. I follow a set schedule closely and tend to avoid unfamiliar things. I'll say a little bit of a yes on that one. I feel irritated and or angry when I have to navigate uncertain situations. Oh, definitely. It's more of anxiety than anger, but I could see this. People have told me that I can be obsessed about my interests. People don't talk to me, so. I do not like going to loud places like malls. Oh, yes, I fucking hate doing shit like that. Unless I'm drunk. When watching movies, I do not usually look at the eyes of the actors. What? I would say no. I mean, I feel like I do look like. I don't think I think about it. That's a weird question. Others have told me that I speak like a robot. No, literally nobody's ever told me that. I have been described as having an unusual posture. Kind of. We'll leave that neutral because I have kind of, because I do have bad posture. I got gamer posture. I am almost always in the same neutral or flat mood. I mean, there's a big joke by just like answering it by neutral, so I'm just going to do that. Most things that I do, I just do because I think they're funny. I have never been good at sports. That's not true. What the fuck? I enjoy parties. Sure, yeah. I often rock myself or fiddle with my hands to feel better. Why the fuck is the AC on? No, I don't do that. Certain routines or habits that I feel I must follow. Yes, I have to stream between 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Well, we'll find out after this test, okay? This is the most accurate thing. At parties or other social gatherings, I will usually stand in corners or close to a wall. Yeah, probably. When I'm having a conversation with somebody, I prefer to look at the wall, at their shoes, or somewhere other than their eyes. I think I kind of do like a combination of all of it. It's a little bit of a eye contact, looking away to think, and it's very performative the way that I do it. When I talk to people, like it's really, really performative. Where like it's like, okay, you can like you do like an eye, like you look at your eyes, and then you're talking about something, so you look away. And then, like, you're thinking, which is not necessarily performative. It's just kind of, like, a thing that you do. And then you come back. And then you do, like, the snap where you come back. And you're like, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of do something like that. But, I don't like looking at people in the eyes because I feel like I'm trying to intimidate them. You're pretty sure if you have social anxiety disorder? You probably do. I mean, if you think you do, I don't think that there's any element of that to not seem like you do or that you don't, because if you have anxiety in social situations, then you have anxiety in social situations. Like I don't know what else to tell you. Like you clearly do. Then you do that too, yeah. Or you're like doing like the kind of like snap. Like I don't like staring at people because I feel like it seems like you're challenging them. Like I don't like staring into the camera. Like, I feel like I would just be, like, challenging you or something. Just, like, looking directly at it. I guess we'll leave that neutral. Others say that I speak too loudly or too softly. Would you say I speak too softly or I mumble? You just ignore me. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to say this because I mumble a lot. I don't speak... I don't speak good. As a child, I would often repeat words or phrases that were said to me. Yes, I definitely did that. I have trouble understanding what people mean when they say they feel happy for someone else. No. I would disagree with that. I understand the idea of being happy for somebody else. People have told me that I have repetitive strange noises and or repeat certain words out of context. No, I've never heard anyone tell that. People sometimes tell me that I'm being rude in conversations, even though I think I'm being polite 100%. Literally in that debate, I feel like that's the case. The autism. I hate people, and people are pretty mid. Okay, I have tendencies to hit or destroy things when I'm angry or stressed. Not really. It is stressful for me to have have to retain eye contact with others 100%. Because again, like, it's like challenging. It is hard for me to sit still without tapping or fidgeting. No, because I feel like I don't want to even like exist. Like, I feel like I'm like like when I'm sitting down a lot of times, if I'm like in a situation where I'm uncomfortable, I don't want to like exist. So I just like I kind of like go out of my way to not move. I get obsessed with strings of numbers such as dates or license plates. Okay, no, I don't give a shit about that. I am often beset by feelings of sadness. Yes. New social situations make me anxious. Oh, absolutely. Even when I am paying attention in conversations, I do not necessarily look into the eyes of the speaker. Definitely. I cannot stand... Okay, so I feel like this test is like so like tailored to like autism or something. Like I feel like it's just gonna be like I have like mega autism or something. Like, because like they're obviously tailoring it to the idea of like it's not like a normal set of like normal situations versus like situations that could trigger like something like that. It's just like consistently all just like things that would trigger like autism, which is not a good metric, really. I cannot stand certain sounds such as those by vacuum cleaner. Yes, okay. I literally asked Razor the other day to turn off. He was playing Hogwarts Legacy and it was just like on like the home screen. And I don't know how it didn't bother him, but it was, I don't know why, but like the tones were really similar to I think like a tone that I was used to, that it was giving me like anxiety. And I was like, hey, do you mind turning that off? And obviously he was like, yeah, no, it's fine. But it was like really weird that it was really upset by it. Because it was like, just like the tones didn't go all the way through to whatever. I mean, like in my head, it was like kind of like similar to some sort of musical tones I had heard. But it didn't like finish the same way. So, it I don't know why. It was like, it was giving me anxiety. It was so weird. OF still a thing. I mean, it's there, but it's literally the same thing that it was. I cannot stand certain... Okay, wait. Next. When I see a balloon, I worry that it might pop. I don't care. As a child, I put the most of the pleasure on the front of my feet. Wait, what? Pressure on the front of my feet when walking. As a child, I put No. No, that's weird. Should take this test, probably. I often bump into things on trips or trip over my own feet. Yes, absolutely. Others have told me that I have repetitive bodily movements. Who fucking has anyone in their life that says, hey, we're at lunch, you know, I want to talk to you about something. I feel like you have repetitive body movements. What do you think about that? Nobody fucking says that! Maybe this is like the autism test of being like, if you said yes to that, you'd be more autistic. I'm gonna say no, nobody's ever fucking said that.
Well, it's like when you tell me I'm like pacing.
You do pace. Razor paces, it makes me so anxious. I hate it. Yeah, but I don't say that you have repetitive body movements. I'm like, I don't like the way you pace.
Oh, yeah.
I prefer to do things on my own rather than with others. Absolutely. I literally play like 7 days to die by myself. Expressions like raining cats and dogs and feeling like $1 million are confusing to me. Yes. I'm so fucking autistic, dude. I talk to my friends at parties the same way I talk to my coworkers. I work at a video game company, so I feel like it might just be different of the culture, but I'll say yes. Dog. hot take, all leftists are actually just on the spectrum. I think everyone's on the spectrum. But yeah, no, I think a lot of leftists are on the spectrum because, okay, so like for me, I have a really hard time understanding something unless it makes like objective sense. Like I'm having to go into the office. Why? I'm very productive at home. I don't have to drive. I'm not losing $6,000 or whatever, like whatever the fuck, I mean, I was bitching about this all yesterday. I don't want to get too much on that, but like, it doesn't make sense to me to go into the office for no reason. Like, and then it's upsetting, like, so then I would want to, like, advocate for rights of, like, I think a lot of, like, leftists are on the spectrum because we're people who just like don't understand why things exist the way that they are, because I think a lot of right-wingers are fucking cucks to the idea of like patriarchy or like tradition or any of those things because they don't think about it. Like it's not something that they think about because they're not autistic like we are. Where it's just like you just do it because you're supposed to do it, but like autistic people think about like, well, why? Because they don't understand the idea of tradition, and I don't understand the idea of tradition at all. Like I don't get it. It legitimately does not make sense to me. Like I legitimately do have a level of something that I do not understand why certain like things, like traditional things, like make sense to me. So how do we figure it out? Well, then we go through it in terms of an objective perspective. And then we tend to come up with the concepts being more objective, right? Because I saw a little bit that she was trying to get into religion, but we don't understand that. Religion doesn't make sense to autistic people. Like, I feel like I am, like, regardless of me taking this test being a diagnosis, obviously it's not. It's not like you can get like a blood test and say like, oh yeah, you're autistic or whatever. It's obviously just like a level of engagement. So I mean, obviously I'm just taking this quiz for like a little mimi poo, but I just like talking to people I don't know. Absolutely. I hate the sound of fireworks, fire alarms. Oh yes, definitely. I almost always carry some special object in my purse or wallet that provides me with my sense of security and comfort or control. No, I don't do that. I like to have my dog with me. This is my anxiety thing. For the debate. Good evening. Enjoyed the combo. Oh, I'm glad that you did, White Mage. I really hope to come back on the show. I love the show, so regardless, like I can I love the conflict. I did not expect it to go that way, so hopefully I did a decent performance on that. And I was definitely prepared for I had so much stuff ready, but not for that, because I was like, what population? That it was so off-putting to me. I had to engage. But no, I really hope that we get to talk more. We love Rachel. At what point would leftism call protests not enough? That's a good question. Let me read the rest of your other statement. Instead, lead an armed revolution. Would the majority of the left consider it under? I don't think that we're at that point at all. I think that basically anyone that speaks out about leftism right now would have to basically get murdered. Like, I would be on the chopping block too, just like being able, like the fact that I'm able to speak out about like when an armed conflict would be reasonable is when literally that was your only option. Like we can work within like the current structures right now. Working within like the Democratic Party as much as they are do nothing bullshit, but like we can work within like there are progressive candidates and there's progressive ideas like Joe Biden debating them, Joe baiting them, and the conservatives into like making sure like we're not getting rid of healthcare, like it worked, and that's working within the system, but that doesn't always work, right? Radicals, we know that doesn't always work. What is where violence needs to happen is when you're like, if Hassan gets fucking arrested for talking about like leftist politics, then kind of like that level type of thing. Where it's like the public figures that are fighting for what you represent, they like the martyr aspect of it. That's when political violence is relevant or necessary to create or within your movement. Of like, if your mainstays of, it's not necessarily the people directly, but the idea being that like, if they have gone to this extent of trying to silence us, but like, obviously it's not just one person, but if like, it was like, okay, they're gonna arrest AOC, they're gonna arrest Hassan, they're gonna arrest Vosh, they're gonna arrest like even Destiny, they're gonna arrest like anyone that's like left wing, and like I don't even really think that Destiny's not left wing, but you know what I'm saying. Like the idea of like any public support for left wing like commentary, if you get arrested for that, that's when like violence is probably something that it is necessary. It is a very good sign of political unrest in a way where your government is very scared of you. And they're not gonna fucking like you're in danger, you know what I mean? I think feminism is healthy for women's mentals, 100%. I think feminism is really good for women and men. I was actually kind of upset that we didn't get into the aspect. I really wanted to talk, and that's kind of on me, but because she got way in the weeds, and I was just like confused. But I really think that like for feminism is good for men. Across the board. I would find it very hard. I think that's why she probably went to that path, because she doesn't really have any argument against that. And I assume, I don't know. It was a little over the place. I was a little nervous, so I wasn't necessarily as like if we were just talking, it would have been a little bit differently. But because I am a fan of the show, so I was a little starstruck. When Andrew was asking me about a 2x4. I was kidding. But constitutional democracy is a mainstay of left. What? No. What do you mean? So I don't know why you're saying so. It is a mainstay because of what I just said. I don't understand the relation between the two things that you just said. Move to Europe? Why? Where? Where do I move? I mean, like, if you're from like it's like saying like all these Russians that are completely like forced to move, like should know where to go. Like, you know, it's like nuts to me. It's like the Russians don't have the option to go anywhere. You can't go to America if you have a Russian passport, which is kind of nuts. Lots of unhappy people that follow it. Yeah, sure. Like, that's what revolution is. Unhappy people. Like, you think that black people were happy when they, like, decided to, like, not decided. Let me rephrase that. You think black people were happy, and that's why they started to protest? Like, no. Like, what the fuck? You need unhappy people to protest and make change. Unhappy people is a good thing when it comes to making change in a society. Like, they shouldn't have to always be unhappy, but the idea that unhappy people exist are typically an indicator of people being angry about something. So of course, like, I guess I don't, no progress gets done if you're not like mad about something. Like, if there's no problems, then why is there more progression? Or why do you think there would be more like, or people are not angry about something? Like, why would you don't think it, like, the system or the or values or the fucking Overton window or whatever the fuck it's called, it doesn't shift without you doing something. Like, you understand, like, the entirety of the political system that you live in is just completely based off of human interaction. Like, you're part of it. You whether you want to be or not, everything is fucking political. And if we're talking about, like, advocating for certain things, there's a lot of fucking assholes who don't give a shit about healthcare. Those fucking people suck. But if you actually give a shit about healthcare, you should advocate for it. Because that's how you fucking change it. That's how you make people's ideals change. Like, okay, so there's a lot of people that I've heard like talk about like, okay, how do I change the mind of my like shitty uncle or whatever? And there's not really a direct answer to that. Like as a one-on-one or as a 100% way to confront that particular person. They might be similar in attitude to a lot of other people, but I don't think that there's any one-on-one way to talk to that person. And that's where your job comes in. If you feel like you or that you advocate for healthcare, the only way that that person is ever going to have any way to convince them is through you. That's what you should consider yourself as what you can do on the ground floor. If you want to actually advocate for your positions, try and think of it as an individual in the people that you're around. They're probably going to be annoyed at you. They're probably going to get like pissed, but they're still going to fucking hear what you're going to say. And they're going to remember it. If they get mad, they're going to remember what you're saying. Stop eating, go for a walk. Yeah. What? Like, I'm saying, if you care about a position, at least fucking say it in a way like where your relationship to that person is a way to have a conversation. So they're kind of just being an asshole. Because as a leftist, I think I'm correct on every position I have. I don't think anything I advocate for is detrimental to anybody. Outside of like billionaires or whatever. And sure, billionaires' lives matter or whatever. But like, I don't think anyone's actually saying that. But I think it's actually very amenable to it's a populist opinion, you know? Like, I don't think anyone thinks that the rich shouldn't be taxed more. Like, who the fuck is saying that? Like, nobody's like, oh my god, like, yeah, no, I don't make that much money, but they shouldn't be taxed. Like, no, like, it's a populist opinion. Appeal to what you know about them. Know your leftist values. Appeal to what you know about the people that, you know, in your family or whatever situation that you're particularly in, and like just make sure that you're confident in your values and not be like annoying. As much as I love being annoying, or you can be annoying, but just know your relationship with the people that you're trying to talk to. Would be cool if it didn't try to take away gun rights. I don't think a lot of like hardcore leftists do give a shit about your right to a gun. Like, I understand if you're on like a large property, like where like the police getting to your house or like coyotes or like a threat. Yeah, of course you should have a gun. Like, what the fuck? Like, nobody would want to take that right away from you. I think that's what the right uses as like a mask. Leftists don't want to take away your guns. They want responsible gun control. And it's too reasonable to say that, though, right? Everyone thinks that everyone's a bunch of lib gun cucks. And to be honest, I was a little bit of a lib gun cuck, but I mean, I live in Texas. I understand, like, if you have coyotes on your property or, like, you're a hunter, like, you need a gun. I get it. Like, that's fine. But I don't think that we need assault rifles. Like, I think that's a reasonable thing. Like, you don't need, like, to Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, get a helicopter and just shoot, like, wild pigs for no reason. Like, as much as that might be fun, but, like, it just seems kind of silly. The left is fine with guns. The left would be cool if they were like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's nobody. Joe Rogan's literally like a fucking amalgamation of every single person that he ever talks to. Okay, we're on question 46. Let's finish this. I accumulated a lot of facts on subjects and topics. Oh my god. That's literally what we were just talking about. Yes. Being away from home for extended periods of time frightens me. Absolutely. I get really bad anxiety. I mean, the biggest thing is like my dogs. I find it difficult to make decisions or act without guidance from others. No. We'll say neutral there. I don't like making decisions that I don't have input of others if it affects other people. Like, if we're going to go out to dinner, I don't want to not talk to the person I'm going to go out to dinner with about what we're going to do. When I get angry, I can calm down faster than most people. I would say yes, but I'm also dating an Italian man, so I don't know if that factors in. I am rarely worried about anything. Oh, absolutely not. I am worried about things all the time. What is this? Abnormal posture. Posture check. I have a lot of anxiety. I have noise sensitivity, yes. I have abnormal flat speech. Do I have abnormal flat speech? I clearly do. Fixation, depression, yes. Aggression, sure. What I don't have is tics and fidgets. No, I don't have tics and fidgets. I definitely don't have that. Poor eye contact, pretty high. Abnormal posture is kind of like mid. Anxiety is very high. And social difficulty is also pretty high. So, what am I supposed to take from this? That I'm just like a mess? What? I thought it was going to tell me if I had autism or not. What? This online quiz didn't diagnose me perfectly? What are you talking about? No, I feel like I'm like mid. I'm mid-autist. I don't... Oh my god, I got wrecked. You're right, they just sold it all. That's a really autistic thing to get clapped. Alright, I love you guys so much. I was gonna do it. It's already 2 a.m., so I'm gonna go ahead and send you over to John Zerka. Hopefully he's streaming. If not, it's gonna be awkward if I type in the raid thing. Just ask if he's autistic. It's working, hopefully. Oh, okay, I think it is. Alright, thank you guys again, everyone, for being here. And if anyone's here from the Crucible, I had so much fun tonight having a debate. I was really nervous, and I'm glad you guys were very nice. So we're gonna go ahead and send you guys over. Have a good night, guys!